Good morning. Good morning, everyone. If you could please start finding your way to your seats, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. My name is, there you go. Woo! My name is Kelly Quintanilla, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of this wonderful island university. And my first order of business today is to help to kick off this event. And helping me do that will be none other than Governor Abbott.
Texas is the only coastal state that does not currently have commercial oyster farming. Oyster production, as a result, has hit a 20-year low. Well, today we are taking action to change this and to provide another boost to the Texas economy. I want to thank Representative Todd Hunter, Senator Lois Kolkhorst for their leadership in getting this to my desk, and also thank Representative Jeannie Morse, Representative Phelan, Representative Serrier for the powerful role that they played in making sure this became law. I'm very proud to sign House Bill 1300 into law to establish an oyster farming industry right here in the great state of Texas. Here we go. Now it is law.
Well, once again, good morning and welcome to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. With support of the great state of Texas, led by the tireless efforts of our incredible legislative team, our island university has been extremely successful at educating a diverse student population, a group of talented young students, many of whom are first-generation college students, and all of which are really excited to make their islander impact in South Texas, within the state, and within the world. At A&M Corpus Christi is nationally recognized in many areas of academic study and research, but none more prominent than our coastal marine sciences, our fisheries and mariculture, and our marine biology programs. So today we are absolutely thrilled to have you here on our campus with us to discuss and celebrate the future of Texas oyster aquaculture. Our Hart Research Institute for Gulf of Mexico Studies, our College of Science and Engineering, and our A&M system partners at AgriLife have a long history of supporting oyster aquaculture on every level. So we are proud to be leaders in this very important work. But as I look around this room, I see many other leaders in this effort. Scientists, philanthropists, state legislators, state agencies, restaurateurs, and of course conservationists. You are all leaders that have helped to champion this effort and will continue to champion this effort, making oyster aquaculture a vibrant industry for Texas while improving our ecosystems. But of all the leaders in this room, there is one that truly stands out. Maybe it's because of all his hard work for and dedication to South Texas in every legislative session. Maybe it's because of his incredible work in this past legislative session to support oyster aquaculture. Maybe it's because he brought us all together here today for this amazing event. Maybe it's because he's all in black. But regardless of the reason, there is no doubt that without his leadership, we would not have made so much progress in terms of this important initiative. So it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce a man I admire greatly, my friend and fellow AC/DC fan, our state representative, Todd Hunter.
Introduced to the university, we had so much problems driving in here, we were thinking of Highway to Hell from AC/DC. So it's good to see everybody. Let's have fun today. This is the time to kick off for the state of Texas oyster mariculture. And I want to thank everybody here today. So let's hear it for the industry. We're going to have some welcoming remarks. Let me just say a couple of things. One, when we first came up with this concept, and I'm going to tell you how it developed. Last fall, Brad Lomax and Dr. Fox and Parks and Wildlife and the Coastal Conservation Association and GLO all made contact. And so it was interesting because people outside this room go, oysters? What's the big deal? Well, did you just notice that we have a law that was created from the teamwork of all segments? And that is an accomplishment that shows that teamwork works. Many people don't know that the Texas oyster is basically not here. Every time you order, it's primarily from another state. And I tell everybody, why not have the most fiscally responsible, clean oyster, a Texas oyster? How about that? And so we are going to develop the industry, and the great thing for the Coastal Bend is we're kicking off this program today. Now, one caution. The law starts September 1st, but as the groups here know, you're not going to be able to stick the cage in the water at that time. That is when the law goes into effect, and then the procedures will be developed, and then we will go along with the public to make sure that you see how the rules will go into place. So it starts, but it's basically a procedural process, and then eventually you'll be able to do it individually or by business. So it's a great, great opportunity for restaurants, for businesses, for communities, and no better place to kick it off than the Coastal Bend. So thanks for everybody being here, because we've got everybody here from education, science, business, retail, commercial, governmental, across the board. And this will be a great conference, and it'll be phase one, because after we kick off in September, we'll do a phase two to give everybody an update on where we are. So glad everybody's here. We're going to have some welcoming. I do want to say thanks to Texas A&M Corpus Christi for hosting this, along with the Heart Institute. And I know Larry's here. They've been good friends for many, many years, and I appreciate them taking the lead. We have a lot of people we'll be recognizing throughout the day, and as I moderate the program, I'll call folks out so you know who's here. And the reason I do that is I want you to go up to these people and give them your input on any of your ideas that relate to the oyster mariculture or to issues. Before I introduce a couple of people that are my legislator cohorts, Senator Hinojosa was a supporter. Now, Sylvia, I see you there. He is involved in a law matter in the Valley, so he is not able to be here, but I told him I would tell you all that he supports the program, who was involved in the program, and we appreciate his involvement. The same thing with Representative Abel Herrero, and he was involved and helped us as well. So I want you to know that, and you saw on the screen Senator Kolkhorst has also been involved. So I wanted you to know about those three folks, even though they're not present. But we had a great team effort. And later on, we'll be introducing the Speaker of the House, the new Speaker of the House. And the best thing about him is not that his name is Speaker, it's he's coastal. And you can't get anything better than one of the heads of the state being from the coastline. And so we'll be involving him and talking about him. And I think I see Jen Sines from the back from the Speaker's office, and she was very helpful and constructive in getting this legislation. So let's go through some of the introductions so you can see some of the folks involved. The first is a very close friend And I want her to start making her way up here, Jeannie. My good friend, the chairman of the local and consent calendars. She was one of the folks that got me back in 2008 to run again. She's regretted it ever since because I drug her into oysters. And, but she works with me quite a bit on the hurricane issues. And Jeannie, you're a great friend. Thank you for coming here, and welcome to the Oyster Aquaculture Summit.
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank Representative Hunter and his staff for coordinating this event. What a wonderful event it's going to be, and learn about this wonderful bill and what's going to happen in the state of Texas, and particularly along our coast. I was happy to be a joint author on House Bill 1300 this session, and to work with my colleagues in the Culture, Recreation, and Tourism Committee, taking testimony, passing this bill unanimously out of our committee. Thank you to many of you here today who advocated for this bill and even testified and registered in favor of the bill during the committee hearing. In fact, the witness list for House Bill 1300 was well represented by members of the Corpus Christi community, and it was with your hard work that we were able to get this bill passed with such overwhelming support from everyone. As Representative Hunter said during the bill signing, Texas finally having the ability to take part in the cultivated oyster mariculture has the potential to transform the Texas coast. House Bill 1300 was common cause, pro-business, common sense legislation that only boosts our state's reputation as the #1 state to do business in, and allows Texas oysters to be raised and sold here in Texas and in Texas restaurants. This new business opportunity has the potential to help many of our constituents who are still looking for work in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey, and I look forward to hearing more about this industry throughout this summit today. Thank you again to everyone who attended, and to our speakers for taking the time to share your expertise as we start on this new industry that is going to be a great boon to the state of Texas, and particularly to our Gulf Coast that we love so much. Thank you, Todd. Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you, Jeannie, for coming here today. Next, my neighbor. Now, I've tried to tell JM not to wear ties to an oyster summit. There we go. There.
What you're talking about.
He's a good friend. He worked with us throughout several years, and he is our neighbor. He works on a lot of the coastal issues, part of the coastal group. He is currently the chairman of the Environmental Regulation Committee in the state of Texas, and there's no better person. He does wings, Jimmy. So now maybe he can do fried oysters along with those fried wings. But anyway, here he is, Representative J.M. Lozano.
Thank you, Chairman, and it's an honor to be with you at this beautiful campus in Texas, in Corpus Christi, a growing city. This legislation, spearheaded by Chairman Hunter, is a tremendous blessing for this region. It taps into untapped potential that currently exists in this region, and our proximity to such beautiful Gulf waters is something that Texas has yet to put its stamp on. When you look at the power of branding, one thing I learned in business school was that you can sell something globally just by looking at the brand. And if you look at, not far from us, the King Ranch. When you see the King Ranch brand on something, you think of quality leather. You think of something that's going to last, that you can pass on to your children. And in Texas waters, one of the things we've seen is if it's a Texas snapper, you'll see restaurants market that. You'll see restaurants market its Gulf Coast shrimp. Now we will have, at some point, very soon, Texas oysters, and you will see them all around the globe. People paying a premium because of the quality. Just yesterday, some folks from the Corpus CDC and San Patricio and I were eating at King's Inn, my treat, which everyone knows of King's Inn, and I ordered some fried oysters. And they looked kind of small. And I thought of today and how perhaps in 2 years we may have seeding for oysters that would be 4 or 5 times as large. The oyster industry in Texas at one point was allowing oyster harvesters to grab 150 bags per day. It's depleted so much that they have only been limited to about 20 bags or sacks per day. This will revive that existing economy, and it will hopefully seed oysters the size of which we may have never seen before. Taste to appeal to the palates of very many different people, just like wine, just like grapes. And hopefully we can create an oyster that can be called the oyster in black. Thank you so much.
And I'm sure it will taste sweet. Now, Kelly, we have you back on. Do you have some other comments? All right.
No, sir, I'm good.
There you go. Well, thank you again, and thanks to the Island University. And be sure and say thank you to another good oyster lover, John Sharp.
I will.
Whether he does or he doesn't, he's just been acclaimed that, so make sure he knows. I do want to tell you all, like Commissioner Casterline's here, sitting next to Mayor Kendrick. Throughout my years, you know, Fulton had the Oyster Fest. And this is another way to help our regional groups by bringing in Texas oysters. And I know that we have Prestige, the Hillillies, and we've also got Chad Wilbank. Where is Chad? Ray, there he is. They've been very, very instrumental in helping us throughout the years and now. So thanks a lot for what you've done in the past, and let's see if we can kick it off for the future as well. Next is a good friend of mine, and so you know, in my district, I am honored because I have Texas A&M Corpus Christi, Del Mar College, and the University of Texas Marine Science Institute in my district. So I have great 3 institutions. And so at this time, it's my pleasure and honor to call a good friend, the president of Del Mar College, Dr. Mark Escamilla.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, Kelly.
Good morning, Mark.
I defer to Madam President. Thank you for being here. As a proud neighbor at Del Mar College, we have long been partners with the advanced studies both here at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, and the UT Maritime University in Port Aransas. Georgia, I'm sorry, I messed that one up. We've been long partners for generations. Long before there was lower division studies here at the university, including family members of mine, we were preparing biologists, estuary studies types of majors, fishery studies, and so forth, including my brother, who came through the CCSU days and went into those areas of study with strong interest in the type of studies that we're talking about today, with the possibilities of regrowing the oyster and aquaculture studies. So whether it's mariculture, fisheries, estuaries, all of those have been in place for a long time. And there's been generations of folks. I think there'll be generations of folks that'll continue to advance on this. And Brad, for leading this effort, is just an amazing thing. And we talked about the heyday of oysters, and you know, if you think about the history of Corpus Christi, you think about the infrastructure. I brought this up on the radio the other day. The infrastructure of our roads and our driveways as kids growing up here in Corpus Christi, guess what they were made of? Oyster shells. My brother hit me in the head with one of those one time. That hurt. Let me tell you what. But I'll tell you, so the heyday is what we're going back to, and the leadership between you and Todd has just been amazing, Brad. And so it's a very powerful statement that was made at the legislature, and spending a lot of time up there with Kelly for to have advanced the way it did and cut through the legislative processes like a hot knife through butter was just an amazing thing. Speaking of butter and knives and so forth, our Culinary Institute is growing and will be doubled with our new location on our Southside campus. And with that being said, the opportunities there for the culinary attributes, we see the basic menus or the basic divisions of the areas of study in culinary as the surf and turf. We talk about that all the time, and the opportunities that we'll be able to advance upon with that new institute. The Culinary Institute of Del Mar College will be a fascinating opportunity. Finally, I'd like to say that our Small Business Development Center is here. Ann Fiorova is right back there. She's actually filming me as we speak. Is here to study the aspects of business and how Del Mar College, through the Small Business Development Center, can advance those small business efforts to take off with the area of oysters and mariculture and so forth. So we're watching very closely at Del Mar College, whether it's the continuance of bringing forth biologists, whether it's about preparing chefs in the area to go work at the great restaurants such as Water Street and so forth, or whether it's to start their own business and brand their own oysters. We're watching. Del Mar College is watching. We are watching, and we will be prepared to engage every one of your partners in the community and serve you in any which way we can. So thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mark, especially with Del Mar and all the good work. You know, just before I introduce our next higher education institution, one of the areas that has been very engaged has been Port Aransas, and we really appreciate their involvement. I see Jeff Hansen in the back with the Port Aransas Chamber, and then our chairman of the Port Commission, Charlie Zahn, who finally took his coat off. You know, I've known Charlie for almost 40 years, and if I don't see him in shorts, flip-flops, and looking like Jimmy Buffett, I don't know who he is for the day. And then next to him is one of our Port Commissioners, Wayne Squires, and we appreciate all of you being here. At this time, the third institution is the University of Texas Marine Science Institute in Port Aransas, who's also been very helpful and works with our region. And that's a very good friend of mine from Port Aransas. And by the way, she's the correct vote on the TWIA board. She votes with us, which is the right way. That's why the oysters will be more affordable. So at this time, Georgia Neblett on behalf of the University of Texas Marine Science Institute.
Thank you so much. Our director, Dr. Robert Dickey, is out of town, so on his behalf and on behalf of the Institute, I'd like to wish everyone a warm welcome to this first Oyster Summit. The University of Texas Marine Science Institute is the oldest marine science institute on the Gulf Coast, started in 1941. And what this new bill will do, I've heard a lot about the economic growth. A rising tide raises all boats, and the world of academia will be raised because of this as well. We certainly appreciate A&M Corpus Christi helping us and hosting this summit, and I know we're going to find out a lot of wonderful things about oysters. So shucks, I'll just let it get on with it.
Thank you very much, Georgia. And another county that has been very, very engaged and has worked with me throughout the years, but has been involved, has been San Patricio County, and very close friends there. And I see a couple of our commissioners, Howard Gillespie right there, and Gary Moore right in the back. Everybody knows Bev Moore, but that's the real Gary Moore right there. And then Jane, where are you? Gimler right here, one of our sponsors, the Ingleside Chamber. We appreciate you, and thank you for being here. And I'll be recognizing some of the other folks here, but I just want you to know some of the folks that are here. So at this time, I don't know whether to call him the King. I don't know whether to call him the Pearl, the best thing about him is I was his young wife's first lawyer. How about that? But he's a very close friend. The first contact that he made was with Dr. Fox with me. I give him credit because he is the community, basically supporter of bringing vibrancy for restaurant and travel tourism, especially to our Coastal Bend area. And that's my very good friend, Mr. Brad Lomax from the Water Street Restaurant.
Georgia stole my line, oh shucks. So the word of the day today is gratitude. And I have an enormous amount of gratitude to Representative Hunter and all the people who are represented on that program for making this idea a legislative reality. And I have an enormous amount of gratitude for the fact that we have 500 people at the first ever Texas Oyster Aquaculture Summit. I mean, it's amazing. So thank all of you all for taking the time and making the effort to be here. And I'm humbly grateful for the opportunity to be a part of a team along with y'all that is going to write the next chapter in the seafood industry of the Texas coast. And what we do here today, and I'm serious about this, what happens today and over the next 12 months is going to set the tone and the trajectory and define the impact that this segment of the business is going to have on the state of Texas. So we're all a part of writing history right now, and I'm extremely grateful for that. I am extraordinarily grateful to use my time up here as a marketing minute to tell you all that we serve farm-raised oysters at the Water Street Oyster Bar in downtown Corpus Christi. And I would encourage, in fact, we have oysters in the house right now from two of our speakers. From Chris Sherman's company, Island Creek, we have 3 varieties. Is that right, Chris? And and we have Navy Cove oysters from Dr. John Supan's farm in Alabama. So I would be exceedingly grateful if every one of you here ventured down to the Water Street Oyster Bar and purchased a dozen of each of those kinds along with your favorite beverage and let us know your opinion. Thank you all very much for that.
Just so you know, the legislature passed beer to go so you can call Water Street and have that beer delivered with the oysters when we get ready. I won't tell you what else we legalized, but other than that. You know, I want to recognize also John LaRue with United Chamber being a sponsor. We appreciate John. Where are you? Thank you, John. And we always recognize John C. LaRue, the better half of the family right there with A&M Corpus Christi. Also, my son on City Council, I appreciate Michael Hunter from the City Council being here. And for those, the one next to him is my oldest son. His name is TJ, but he went to College Station and he lost that name, so his name is Todd Hunter now. And so if there's any negatives, go to that Todd Hunter. The positives stay up here. I just want to say one thing about both my kids. I was shocked that this topic would bring their group to this conference. And they're interested in getting into the mariculture. And the more we can do that with all age brackets, coming in and staying here for the Coastal Bend, it shows me that this is a great issue. And I also have my table of veterans right back here with my enforcer and Jim, the whole group, and raise your hands back there. Thank you, my friends. I see them every Tuesday, and we have a strong working relationship, and I appreciate you all being here. Next, this gentleman is in academia. Larry McKinney has to babysit him all the time. He thought acupuncture was a problem. He then got introduced to Texas politics, and it was more like a stingray hit him. But he learned about the roller coaster ride of passing legislation. And he and I have become very, very good friends. He's part of the team. And he has been our science guru of oysters the whole time, and a great advocate. And let's bring up Dr. Joe Fox.
Well, it's indeed a pleasure to be here. I would never have imagined that this crowd would be so large here. And I can't go through the whole list of people that I'd like to thank that maybe people are not aware of in terms of making this all possible. But it definitely starts with Texas Parks and Wildlife, winds its way through CCA, even goes to the Matagorda County Navigation District. You know, the people that I work for, Texas A&M University, Hart Research Institute, Texas A&M AgriLife Research, and everybody that's made this possible. But I think it would be truly worthwhile to mention how a lot of this got started here. And I was sitting in my office one day, and I got an email from Shane Bonneau, who's sitting over there right now, and he said, "Hey, what are you doing today?" This is about 5 or 6 years ago. And I said, "Not much." He said, "How about coming up here to Palacios and having a look at a marine biology laboratory up here that's not being used right now, and maybe we can put our heads together, you, me, and Bill Balboa, and figure out what we can do with this place." So I got in my car and I drove up there, and we sat around, and we walked out on the pier that they have there, and almost instantaneously it popped into our head, oysters. And nothing was really going on with oysters. Nothing has gone on with oysters in terms of oyster aquaculture here in the state of Texas since probably 25, 26 years ago in terms of the aquaculture. I'd like to mention that just recently we had the first spawn of oysters in the state of Texas out at the Texas A&M AgriLife Research Facility in Flower Bluff in 27 years. So we're really on the road with this. And speaking of being on the road, the next step in terms of developing this whole thing was when John Scarpa and I got in the car and we burned up about 10,000 miles on the roadways of Texas, meeting with everybody you can imagine, every little small community all the way up the coast. We started out with the scoping sessions that Parks and Wildlife was having up the coast and went to almost every one of them, meeting with everybody. But the thing that I'd like to drive home in everybody's heads here is that the entire time that we've been involved in getting this going, and pretty much including all the legislation, is that we haven't really seen a lot of opposition to this at all. Everybody is very, very much excited about it. And so I would just welcome you, as everybody who's been up here has said, to meet with us. We've got a great contingent of oyster growers here from the Gulf Coast and also from up the East Coast, and they're sitting right here, and they will be in a session later today. These guys represent the development of the Gulf Coast so far, and there's no better people to talk to about how this state should be developed in terms of aquaculture. So I welcome y'all to get around and mingle and network in the time that we have. And we have very, very good sessions coming up that address all the issues that are going to be pertinent to the development of this industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. And let me just tell you all this. For the rest of the conference, just call me Todd or Man in Black. But you don't have to call me the chairman and the representative and all that. When I get out of Austin and I'm back with normal people, just call me Todd. That's just what I want. I do want to tell you one thing before I introduce our next welcomer, is we had a unique opportunity throughout the state because it wasn't just coastal folks that wanted to help. And Cheniere, where's Matt? Right. Cheniere got involved to help us. You know, and then Dale, where's Dale? And Tuffy right over here. We have Entergy. We have Vistra. They got involved in connection with helping on this program. Port of Corpus Christi, who I recognized. You know, if you look, AEP, we had to have somebody to keep the lights on here. But AEP got involved. And then I see Ian down here. Our Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Group. And here is a great way to promote the area post-Harvey, right here through you all. And then we've got our Convention Visitor Bureau, the Visit Corpus Christi group that has been involved. And I just want you to know it's an interesting array of who has been involved. It's not just one segment, which leads me to introduce the technician. Now here, the real reason, Jimmy, is if you got a complaint, this is the guy that you actually file the complaints with later on. But he's a good friend. I see Mark Ray over there. We used to call him the Seagrass King, right over here. But this is Robin Rikers, Director of Coastal Fisheries, Texas Parks and Wildlife. I'm going to come up here and say hello. He will be taking charge along with a lot of folks. I know David Eichler has been a very, very good friend, but I want you to get to know and hear from the contacted Parks and Wildlife when the program starts, who you can get with on the details. Robin.
Well, certainly want to welcome everyone. As Representative Hunter said, this was a team effort in this piece of legislation. We were just a part of people trying to talk to Representative Hunter and other representative offices and senators as it went through that legislative process. One of the things we can assure you is we're going to be here to try to help this industry grow and to be durable and sustainable as you move through time, to give you the opportunity to make this a thriving business. But we're going to also do that as we try to protect our natural resources of Texas and as we try to protect our natural oyster beds, our seagrass, our marsh, and those natural resources of Texas too. So we look forward to that teamwork that Representative Hunter discussed and to that continued teamwork, and we know we'll be able to make this a thriving industry on the Texas coast. Thank you.
And we're coming down to our last welcomer. You have to be welcomed a lot. But I want to note one thing. Brad has been active with the Texas Restaurant Association. It was very helpful during the process. But I want to note something about South Texas. I believe that the current chairman of the Texas Restaurant Association, Jimmy Hoslocker, good friend to the coastline, has property, Karen, in Aransas County, is the current chairman of the Texas Restaurant Association, and he's helping us, and that's good to have a South Texan right there helping us. And then, before I introduce Shane, Mark, you're the current chairman statewide. My good friend Mark Ray, who I've known, I'd say 30 plus years, we both had real hair when we knew each other, but he is the current chairman of the Texas Coastal Conservation Association of Texas from Corpus Christi. So we have two good South Texans, and I appreciate it. At this time, our last welcomer, come on up here, Shane. Shane Bonneau, Advocacy Director for the Coastal Conservation of Texas. He's been a great advocate, and I will tell you, he did a great job coming to the legislature, and we appreciate he and his association.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. Thank you, Joe, for your remarks, and Brad for yours, and Jeannie Morrison, thank you for your support with this legislation, and the entire Texas House legislatures and Senate for passing this bill. The Coastal Conservation Association has 59 chapters spread across our state. We're a grassroots, volunteer-driven organization with guys and gals that love to get out on the water, and they're passionate about our coastal resources. So when you have an opportunity to work with stakeholders that you don't normally get to work with, to do something that's going to benefit the ecosystem, we're all on board for that. This thing puts more oysters into the water. It's going to create an industry that we all can get behind, a sustainable industry that gives folks that want to live on the coast, work out in the water, to make more oysters for our fish and for our fishermen. It's a great thing for the state of Texas. So I'm glad that you're all here. I think I mentioned during testimony that it's not often in one's life or one's career that they get to help shape and create a new industry. And so you're all a part of that today. And you're shaping this thing called oyster mariculture in Texas. So as others have said, I encourage you to really participate in this process. And in the process, as we move forward, through Parks and Wildlife's procedures and development of this program, we need input from all users to make this thing a great program for the state of Texas. So good morning to you all. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
Shane, thanks. I wanted everybody, we had a long list on the welcoming because I wanted you to see who's been involved. And as the process starts, they'll be here today, and I want you to ask them information because the rule process will now begin, and in September 1st, the basic foundation will start. And if you're interested, these are the folks I want you to contact. Now, I want to thank City of Corpus Christi. Tammy, where are you? There she is right here. They've been a big help. We're in the Capitol and backed us all the way, and I appreciate that. And MDR, where are you? There she is. And she and her group have been tremendous on getting our marketing and PR and making sure that we got the publicity out. We appreciate you all very much and say hi to everybody. Now, Brad, if you'd come up, because I'd like you to introduce the next speaker. I want you all to know from my staff, if you have questions during the day, where's Angie, the queen of the oysters? Right over there, Angie Flores. Any questions through the day? She's coordinating this conference. So be sure and coordinate or grab her. Gay White, where's Gay? She's outside. You can get hold of Gay White from my office. Barbie Baker, she out there. Thank you, Luis. And Luis Ventrello from Congressman Cloud's office is here, so thank you for being here. And Justice Perks is here. He wants to make sure plenty of oysters are up there with the Court of Appeals so they rule correctly, is what I heard. And then we have Charlotte Hutchinson from my office, and I guess she's out there as well. So I want you to know, and I'll recognize some other folks. I know we've talked about Bev Moore from JM's office, and Jeannie's office is here. Please coordinate with them, and of course the speaker's office with Jen in the back, and we'll give you more contact. But I want you to talk to these folks while we're here today. And sponsors, again, thanks, and I'll be introducing and pointing some folks out. But before I bring Brad up, Texas A&M University folks, stand up. Everybody in here that's affiliated with the university, stand up. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for helping everything here today. We appreciate you very much. At this time, we will now start kicking off the program. And speakers, as you get close to your time, I will start coming over here with the hook. So that's how it's going to work. So at this time, I'm going to bring my good friend Brad Lomax up, and he will introduce our first speaker.
Okay, to the meat of the sandwich. I guess that's probably not appropriate. To the meat of the that's inside the shell. I'm not going to read you Chris's bio. You can do that. It's in your program. I'm going to tell you what I know about Chris from picking him up at the airport. He's too damn young to be in a position that he's in. It's ridiculous. And he is, my son described Island Creek Oyster Company as the North Star, meaning that's what we're shooting for. This is an outfit that has their own hatchery. So they spawn their own oysters. They grow out their own oysters. They have restaurants. They have a wholesale business. They have a retail business that you can get overnight goods from. And so this, Chris, having you here and being an example of what we're shooting for in Texas. And I know that he's from Massachusetts. Massachusetts is a small state in the northeastern part of our, it doesn't matter. But he's a father of 3 very young kids, so he got some sleep last night, and he is a customer of the Water Street Oyster Bar, although he ate his own product last night. So, Chris, if you'd come up here and tell us what we need to do, man.
Thank you, Brad. That was quite the intro. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I have to say I'm a little disappointed. I didn't realize I could pipe in theme music for my walk up to the podium. I'm a little jealous over the AC/DC. I've got some slides. I don't know if we've got those queued up. That'd be swell. So I've only got one thank you, and it's to all of you for having me and listening to me. I hope I can kind of provide some insight into our journey, which has been actually happened over 25 years. I've been around for over a decade of that journey. So we've learned a lot, mostly by making a tremendous amount of mistakes. We've killed millions more oysters than we've sold in that period. So hopefully we don't have to reinvent the wheel here in Texas or in any of the new states that are newer to shellfish aquaculture. So if I can help you avoid some of those pitfalls, all the better. So I'll start out by saying that the reason why I'm here is that Island Creek is a mission-based company. So we obviously are in business to make a profit, but we're also in business to make a difference. And you'll see from kind of some of the things I'll show you today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the things that we do, although Brad already stole my thunder on that. But one of Island Creek's kind of missions is to spread the aquaculture gospel and to make aquaculture a more significant part of our food system, and particularly shellfish aquaculture. It's one of, as you all know, and I'm sure this has been discussed in this legislative process, it's one of the best triple wins for the environment, for socioeconomic factors, for coastal economies, and for coastal communities. It's one of the few proteins on the planet that we actually produce at commercial scale that's actually a net benefit for the environment where it's grown. So it's an easy cause to get behind, but the path forward is not at all a straightforward one. So any ETA on slides? Cool. Well, I can wing it for now. So one of the pictures I was going to put up here was a picture of an oyster boat actually breaking through the ice in Duxbury Bay to get out and harvest in the middle of the winter. And I put that up there generally when I do these talks because it's a great way to make people feel bad for us and hopefully pay more for our oysters. However, for you, I wanted to put it up to make you feel good because judging from the wall of heat and humidity that I hit when I left my hotel this morning, I don't think that's going to be a problem here. So when you're out on the bay sweating it out, just think of us busting through the ice with boats and chainsaws just to get an order to market. So Island Creek, as I mentioned, started 25 years ago. In Massachusetts, it's a home rule state, so there was, kind of the concept of having private access to tidelands in our statute dating back to the beginning of the century. However, aquaculture, as its kind of contemporary conception, was not a part of the kind of state law. However, because each town and coastal village in Massachusetts gets to administer uses in its state waters, right off the docks, it really started happening on a town-by-town basis. And you've probably heard of some of the famous appellations like Wellfleet oysters that have really been a brand and a name and a big deal since the 18th century. However, there was a period of time where Massachusetts was producing hardly any oysters, and a lot of that was because of a variety of factors that we've all heard about, same issues here in the Gulf as we have up in the Northeast, overexploitation, water pollution, oyster disease. All these factors had come to kind of knock back that wild fishery. However, in the late 80s and early 90s, we actually started a hatchery, and it was a Revlon company, actually a Revlon investment at the time, that created the facility, but that gave the kind of prerequisite for any aquaculture. And this is something we think about not only in our for-profit business, but also with the international development work we do in Haiti and Africa through our foundation. You have to have a hatchery and a source of seed. And that happened in Massachusetts in the 80s. And the founder of our company, Skip Bennett, a fellow Duxbury, Massachusetts native, good friend and now business associate and my boss, he decided as a fisherman, he'd graduated from college and come back to work the bay. His father was a lobsterman. He was kind of doing wild harvest mussels and clams. However, he wanted to provide some kind of stability and some kind of thing that he could sink his teeth into and have more control over than going out and relying on these cyclical sets of mussels or clams or lobster and things that he was harvesting. And he heard about this hatchery. So he had the crazy idea that he went and bought some clam seed, actually, and planted it out in Duxbury Bay. And he got the town to give him permission. So he just went to the selectmen, all of whom he knew from growing up, and asked, can I throw some clam seed out here? And they were like, why not? I can't see anything, any downside. And he had some success with the clams, but sure enough, 5 years in, he got a parasite called QPX, and all of his clams died. And I think any reasonable person at that point probably would say, well, this is a bad idea. I'm going to go get a real job. However, Skip, kind of did the crazy route, which is something that's been a lot of Island Creek success over the years, and he decided to try oysters. There's actually no wild oysters in Duxbury Bay. The water there is too cold for them to spawn. So whereas you have a big wild population in Wellfleet or further down Cape Cod, there were no oysters in Duxbury. So everyone who thought Skip was crazy to plant clams thought he was even crazier for planting oysters. However, what happened was it produced an oyster that was healthy and it lived, which is important. However, it was also an incredibly complex flavor, a robust shell, this gorgeous oyster. So while Duxbury Bay didn't have the conditions to support a large wild population of oysters, it happened to be one of the best areas in the world, and probably the best if you ask me, I'm a little biased, for growing high-quality oysters. And with that, it was really like the first person who kind of stumbled into Napa Valley and decided to plant some grapes and see if they could grow wine. It kind of was a success story from the very beginning because the product worked. And really what happened was we rode a wave at that point of the restaurant movement. So we saw restaurants opening up, farm to table became a big deal. Fine dining in the US was changed by a lot of innovative chefs coming in from France, but also some native chefs operating at a level that we'd never really seen in North America before. And all of that was predicated on having really high quality products. And oysters was something that you could get behind. So in the early 2000s, Skip started having his very first crops that were large enough to actually think about making it a full-time job. And this is something I'd like to emphasize as I'm talking to a room full of people, hopefully, who are thinking about doing this themselves. We've bootstrapped our entire operation from day one. We've never taken on investment. The only debt that we have is the mortgage on the property where we operate. And that's been really important because we think about investing in agriculture or aquaculture, and you have returns that happen, and you have great long-term returns. You can create value in the long run, but it takes a long time, and you have to be tolerant of volatility in the short term. So that's a fancy way of saying that there's going to be good years and there's going to be bad years, and you don't want to have a bunch of debt or angry investors and things like that making you make decisions that you wouldn't necessarily make and aren't in your best interest. So in the early 2000s, things were kind of picking up, and round about 2001, right after 9/11, unfortunately, the economy kind of hit the skids right around the time of year when we have the most oysters. In the fall in New England is when all the oysters come onto the market. And we were sitting around looking and had this big crop and didn't know what to do with it. And Skip got in his truck and decided out of a kind of an act of desperation, that he'd drive into Boston with oysters in his pickup truck and see if he could find a restaurant that would buy them. And he showed up at the back door of a restaurant called East Coast Grill in Cambridge, and the chef answered the door, and there was an oyster farmer standing there with a bag of oysters. And at that time, he was completely blown away. And he said, I'll take whatever you can get. And that was kind of the birth of our distribution company. Around 2004, there was a really notable restaurant opening in Columbus Circle in New York City. And that restaurant had a kitchen fire right before opening. So they delayed the opening for 3 or 4 weeks. And what the chef did was he decided to send his staff out all over the country and during that 3-week delay to source product. And we were fortunate enough to have one of the CDCs, the chef de cuisine, show up at our farm in 2004. And he absolutely fell in love with the oysters. And he brought them back to the restaurant, and they created a dish based on our oysters. And the reason why this is significant is that chef was Thomas Keller, one of the top chefs in the world, and now a tremendous success story. And the restaurant was Per Se in New York City. Chef Keller also operates the French Laundry out in Napa Valley, consistently on lists, if you Google it, of the world's best and the world's most expensive restaurants. And they created a dish called Oysters and Pearls, and they actually did a bunch of hocus pocus that's above my pay grade. They took surgical scissors and they cut the belly out of the oysters, and they put them on a dish with a big hunk of Osetra caviar, and it comes actually on 18 plates that all of a sudden coalesce in a tiny little amount of food. But that dish was so good and so popular that it became the only dish that they serve on that tasting menu every single night at both restaurants. And so it's become the house dish, and it's been written about in all of the fancy food magazines, and it's kind of become renowned all over the world. And that for us was really a launching point where we started gaining real traction. And we started getting invited to events, mostly at the restaurants that we were working with. And at the time, it seemed like a great way to get free beer and mostly to meet girls. However, what we realized after we started getting a little bit more momentum was that people were starting to recognize us. They were starting to recognize the name, Island Creek, and the product. And unbeknownst to us, we had kind of created a brand. And that brand has really been the beating heart of everything we've been able to accomplish since. The brand has allowed us to do things, structural things that have been very important. They've allowed us to diversify our business away from relying on one crop in one bay that's subject to storms and disease and all sorts of environmental threats. It's allowed us to vertically integrate, starting a hatchery and ending up all the way to the end consumer with every oyster that we grow. And it's also done some things philosophically. It's allowed us to get into businesses that oyster farmers really have no business getting into. And three of those things that are really significant. One is our restaurant group. So as Brad mentioned, we operate 6 restaurants now. We have 4 full-service restaurants. It started in 2008 with Island Creek Oyster Bar, right outside Fenway Park in Boston. There's now restaurants. There's 3 restaurants in the greater Boston area, 1 up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We have a small fast casual concept that we operate up in Portland, Maine now, and another raw bar at our farm down in Duxbury. The other things it allowed us to do is we purchased last year, actually in November 2017, we purchased an old marine research laboratory that we were able to repurpose for our headquarters. And that allowed us to create major opportunity, not only with moving our operations into one place and having deep water access and shoreside infrastructure, but it also allowed us a place for consumers to come and interact with the brand, learn about what it is we do and why that's important, learn about aquaculture and food systems and their role in coastal communities. The campus is under development now. John was there a couple weeks ago, and I encourage you to come up and visit if you're ever in the Boston area. And then the last thing it's allowed us to do was to create the Island Creek Oysters Foundation. So we started with a little party behind our local pub across the street from where the farm is, and we had 100 or 200 people show up the first year. This is back in 2006 or 7, I believe. And we had some of the chefs come down from Boston that we were working with, and we had a band, and it was a lot of fun. Very rapidly, so 3 years later, we had 5,000 people come out on Duxbury Beach, and we had 45 chefs coming in from all over the country, sponsors, all that, and we were raising about $250,000 a year from this festival that we were producing. And God forbid we keep the money for ourselves, we decided we would start the Island Creek Oysters Foundation. Now the foundation is engaged with economic development work in Haiti and Africa. As I mentioned, we operate a tilapia operation in Haiti and a shellfish hatchery on the island of Zanzibar in Africa. And it's been a tremendous tool for us not only to help kind of take aquaculture to those who need it and those who can benefit from it even more than us, but also to use it as a platform to spread the word about aquaculture education here in the U.S. and at home in our community. So these are some of this is kind of the path that we've trod and some of the how we've gotten to where we are. I'd like to talk now about the kind of outlook going forward and some of the things that as Texas is moving into shellfish aquaculture, that's important to think about, and some of the things that we've learned, some of the nerdy stuff. So again, if I have my slides, there's a graph showing the growth in production in Massachusetts and in New England in general. We've seen since 2007, we've seen an 8-fold increase in shellfish production. And the really incredible story there is not just the growth in supply, but the fact that the price of the oysters has actually gone up over that same period. And I was an English major, I'm not an economist, but even I can figure out that that's a bit of an anomaly with your classic supply and demand curve. And the reason for that is that we've really seen a tremendous growth in demand that's met that step in supply every single kind of stepping stone along the way. So I remember sitting back in 2007, something like that, sitting in our office saying, well, this has got to be a fad. Like, we've seen so much growth, when is it going to end? And we had that conversation every year for 3 or 4 years until finally we just admitted that people were getting into oysters. And how we've seen that growth radiate has been really tremendous. So we started, as I mentioned, distributing our own product into Boston. And that's really where we saw most of the market for our oysters. It was in these classic major urban hubs that were big oyster towns. So Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, DC. Then we started seeing a lot more interest in other kind of major urban hubs with sophisticated, fast-paced dining scenes. So we'd start selling into Chicago and Miami and San Francisco. And we said, wow, this is incredible. But then we started seeing growth into what we called secondary or tertiary cities in the US. So we had Minneapolis and St. Paul became a huge market for us. Austin, Texas, very early on became a big market for us. And then we saw the growth actually permeate out into the suburbs of those cities and into places I'd never heard of. And now we have sales of our oysters and oysters from the 200 or so other farms that we source from going into 42 states in the US. So we've got an account in Arkansas now, which I never would have put the word Arkansas and oysters in the same sentence, but there we have it. So it really became apparent that it was an if you build it, they will come scenario. We had oysters in the US were classically a huge part of gastronomy. They were a food that it was a populous food. It was a food that they served in bars and in carts on the side of the street. They were a big part of what we ate as Americans in the 19th century and the early 20th century. However, when the wild supply went away, we kind of forgot. However, that demand remained, and it was latent. And when the supply came back through aquaculture and this technology and the ability to grow this stuff, it reawakened that latent demand in the kind of collective consciousness of the American diner. And people responded really robustly to having not only just an oyster with their meal, but getting into the kind of experiential and cultural piece of it, which is putting 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different varieties in front of you as though you're tasting wine, and understanding the incredible differences in flavor and texture and the experience of eating them from one growing location to another, even with locations that are maybe only a few miles apart from one another in the same state or the same kind of larger body of water. So that demand has really kept pace in an incredible way for the entire decade or more that I've been selling oysters into the market. So that's all well and good. However, Texas and you guys are just beginning, so what's the market outlook? What are the things we need to think about? One thing that is interesting is that there was just an article actually yesterday or 2 days ago in the Washington Post about the restaurant bubble and how there's an oversaturation of restaurants, particularly in major cities. So we have started to see sales in some of our kind of our big home run areas like Boston and New York, sales of oysters that are actually kind of plateauing. We have started to see, from our standpoint, we've started to see regionalization of the market. So our oysters used to be some of the only oysters that you can get, and this is a great thing for you guys. But now when we're selling into a place like Charleston, South Carolina, they're now producing their own beautiful farm-raised oysters. And the great thing actually from our standpoint is that whereas maybe for 2 or 3 years there, they were buying 4 or 5 varieties from us, they're now buying 1 or 2, and they're coupling it with the local oysters, for which there's a lot of demand. So from my standpoint, looking at Texas, there's kind of this huge opportunity. Texas is a big market for us. There's a huge opportunity for local oysters. So I think that that's a really great thing that Texas has going for it, particularly with the vibrant restaurant scene that we've got in Dallas and in Houston and in Austin and here in Corpus Christi, as I found out last night. So from an outlook standpoint, I think the kind of the gold rush is over. However, there's a tremendous amount of meat on the bone, particularly in regional markets. Other things we're looking at is that growth continues to radiate, not necessarily geographically, it's radiating demographically. So we're starting to see interest from businesses and food service outlets that we never have seen interest before. So thinking about large hotel chains, casinos, cruise ships, places that normally you associate with, with conch fritters or with like a fish sandwich or something like that. These are the type of outlets now that are interested in having oysters on their menu. So we're seeing continual growth there in that market. And then the last piece of it is export opportunity. So U.S. oysters, with their growth, particularly with the notoriety of U.S. restaurant scene abroad in places like the European Union and in China, there's more demand for our oysters now in those places than there was 15 or 20 years ago. That, however, is a little bit fraught with some of the trade politics that are happening right now. We've been, for instance, the United States has been in a regulatory battle, I guess you could call it, with the EU for the last 8 or 9 years now, trying to establish equivalency so that FDA will allow the import of European oysters into the United States, and that the EU health authorities will allow the import of American oysters into Europe. We're just on the doorstep of hopefully being able to get that going. However, we've been on that doorstep for 4 or 5 years now. But export opportunity, particularly if you think about the incredible brand that the state of Texas has abroad, are really, really appealing, I think, when we're thinking about scaling these operations up. So some other things to think about for growers. So animal health is a big one. We, as I mentioned, Skip's Clams died of QPX. I should also mention that our wholesale company was really founded as a kind of disaster relief tool for our own business when we were hit with a parasite called MSX with our oysters. It killed about 95% of our crop one year. So we have started, that's part of the reason why we started our hatchery as well. We took the survivors of that disease event and we started our own kind of family lines based on survivability from those oysters. However, as we collectively look forward as an industry, one of the things we really need to emphasize in that fight against animal disease is genetics. And if we think about the way we operate our hatchery and the way I know most hatcheries operate, our kind of breeding programs are kind of in the realm of like when the monk was doing the experiment with peas back in the 18th century. We're hundreds of years behind the rest of agriculture. So there's a working group now with USDA, and there's a couple of kind of efforts that are in their infancy to establish better oyster genetics. But as a state that's about to embark on this journey of oyster aquaculture, if we could go back 20 years and do it over again, we would put a greater emphasis on those genetics from the get-go. So we're thinking about starting hatcheries and things like that. That's a big focal point for us. Shoreside infrastructure and resiliency are a big thing with sea level rise. We've had tremendous challenges with maintaining the appropriate amount of shoreside infrastructure that we need to support growing operations. It was easy enough when we were just one person in a boat that we could launch it at the town ramp with the Yacht Club Regatta and everything else that was going on. But as we're starting to scale up, and as food safety regulations are getting more stringent and demanding more infrastructure, we really need to have better support from our shoreside facilities. We're in an interesting situation, not totally dissimilar from here, where we have a large and robust traditional fishery, some of which has declined over the last couple decades. So there's some infrastructure that's there, but a lot of it's being rapidly taken over by residential development with greater increased population, increase in recreational boater use on the water. So we're competing on the shoreside facilities. We're also competing out on the water. And that's the last thing that I think is a big one to think about, is kind of those user conflicts as you move into this new endeavor. And then I should say that over the years we've gotten, and I have personally gotten very involved in the because we're forging the way here. This is a new industry for everybody, in both the policy and the scientific research element of the industry. And so from a policy standpoint, as I know there's a lot of policy folks in the room, I should mention that I sit on the board of East Coast Shellfish Growers Association. I'm the former president of the Mass Aquaculture Association, and I'm actually one of the founders of what we're calling the Massachusetts Shellfish Initiative, which is a comprehensive review of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts approach to its shellfish resources. It's a NOAA-endorsed program, and it's been tremendously helpful thus far from an engagement standpoint. So from a policy framework point of view, greasing the skids between different users of the resource, of the tidelands and also of the wild fishery and the market is paramount. So we have used this Shellfish Initiative as an opportunity to create dialogue. And again, if we could go back to the beginning of my career in this industry in the early 2000s, I think getting that dialogue going from the beginning, talking to wild capture fishermen, talking to upland neighbors, coastal real estate holders, talking to nonprofits that are interested in oyster reef restoration for environmental mitigation. All of these people who are now out in the tidelands and having a stake in that, I think we could have moved forward a lot more effectively if we had done that from an early stage, rather than doubling back after the growth had already occurred and trying to solve our problems retroactively. The last piece I'll mention from a policy standpoint is thinking about how to scale. Obviously, there's an interest in scaling, but there's a bunch of different ways to skin that cat. And we've seen some be more successful than others. The tough thing with all of this policy stuff is that it's very site-specific. The right policy in Massachusetts is not necessarily the right policy for Texas. However, some of the things that we've seen is really a kind of binary situation between both kind of individualized growth, creating a permitting process and having private growers, regardless of their level of experience, meet a certain amount of criteria and then go through that permitting process one at a time to get their lease or their grant. The alternative that we've seen are what we call LPAs and ADAs. So LPAs are an experimental aquaculture lease. We've seen that in Maine. So you can go and get a 400 square foot, I believe, lease with very little permitting. And what we've seen happen, and then the kind of point of that was to have people test sites, understand that they could be successful there, and to create a lower bar for entry for those interested in getting into the industry and mitigating risk when they did. But what we've seen happen is that people have clumped together multiple LPAs into really large-scale commercial farms at this point, which has now proven, after over 300 farms have been created in the state of Maine in the last 5 years or so, which is starting to get controversial with those different user groups that I mentioned before. The ADA is actually an aquaculture development area, and that's a scenario where we have, in Massachusetts anyway, a town will go out and permit a large chunk of 40 or 50 or 60 acres of land, and then they'll parse that out to individual people that are on a waiting list or something like that so that they can start farming. And we've seen that be successful in getting people out in the water, but there's been challenges with having everyone go out there all at once, and with having the level of kind of knowledge and professionalization that you need to be collectively successful. And the last piece of that we're dealing with in Massachusetts right now is setting minimum bars for people who want to participate in the industry and use the resource. Thinking about, okay, well, what do you need to know about where you get your seed and what's bad seed and good seed and disease management? What do you need to know about how to run your boat and be a safe operator out there and interact in a constructive way with commercial and recreational boating traffic. In the beginning, it was just kind of a land rush scenario where everybody went in and applied, and there was no thought given to, okay, what do people need to know to be out there and operating responsibly and constructively? So a lot to think about from the potential industry standpoint and from the policy standpoint, and then from the science standpoint, particularly with the genetics these days, I think are really important to kind of put into the strategic plan as you move forward with Texas aquaculture. With that, I'd like to say thank you very much. I'm tremendously excited that this great state is moving forward into the kind of the world of aquaculture. I think it will be an incredible value add for these coastal communities. And I think that my mission, dating back really 8 or 9 years ago, I remember Bill Walton contacted me when we first opened Island Creek Oyster Bar, trying to get a tasting of Gulf oysters up in Boston. And my mission is to try to get people up in the Northeast to start eating oysters from the Gulf. So no better opportunity than today to kind of reinforce that. And please call me when you've got some oysters, and we'll sell them for you. With that, I'll open it up for Q&A if we have some time, but I think we're running over a little bit. But thank you very much. Yes, sir. That's a good question. I mean, I think, I've said from day one, even with growers that are opening up next door, that the rising tide floats all boats. I guess no pun intended. So I'm going to keep saying that, but maybe Texas might be the thing that puts me over the edge. Any other questions? Great. Well, Sure. Yeah, so Bill's question was just, there's farmed oysters generally are smaller. There's an incentive for the farmer to get that oyster to market sooner. Your cost of production goes way up as you start to grow a 3, 4, 5-inch oyster. And what we've seen is that Early on, there was a market, particularly in places like New York and Chicago and San Francisco, for smaller oysters. And really, those oysters are hitting plates at $2.50, $3 each. And the experience goes from one of kind of value seeking, where you're like, I'm going to pay a $1.50, or I'm going to pay, $8 a dozen. I want the biggest oysters and the most oyster meat I can buy. When you're getting into that like $30, $36 a dozen range, it's more about the tasting experience. And we see that people, the other thing we've seen is that a lot of the accounts we used to sell to would have 1 or 2 oyster varieties. Now, even the accounts that aren't oyster bars per se, just your regular neighborhood restaurant, has 5 or 6 oyster varieties on there. So people are ordering a dozen, and they're trying to get that tasting experience. So the size and the kind of perceived value is not nearly as important in the market. So I think traditionally when I say that, the Gulf continues to be kind of a holdout, where you look at, you go to New Orleans to Acme Oyster Bar or something like that, and people are eating big oysters. And you just don't see a lot of that in New York City these days. There's a handful of accounts that we have that want the big oysters, and they charge an outrageous amount of money for them. But it's more of like a novelty than anything. So largely we're selling 2.5 to 3.5 inch oysters, with the predominance of the production being in that 2.5 inch range. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Sorry about the slides.
Thank you very, very much. Great presentation. We're going to just continue going rather than do a break, so if you want to stretch, you can, but we're going to, Robin, if you would kind of head up this way with your panel. We're going to go ahead and start getting into the mechanics. I do want to recognize also from the City of Corpus Christi, Councilwoman Paulette Guajardo is here. We appreciate her being here. Thanks, Paulette. Manuel Alafa from the office of Greg Smith is here. And I want everybody to know J.M.'s babysitter, Beverly Moore's birthday is today. So happy birthday to Beverly. And I want to say, Ray Allen, to you and your group, thank you for all the stuff that you have been involved in. And a couple of other things. I want to thank the media, who has actually helped educate and get the word out, and I appreciate that. And Pam, I see you in the back with the our economic development organization. I want to put a specific shout out to Jim Lago, her husband, who has done a good job dealing with Dr. Fox and myself on promoting the conference, along with the TV stations and other radio stations here today. And a final comment, my friends from Suzanne's Jewelers back here, they've been friends. They're here for the conference, but this is me telling you, they've got a pin and a necklace that is oyster. And so I think they call it a love shot. Where but in Texas would you get a shell and a pearl at the same time? So I want to thank them for coming up with the idea. At this time, we're going to go into your program. It says 10 o'clock. It's legislation and the regulatory environment. Robin Rikers, who is with Director of Coastal Fisheries with Texas Parks and Wildlife, who was introduced, is going to run this panel. And Robin, I'm going to ask you to introduce your panelists. And this will go from 10 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. and I'll come up as we are closing. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Representative Hunter, and thank you all for being here. As we know, as our panel sets up here, we're the regulations panel today. So as compared to culture, discussion about oyster culture and how you go about that, or marketing, or the great presentation by Chris, we're not the most beloved panel up here today. We know that. But what we do want to assure you, just like I said before, we worked as this legislation item went through trying to create this new industry, we worked to help to inform the legislators about the opportunity of the industry, but about also our abilities to help make sure we do the industry in the right way. And as Chris indicated, I think his messages were very, very good about trying to do a lot of things up front so that we learn from what other states have done. And so I think I can assure you that all of our panelists share that same viewpoint, and they want to work towards making this a thriving industry, but also ensuring that we protect our other natural resource, we protect our other users of the bay. And that was the message that Chris was sending with a lot of his comments there at the end about doing as much of that upfront work as we can. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get into the panel. I'm going to ask, there's one panelist that appears that he may be coming in here as we get started. He's from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and we haven't seen Mr. Jones yet. If he is in the audience, is he going to come up? Okay. If you'll come up and take your seat. We got started just a little bit earlier, Mr. Jones. It's Mr. Bobby Jones. He's from the local Corpus office. He's with us today from the U.S. Corps of Engineers. We also have Mr. Lance Robinson at your far end. He's Deputy Director of Coastal Fisheries, and he'll be presenting, Deputy Director of Coastal Fisheries, Texas Parks and Wildlife. He'll be presenting information from Parks and Wildlife. We have Miss Amy Nunez, who is Director of Field Operations for the General Land Office. Next to her is Mr. Kirk Wiles, who is Manager of the Seafood and Aquatic Life Unit, Department of State Health and Human Services. And next to Kirk is Dr. John Supan, who is retired from the Louisiana Sea Grant now. He currently has a consulting business, and as you heard earlier, he is also an active oyster farmer in Alabama. And he's going to be presenting to us some of the opportunity that he saw and when Louisiana got this going and the regulatory environment that he witnessed in Louisiana. With that, we're going to start with John because he has a slideshow. The others are not going to have a slideshow. But what we did ask each participant to try to do here is basically to bring to us and to you as the audience where in the process they're going to interact with mariculture and where their process is at this point in time and some of the things that they already know that you need to know about this moving forward. And obviously some of it's yet to be developed, as Representative Hunter mentioned earlier, but we at least want to start informing you about what some of those next steps are. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John.
I'm going to first start out with, I've never been to an oyster conference that had a mariachi band. My compliments to Angie. Yeah, that was very special to me. In Louisiana, we call it alternative oyster culture because traditional oyster culture is on bottom on oyster leases issued by the state for over 100 years. They've been in Louisiana families for generations. And so for that reason, the state decided to call it alternative oyster culture. And it began in Louisiana with my research in triploid oysters back in 1993. Our industry had two needs that I assessed. One was the need for seed, and the other is for increasing meat yields in the summertime for shuck product. Many of you who know, oysters spawn in the summertime and they get skinny and watery from spawning. Triploid oysters are sexually sterile, so they stay fat all summer long. So it was invented on the East Coast in the late 1970s, commercialized on the West Coast and during the 1980s, and a valuable research topic for the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see the differences here, but I don't have a whole lot of time to get into that for now. But as we started this breeding program for triploids for the industry, we had to grow a lot of them for our research efforts, and we found out very quickly that fouling was a major labor issue for me and my grad students to keep things clean. So I imported an Australian adjustable longline system, got a permit to install 4 lines of these in our oyster demonstration farm in Grand Isle. And what we quickly discovered is how fast these oysters grew. Whether they were diploids or triploids, wild oysters or triploid oysters, they grew well over market size in 7 months. So with that knowledge, I started pushing the idea of this aquaculture park in Grand Isle. It's a small coastal town that is both mostly dependent on shrimping and crabbing, and it's also a bedroom community for a large Port Fourchon nearby. It's a large offshore oil deployment place or location. And the concept is you apply industrial park concepts to the water. And it was mimicked after a very, very successful oyster clam leasing program in Florida. Leslie Stern will be speaking on that later today. So the idea is to create zones where this can be done, pre-permitted zones where this can be done. One of the first things I ran into with permitting agencies in Louisiana was, well, they said, you can't do that. That's exclusive use of the water column. We don't have any laws allowing that. And then I showed them pictures of oil and gas platforms and told them, you've been permitting the exclusive use of the water column for decades. And they didn't really see it that way, but you know, it was true. It was just done a different way. It wasn't for oysters. So, so there was some, the other one is when they took a look at the pictures of that long line system with all those posts sticking out of water, it was a bit intimidating to them. And then Hurricane Katrina hit and everything got put on the back burner. The hatchery was destroyed. There was no reason to move on with that because I couldn't produce any seed for growers to put in water. But eventually we got things going again. And in our Louisiana legislature in 2012 created the Grand Isle Oyster Farming Zone. And I chose the Grand Isle Port Commission to be the administrator of this for several reasons. One of them, it is made up of local people assigned by the governor, and their role, as all port commissions have, is private navigational aids in the area and economic development for the town they represent. And with this, I thought it was a perfect public entity to establish one of the first ones of this. So they obtained, we gave them assistance, Sea Grant, with their coastal use permit applications. They got Coast Guard approval after that, and they administer the park. And with that, and all port commissions are allowed to have their own police force so they can provide security as well. And with that, we created, at first the original permit was for 100 acres, and through compromise it got toned down to 25. It created 8 2-acre plots with 40-foot navigation lanes between them, and that is in existence today, and they're also expanding that right now through more effort. We went with the floating cages instead for that permit because I called it a softer technology. If people were happened to run into this, it wasn't going to be such a calamity as hitting all these posts and pilings sticking out of the water. Now, I'm going to read the rest of this to you because the Grand Isle permit, the permit to get a 2-acre plot was established by the Port Commission with help from Sea Grant Legal Service and their own attorneys. So with that permit, you have to be a bona fide oyster harvester. So that means you have to have all the licenses required for any oyster harvester in the state of Louisiana, both regarding vessel licenses, commercial fishing licenses, and everything that's pertinent to commercial harvest of oysters is pertinent here. It's only floating cages are allowed, or floating bags are allowed in this site because that's the only gear that was permitted for use. The permit is not a lease because an oyster lease is defined by statute in Title 56 in Louisiana Code, and that is an on-bottom lease issued by the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. So rather than call them leases, they were called permits. And it was a first-come, first-served basis. They preferred people from the town of Grand Isle, hopefully, to get the first ones. There's a $200 permit fee. It's revoked if you don't have gear in the water within 6 months of obtaining your permit. They didn't want people to get these things and do nothing. There's a 2-year renewable term, and that's based on whether you have gear in the water or not. And there's no property right except for the gear that you put in there. So you don't own anything but the gear you put in. It's not transferable from one person to another. The permit is issued to an individual or to a family by the Port Commission only. There's a hold harmless clause so that growers hold the Port Commission, and at the time LSU and Sea Grant, harmless for any liability. And they have to abide by all the laws that Louisiana has regarding oyster harvest and sales. There is no discharge of human waste or fuel on the premises, and there's no warranties for the usefulness of the site, although we gave them great consultation on where the best site would be there in the area. And all the vessels in the zone have to have a decal issued by the Port Commission on their boats to show that they belong in that zone. Also, they must submit a written hurricane plan, and that plan is approved by the Grand Isle Port Commission. And they have to abide by all the Port Commission's storm directives. If there's a storm approaching, the growers have to do things in concert with the Port Commission. Mostly, the idea is that you sink your cages, get them out of harm's way. It must only use government-approved anti-fouling paint. That way you're not putting stuff on your vessels that could affect or harm the oysters of your nearby farmers. It is no premeditated damage or theft to other growers or gear of the oysters as determined by the Port Commission. So if you're found that you're harassing or harming or stealing or damaging adjacent growers' gear or oysters, your permit will be revoked. The Port Commission will go out and remove your gear, and you'll be fined $500. Any gear or oyster left unattended within 6 months becomes property of the Port Commission. They didn't want people to, they wanted people to actively farm oysters here, not abuse the permit. And you must notify the Grand Isle Port Commission the identity of any other individuals allowed by the permittee to be on their permitted plot other than the permittee. So any individual other than the permittee that name had to be submitted to the Port Commission, and that person, if they're out on their own vessel, had to have a decal from the Port Commission on the boat. The whole idea here is to know who belongs out there and who doesn't. Also in 2012, the Louisiana legislature passed Act 293, which authorized the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries to issue permits for alternative oyster culture, and there was a whole committee that promulgated the rules and regulations of this. All of it was for individual oyster leaseholders to be able to use the water column and water surface over their existing leases. And they were issued to valid oyster leaseholders. It allows the water column and surface use, and it was subject to a suitability map that was first developed with a lot of user input. That map has since been deleted from the law. Also, you have to check your lease location with the department first before you get started on all this. You file a joint application with the Louisiana Department of Natural Resources and for a coastal use permit and with the Corps of Engineers Section 9 and 10 obstruction navigation permits. And after you get your permits, then you seek recommendations from the U.S. Coast Guard for navigational aids to mark off your area on your existing lease. And then for every acre you establish on your existing oyster lease, there's an additional $2 per acre for that alternative oyster culture activity. The AOC application is to Wildlife and Fisheries Department, and that requires a lease plat with GPS locations, removal quote from a contractor bond, so in case something unfortunately happens to you or the grower, that there is a bond already paid for a company to come in and remove that gear from the premises. Same drawings, I recommend, same drawings that are used in other permit applications. One way to streamline this, and we at Sea Grant gave a lot of assistance to people with the permit application. And what we discovered with the Corps of Engineers in the New Orleans region and with the Department of Natural Resources in Louisiana is that if you standardize the application process so that every application looks the same, if the gear is the same, the drawings look the same, the descriptions are the same, the written text of the purpose of the permit is the same, except the name of the applicant and the location. So that that standardization of the process, of the permitting process, made it much easier for the permitters to process that permit, because we knew that very few permits got kicked back for additional edits, which can be very time consuming. So that was an assistance from the Sea Grant program that myself and Jim Wilkins at Sea Grant Legal Program came up with. Plus, we also would help people pick their sites. Boy, I can't say that enough, and I'm sure the next panel will say this. Site selection is everything. You pick a bad site, you're going to be knocking your head against the wall the rest of the time. And that's with any business. It's not just with oyster culture. And I'm going to leave you with a closing thought, my take-home message. The United States Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration wrote a guide, a pamphlet called Industrial Parks, a step-by-step guide for success. I think we all know what industrial parks are. They're used for economic development in urban and rural areas. But the first bullet here I have underlined. Community involvement is key to success. This, I recommend, when you're picking your site to do this kind of thing, it needs to be a bottom-up program. You want your locals to get together and help pick the site where it's going to be to reduce the conflicts with shrimpers and everyone else, so that the top-down programming is fine as far as the regulations and everything's concerned. Let Austin help you develop the regulatory framework for doing this. But site selection needs to be done at a local level. Thank you.
I think we'll hold questions to the end, because that way then we can maybe direct the question at the one who may be best suited to answer that at the time. With that, I think what I'm going to do is next, since Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission is going to be promulgating these rules and regulations and basically be the keeper of the program in some respects, and the other agencies are also obviously very, very involved, and I might add there's some agencies that may not be represented on this panel as well. But I think I'm going to start with Lance Robinson and let him bring the TPWD approach. Now that we've heard how this all took place in Louisiana, we can kind of now get a feeling for where we are now in Texas with this.
Well, thank you and welcome this morning. Hopefully I can provide a little information for folks out here and kind of lay out for you kind of the process that we will be going through as Parks and Wildlife and the Oversight Agency for this upcoming program. As many of you may realize who have had dealings and workings with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and through our commission process, that process is a very public process. And as John mentioned earlier, involving local communities and things like that is going to be an important element that we take very seriously and we are planning on. The bill has been approved, signed by the governor. It does say that in the language of the bill that regulations need to be promulgated by the Parks and Wildlife Commission by August the 31st, 2020. That's in the bill. So we have already begun actively working on developing kind of a straw man or a framework of how some of this might look like. We hope to be going out to the public here later this summer to try to get some input on the development of this as we move forward. But I'll tell you right now, one of the things, and we've heard it from a couple of the speakers already this morning, and our staff have been working very hard now for, when it looked like this bill was certainly making some progress, we certainly started working and pulling together a team of our staff to explore what it might look like here in Texas. And our first effort is really not to reinvent the wheel. We reached out to every state, every coastal state in the United States and the maritime provinces of Canada who had a shellfish aquaculture program on their books. So we reached out to those state agencies, the goal being to find out how their programs were structured, how they operated, talk with the people that had been doing this in some cases for many, many years to find out what worked, what didn't, so that hopefully we could learn from things that they had done and maybe not make similar mistakes. And we've learned a lot from that effort. And so we've got the benefit of hearing from other states and other industries along the coast and along the United States. And that certainly has come in and will start helping frame what we might look like here in Texas. The other issue that you've also heard is the siting. And siting is going to be a critical element here. And when you take a gander over the bay and you look out over that expanse of water, it looks like it's a pretty wide open piece of real estate. But as you start drilling down and looking at all of the various user groups of that resource, it suddenly becomes a very crowded body of water. So we have, one of our teams have been working tirelessly for a number of months now, really putting together what we would call more of a marine spatial planning tool, or an exercise where we have gone out, tried to identify all of the potential competing uses and users of every bay system along the Texas coast where oysters might be cultivated. And some of the things that we've looked at, over 24 different competing interests right now. The idea being is you put these layers together into a GIS tool. At the very end of the day, you look at it and these donut holes will start popping up. That might be an area you might want to look at for targeting oyster mariculture or aquaculture. Some of the elements that we've looked at, just to give you kind of a flavor of that, oil and gas pipelines and the easements. Texas is a busy petroleum state. You look across many of our bay systems and it's a mosaic of pipelines under the water, and so you can't really impede that activity. So we've had to kind of exclude pipelines and easement areas. We looked at other sensitive habitat, seagrasses, existing oyster beds, places like that to try to identify where they are. We look at, just to kind of give you kind of the flavor of the things that we are having to deal with, in some base systems, we have a very, very active, and certainly here in Corpus is no different, but we have a very active recreational boating community. Galveston Bay, for example, is a very, very large recreational sailing fleet. And so as you look at where these boats operate, you probably don't want to put a lot of oyster aquaculture infrastructure in the area where these sailboats are going to be operating on, pretty regularly. So all of those elements have gone into that exercise. And we're not going to stand here and say that these are all that may provide some competing uses. And so the idea is as we go back out and start reaching out to the public, to the interested groups, of the oyster industry, existing industry, and other users of the resource, that we share that information with them and benefit from their knowledge of local base systems to maybe fine-tune and finesse those siting elements there. The other aspect of it, just to kind of give you the process within the Parks and Wildlife Commission, as I said, it's a very public process. I kind of laid out, we will be going out for public scoping to try to get feedback from the public and industry about what the program might look like. That information will then be used to kind of fine-tune a proposal that would be taken to the Parks and Wildlife Commission, presented to them at one of their meetings, probably early next January or so. The idea of presenting a proposal that would then be kind of go into that whole regulatory process where there would be a series of public hearings, regulatory hearings along the coast, again, to get public input on the proposals that would be before the commission. And then finally, at their next meeting, they would take final action on adopting those regulations. The public can also provide input, pro, con, to that particular proposed action. Once the commission adopts that, then it would be published in the Texas Register and become a new regulation, new laws after that publication period. So we're on a very fast track. It's a very aggressive timeline to try to get all of this stuff put together and all the elements put together so that those rules can be on the books by August the 31st of 2020. And then at that point in time, the process of permitting, and there's a variety of, you see a couple of other agencies up here, but here in Texas, we have at least 5 other state agencies that would have their fingers in some manner in oyster aquaculture and mariculture operations. We have certainly the Corps of Engineers, our federal partner, Fish and other federal agencies may have comments that come into play, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Fisheries, U.S. Coast Guard, you heard mentioned, they certainly will play a role here in the permitting process. So there's a lot of that will be going on. We'll certainly be meeting with all of these agencies to try to help kind of frame everything up and get the ground work laid out so that once the rules are in place, we can then start moving forward with getting permits issued and gear in the water. So with that, I'll stop and turn it over to Robin for the next speaker.
So for the next speaker, we're going to turn to Kirk Wiles now. As Chris was describing his situation, he may not have to deal with time and temperature matrix as the state of Texas does and here in the Gulf Coast region. And Kirk works really closely with FDA and helping guide the state on how our oysters have to be harvested so that they're safe for public consumption. With that, Kirk.
Thank you, Robin. I don't think I have much new to tell anybody here, but those people who are in the oyster business know what we do, and we have a long history of working with the oyster business. So as more people become oyster harvesters through aquaculture, they'll get to learn more about what the Department of State Health Services does. In the Department of State Health Services, you'll be involved with us in 2 primary ways. One way is that we classify all the shellfish waters of the state as to their suitability for harvest. Secondly, we regulate the processing, transportation, and shipping of oysters in commercial channels. One of our primary jobs that we do is to open and close shellfish bays For obvious reasons, not all waters of the state of Texas are suitable for the harvest of raw oysters and that are eaten raw and basically alive. So we classify our shellfish waters based upon the requirements that are very stringent in the National Shellfish Sanitation Program. And to make sure that we and Massachusetts and Louisiana all do it right, we have the Food and Drug Administration looking over our shoulder all the time and evaluating our program and auditing our program to make sure that we're following all the necessary requirements. In Texas, we have waters classified in several ways. They can either be approved for harvest, conditionally approved for harvest, or restricted. The approved areas in Texas stay open most of the time. Those are areas that have very stable bacteriological quality and are not subject to bacterial degradation based upon rainfall or river stage events. However, even our approved areas occasionally are closed when we have extreme rain events, hurricanes, and red tides. And those are all things that we monitor at the Department of State Health Services to be able to protect those approved areas. The second type of area that we have are conditionally approved areas. And those areas are subject to bacteriological degradation in short term. So we have a number of areas around the state where water quality is variable. In order to allow harvest from those areas, we've developed a very dynamic system of opening and closing those areas based on rainfall events and river stage. And it's not unusual for us to open or close 50 or 60 times a year. Those oyster harvesters currently in the business that may be in the room know that we open and close bays all the time, and it allows harvest from areas with variable water quality, which are also the areas that oysters grow the best in, as opposed to the approved waters where there is very little effect from runoff. So we spend a lot of our time and effort classifying shellfish growing areas around the state. On our website, we also have a list of all the maps, and I'm sure as you go down the road, you will want to look at whatever area you're interested in and look at our shellfish classification maps for those areas. The second thing that we do within the Department of State Health Service is we certify and license shippers of oysters. Oysters are a strange commodity in that you just can't pick them up and sell them to the restaurant. They have to go through a certified process and be tagged, and that tag follows the product all the way to the end consumer. And that's a very important portion of what we do. So as aquaculturists and harvesters, you will either need to become certified as a shell stock shipper or sell to a certified dealer in Texas in order to sell your shellfish. And those are the two options because, as Brad and the restaurant folks, people here will tell you that oysters have to come from an approved source. And an approved source has to be from a certified dealer with a tag. And that's another layer of integration that as aquaculturists, harvesters, that you'll need to look and consider whether you want to become a certified shell stock shipper or whether you want to sell to a certified dealer. But those are the only two options that are available to you in Texas or any other state. Finally, as Robin alluded to, we do have some challenges in public health in oysters in the Gulf of Mexico, and that's dealing with an organism called Vibrio vulnificus. In order to deal with Vibrio vulnificus, we implement some very stringent time to temperature requirements, and people who don't harvest, oyster harvesters that don't harvest in the summer aren't really aware of those for the most part, but we will be happy to work with folks to find ways to minimize the amount of regrowth of Vibrio organisms in Texas waters, especially during the time frame from May through October. in conclusion, I'd like to add that, we look forward to working with the aquaculture industry and hope to help the industry produce a product that is safe and wholesome. And we have a long history of working with harvesters, so we look forward to that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. The next speaker I'll turn to is from the General Land Office, Ms. Nunez, Amy. As indicated before in John's discussion about the bottom leasing and the purposes of that leasing, obviously our General Land Office is who is in charge of that, and so she'll fill us in on how she's going to touch the oyster mariculture program.
Thank you. Good morning. As Robin just said, we do play a role in the regulatory framework at the Land Office of this new industry. And so just real briefly, I kind of wanted to detail a little bit about how the Land Office fits into that framework. And of course, a lot is still to be sorted out over the next few months about how this is going to look. But basically, when we talk about state land and the management of state land, that's one of the primary tasks of the General Land Office. When we talk about it here on the coast, we're often talking about submerged state land or coastal public land, basically the bay bottom out to 10.3 miles in the Gulf. So structures or projects that are proposed on or above that bay bottom do require a lease or easement from the Land Office. So we're talking about everything from residential piers, commercial marinas, pipelines, even marsh restoration projects, reef creation projects, all those types of things require something from the Land Office. And that's through the Texas Natural Resources Code. That's what we're working under with that. So when we look at the new legislation, it does actually reference that and say that a lease or easement will be needed for these projects as they're developed. So basically over the next few months, as has been indicated, the Land Office is going to work very closely with parks in developing that regulatory framework. We want to make sure that it's thorough, but at the same time, it's streamlined and as efficient as possible. I already saw just some things that were just presented a few minutes ago in looking at Louisiana, where they had joint permit application forms, things like that we can incorporate to get all the information, not duplicate effort, make sure that we can make it as efficient as possible a permitting process, and still fulfill the obligations under the Natural Resources Code. So basically with that, that's pretty much all we have at this point. Look forward to working on it. I think the Land Office also manages a lot of grant programs and have worked with a lot of oyster projects and things like that. So it's something that we're looking forward to for the state of Texas, and we're happy to get going on the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. And yes, for those of you who are wanting to be in the oyster business, even we have to go through the permitting process to get our oyster restoration projects through and so forth. And so again, we also look forward to working with Amy to make sure that we create a process that is as streamlined as possible. With that, we're going to turn to our next panelist, Mr. Jones, who's with us from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And he's pinch hitting, but he is from the local office here. He's going to share with us how they interact with it, or will interact with this program.
Good morning. I was a last-minute fill-in. I am Bobby Jones with the Corpus Christi Regulatory Field Office. I don't know nothing really about oysters.
Fair enough.
So I talked with Lance yesterday on the phone, and he kind of gave me the rundown. What I guess the Corps' federal control and responsibility, I guess, would be with this, would be the actual regulatory authority trigger, which would be Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899 and Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. From reading through Nationwide Permit 48, which is for commercial shellfish aquaculture activities, it seems like again, I don't know really much about oysters other than they like to attach to hard substrates. So I imagine there will be some type of discharge of fill. So that's a federal trigger. My best advice would be is to, and again, I'm not the SME. The SMEs for the aquaculture program for the Core and Galveston district is actually Christy McMillan and Mark Garza in Galveston. Again, I didn't even know what a nationwide permit 48 really was until yesterday. So again, I wish I could help you out more than this. I think Lance said one of the big concerns was a timeline, right? So if you can submit us a complete pre-construction notification, and a pre-construction notification is laid out in general condition 32 of the nationwide permits, and again, I printed mine off and I brought them with me, and at the end of the section, they're in the Federal Register, but at the end of it has the general conditions. If you submit a complete PCN to us, it's our responsibility to get it back to you in 45 days with a written verification that your activity does indeed meet nationwide permit 48. And that's all dependent on a complete pre-construction notification. I think that's, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bobby, and I'll take on Brad's role here. All you really need to know about oysters is that Water Street Oyster Bar has them, and he'll sell you some. With that, we'll certainly be happy to take any questions now from the panel, and I'll try to make sure either multiple people can address it, or we try to direct it to the one who may be most apt to address it. Any questions out there?
Okay.
Shane?
Yeah, Robin, there's a lot of people interested in growing oysters, but I think there's also some here that are interested in the hatchery component of this. And I was wondering if anyone on the panel could comment to, if anyone on the, I don't think it's working. Could anyone on the panel comment to the regulatory environment around establishing an oyster hatchery in Texas? Not so much oyster farming, but the hatchery piece of that.
You want to take it? Yeah, I think Lance probably can take that one.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it here. Yeah, Shane, thank you for that question. Certainly that's an element that would be covered under the regulatory framework that the department will be developing to touch not only the hatchery operations, but even nursery grow out, upwellers, downweller type of operations. So from a hatchery standpoint, certainly one of the issues that we're going to be very sensitive to is biosecurity. We've done a number of genetics work with oysters, wild oysters here in Texas, and we know that there are two different distinct stocks of oysters in Texas. Transition zone is around Aransas Copano Bay, and our management strategy at this point is that we don't allow oysters from the northern strain to be placed, say, into Corpus Christi Bay and vice versa. And so certainly the genetics, that biosecurity element is to maintain, again, as Robin pointed out, our ultimate also goal is to protect natural resources. And so because there are genetic differences in those animals, we're going to try to maintain that in some level. And certainly that comes into play from a hatchery standpoint and where that seed oyster is ultimately placed out into the water. So we do see that as part of the framework we'll be working on and developing. And again, we'll have hopefully some of that information available to kind of look at and start fleshing out in our public meetings coming up here later this summer.
Okay, we're trying to get a mic around to anyone who may have a question, but if there are two mics on either side here. If you have a question, you can walk up to one of those as well. Question right here, and I want to go back to
Gentleman from Louisiana.
John Supan, yes, hi.
Beg your pardon?
John Supan, hello. Okay.
How reliable is it? I've done in agriculture all my life. I've had to feed or water, plant, everything. Now that water column's got feed supply. How many crop failures have you had, if any?
John, can you repeat his
Why
question?
do they grow? Why do some grow faster than others?
The question is, how many crop failures have you had, if any? Some years, well, I'll use the example of the farm I'm partnership with in Fort Morgan, Alabama. Our first couple of years, we had some issues with mortality, particularly on the rising water temperature in May during a freshet. Okay, that the jury is still out on what's the exact cause, but we lost up to 40% of our crop that year. We have not had that issue the last 2 years. But basically, the oysters are filter feeders, so they're filtering out the algae that's naturally occurring in water. So that's your feed. So green water is your friend, okay? And your challenge is, again, site selection. Where are you going to put it? If your water is clear all year long because it's high salinity, there's going to be less food, so you're going to be challenged by the growth at that location. Typically, good sites are somewhat near the mouth of a discharge of a river or a freshwater stream, where those areas typically have green water because of the algal bloom from the nutrients coming off from that watershed. Also, in those locations, you're challenged by shellfish sanitation issues because that discharge or that of the stream or body of water also comes with a lot of runoff from land. So I can't stress enough how important the Shellfish Sanitation Agency in these states are to meet with them in site selection. They have, how many samples do you have across the state? Do you sample monthly? 350 locations in coastal Texas that they sample monthly for bacteriological analysis. And while they're there on site, they also take salinity and temperature, okay? That is how many years? Decades. Decades. You can't find a better database right there for you to help with your site selection. You got temperature, you got salinity of every month of the year in locations all over the place, and plus you have the assistance of their analysis with FDA assistance as well to determine where's the best place to put this. Because you don't want to put it in an area where half the year you're closed to harvesting because bacteria levels are too high in the state required by law to close the area, okay? But you're also challenged that if you put it offshore enough to stay away from all that, that you might be in such open water that the gear you're selecting can't take the abuse from that long fetch and choppy conditions. So again, site selection is key. Don't look at your regulatory agencies as those who are trying to stop what you're doing. Use them as part of your team. We've operated at Navy Co. We've operated 8 years, and we're very, very successful. We're a very, very small farm. I call ourselves a for-profit research farm because we have a lot of graduate student research still going on there from Auburn and LSU. But how what? Oh, it's very small. We're at about 1.5 acres. I'm sure my colleagues in the next panel are going to say this, start small. You can dream big, but permit for an area that can support your effort. But start small. If you've never done this before, it can become overwhelming very, very quickly. And what I'm talking about overwhelming is not oyster growth, but fouling. If you get to a point where you can't handle your crop or maintain fouling control, and the most classic and the simplest and the cheapest way to do that is picking gear that allows you to air dry regularly, where the oysters and the culture bags come completely out of the water so you can air dry them to kill off those barnacles while they're still sandpaper to feel. If you don't do that, and because a barnacle will get up to about the size of your little fingernail, and all the air drying in the world ain't gonna kill it unless you kill the oysters too, okay? So the fouling can get out of hand real quickly if you don't pay attention to that. If you've got to pick up a pressure washer and clean that, you're gonna lose money. Labor is everything in this, and fouling control controls the labor. And the gear selection and the site selection help you control the fouling. So that's why you want to start out small. I wouldn't recommend anyone to start with one individual start more with 2 acres. You may want to do 100, okay? Start out with 2 acres for a year, and you will find out you'll be ready to expand or quit in a year, okay? With 1 or 2 acres, okay? You get a permit for 100, but don't start out with more than 2 if you're a single individual doing this. That's why the Grand Isle Port Commission, I advise them to set up their park for 2-acre parcels, because 2 acres, you can make a nice little chunk of change with 2 acres. It may or may not support you full time, but it'll be the best Christmas money you ever made in your life. Okay, So you could be a shrimper, you can be a crabber, you can be a restaurateur, you can be a hotel owner. But you can have this 2-acre crop that you and your family are managing on the side, and it doesn't take a lot of time. My partners and I get together once a week, all day Monday and half of Tuesday. The three of us come together, we work hard, we have a lot of fun doing it, we're very proud of our oysters, and that's and the rest of the week, we have one of our local partners there runs a restaurant nearby. About a quarter of our crop goes to his restaurant, and he's the one that's picking up the oysters, driving them 30 minutes on our little big ice chest in the back of the truck, taking them up to Bon Secours Fisheries, Chris Nelson, and he's our distributor because we don't want to be in the trucking business, you know? So we go through a certified dealer as required by law, and Chris, we deliver on moss-covered bags to him. He washes them, he takes all the time, temperature, things required by law, washes them, boxes them, they're in the cooler by law on time, and then he sells them as Navy Cove oysters to his customers. And then we also help promote our product, social media as well, because you're not selling oysters, you're selling a story. You're selling a brand. And that brand is a story you need to tell. And that's why Chuck and I got Eric Bradley involved, because Chuck and I are in our 60s. We don't do social media. I don't do Facebook or Twitter or anything like that. I just want to grow oysters. Eric Bradley was 35 years old, and we hired him to flip our cages once a week to air dry. And then he was selling so many of them to our restaurant, and he was very much, that my children's generation is very hip into social media. It seems like that's all they do. And he was into that and was wanting to promote our brand. So we made him a partner, and we turned over all marketing to him. And thanks to Beth Walton and Oyster South, you go to those meetings, and half the day they're talking about marketing and branding. And what we learned from that participation in Oyster South was you print up a one-page story. You have it laminated. It goes in every box of oysters that Chris Nelson sells for us. And then they can, at the restaurant, they can pin that up where the wait staff hangs out and read your story. So when they're out selling half shells in the restaurant, they can tell your story for you. That's what you learn by participating in organizations like that. Because I had no idea. I'm a good storyteller. I think you can tell. But there are a lot of things the point I'm trying to make is there's a huge amount of stuff that you can do to become successful. Okay, but you can become a failure very, very quickly. Okay.
Got another question over here?
Yes, actually, a question and a comment if there's time for that.
Sure.
The question for the panel is, realistically, if the regulations have to be adopted by August of next year, do you all project that Texas oyster farmers could be in the water by 2021? Because that we really need a growing season, and you need to be thinking about getting seed in the water probably in April or May or June of a year to get a production cycle in.
Yeah, it's really a question for Parks and Wildlife on that one.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Can you hear me? Is that Michael? Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably a realistic expectation to look at. I mean, certainly we expect the rules to be in place before then, but as you've heard, there's still some permitting with the other agencies, and I have meetings scheduled beginning next week with a number of these agencies, and the goal is to try to lay down that framework that ahead of time so that maybe we can streamline that process and maybe it could be faster. But yeah, I think that's kind of the framework we're looking at, to be able to get all of those permits in place and with the Corps and Coast Guard and all that stuff, so that hit the ground running.
Okay.
Well, and I think you're going to hear in a later panel about culture, and certainly the inshore seed facilities are an important part of that.
Yeah.
So my comment working in Alabama was we really struggled at first because of the regulatory environment. We had no regulators that were opposed to off-bottom farming. They wanted to help. But because of the sort of the spaghetti charts of where do you go, that we found that in Alabama we stalled because simply people weren't sure, regulators with good intentions weren't sure, should you check with them first or should you check with somebody else first? And so the governor brought together a panel, Shellfish Aquaculture Working Group, that had the regulators that would be involved in the process, put a couple industry members, put a Sea Grant person on that, and we sat down and we tried to streamline it. And we didn't get to one-stop shop, but we do have a checklist, so we took out that we streamlined it, and there's less uncertainty. We even, the state went so far as put up a website that has it. It's almost like if you do your taxes online, TurboTax, it tells you, step one, and you check off your boxes, and then it tells you what to do. And so I would encourage that if early on, if I could go back in Alabama and Mississippi, I would say I wish we had jumped on that streamlining earlier in the process. It helps those who want to get into it. If the process is clear, that helps. What we found was if it's not clear, a lot of people just get scared away from it because of the time and the money that it might take.
Good points, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead.
The main oyster that's harvested here in Texas is the eastern oyster. People will call, depending on where you catch it, we hear people talk about mud oysters and bay oysters. It's the same animal. It's the same species, just depending on where it grows.
Do they taste different?
As people have pointed out, certainly you can get different appellations depending on the water quality and the water that it's grown in. It can take on different flavors of its environment. And so certainly you can get some that taste a little differently.
I didn't know it. I've been around Rockport and Fulton all my life, the waterfront. Us and the Castor Lines. I can't compare them. Bay oysters, to me, and I've been there all my life. That's all we ever done at the waterfront. Nothing else. Bay, shrimp, anything you want to call it, we've done it. And we're pretty good at it. Castor Lines are too. Not too long ago, we were doing 700 bushels a night, 18-wheelers going out to New York, all over the United States. And to me, I don't think it's comparing oysters at all. I mean, you can eat them if you want to. That's up to you. But the people that know oysters, Fulton's a big time. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And certainly, I think it has been discussed here. This is a complementary industry to the current seafood industries we already have ongoing in the state, and certainly a lot of measures have been passed recently through the legislature that help give Parks and Wildlife the ability, and we think we're on the road to recovery of some of our natural oyster beds as well. So we're certainly working towards that also. I think we had one more question over here. I'm sorry.
Okay, I have two questions. So it's about seed. So the thing is that I've been researching oysters, but I've been also oyster farming in Florida, doing aquaculture for about 5 years. And I've gotten seed from Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida. So, but I heard that Texas, you want to keep those separate strains separated. So, but does that include triploid oysters?
Lance, you want to handle that one?
Yeah, no, I think the idea right now, and that's something we're certainly looking into, some of the issues related to ploidy is that it's not 100% in all cases, and it's not always permanent. And so we have to factor that in if you're going to start bringing in oysters that are of a genetic difference based on the locals that we have. And we've worked with, we haven't had a lot of, we've had some folks who have tried oyster aquaculture in more land-based, landlocked operations, and they've had to rely on getting seed from outside of the state of Texas because there is no hatchery at this point here. And we've worked with those producers, Auburn University, they got some oysters from there, from Virginia as well, from the VIMS lab there, we've gotten oysters. So I think it's something we'll be looking at and exploring, but certainly that genetics element is something that we're going to have to look at very closely.
Okay. Sorry, my second question is there any regulations set up to maybe, I'm not going to say force farmers, but encourage farmers to in the Gulf oysters, there's a preference for triplet oysters because they look better, they feel better. Is there any regulation that might be set up to force farmers to maybe do like an 80-20 so that they are putting diploid oysters in there to reseed and restore the natural reefs out in the system?
Not at this point. I think certainly the use of triploids or tetraploid oysters in this industry is kind of the norm nowadays. I mean, that seems the way that things are going, and I don't see that any different here in Texas once the hatcheries are in place and capable of producing that product. It's not something that we've discussed right now, but again, like I said, this is really early to developing that scoping document that we'll be getting input from the public on. So, but thank you for that. That's a good point. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. I just want to circle back to Dr. Supan's comment about site selection. I'm Jenny Pollack. I'm a chair of Coastal Conservation and Restoration at the Hart Research Institute here at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And we've been working with CCA over the past few years. They've had some real vision and leadership in this to develop maps that go from the Louisiana border to the Mexican border to identify locations and bays that are ideal for our purposes for oyster reef restoration. But we've been working with Parks and Wildlife and sharing what we've developed and working with Dr. Fox's group. And this provides a real framework for moving forward and identifying sites that will be suitable for siting oyster farms and also for long-term growth and development of the industry. And so if you're thinking about getting into oyster farming, I can tell you that the site selection part is well developed at this point. You will not be alone, and we really want to support the industry moving forward, being successful in making that kind of really critical first decision.
Thank you for that comment, certainly.
Where do you get this site selection? Can we look that up somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going to be talking in one of the panels this afternoon, and I'll show some of the maps that we've developed already, and I'm happy to discuss it with you further. We're sort of refining the final set of this because we want to be able to put all the details in there for people to, when they're looking at the map, so that they can have the information that was put in there to build the map, so you know what you're looking at as well. But yes, the idea is to get it out, to push it out so that the people who want to use it have it at their fingertips and can really, have good value in their investments.
And I just might add to that, the other side to that is that layering effect that Lance talked to of the other users as well. And so when we reach points of having discussions with the commission moving forward, we'll be sharing that in scoping meetings and down at the local level as well. We have time for one more question.
Okay.
One more? Turn it on. If not, we'll turn it back
On
over.
right now? Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trying to figure out how to
Getting
turn
the
this
mic
doggone thing on.
Help him, or if you'll speak as loud as you can.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
What I want to find out is why is, besides the Union Carbide plant that we have here in Corpus Christi, or should I say between Aransas Pass and Rockport, the Union Carbide plant out there contaminated the whole doggone system out there. Copano Bay is totally polluted, same as the Corpus Christi Bay is. I am not for sure about the one down by Baffin Bay. I'm not sure if it's polluted. But even here in Corpus Christi Bay, you couldn't do nothing in there anyway because there's too much fecal content in there, and that's bad. Same thing over there at the Copano Bay, it's the same way. So how would we be able to get something going? We could not get in the Intercoastal Canal whatsoever. But where could we ever do it around out here? Because we need to get something going if we want to get it started.
I think that'll go back to those siting characteristics that we talked about and a couple different people have mentioned, and where can we find the appropriate places to start?
And also too, between here, on Padre Island, from right there to 5 miles out, that's a dead zone. Completely dead. I've been talking to some people about that already. That's it.
Appreciate that comment. We'll certainly look into that as well. With that, Representative Hunter, turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, panel. And some of the questions will probably be more directed to some of the other panels, so if we don't get some of them, we have different groups throughout the day. So at this time, we're going to go into our next panel, which Dr. Fox, if you and your panel will start making their way up here, and this is going to be on oyster culture perspectives. And I will let you, Dr. Fox, introduce your panel. And then everybody, when this panel is over, we're going to open up for lunch, and then we will start with the Speaker of the House, who is coming here at 12:15.
All right, we're going to try to get go ahead and load the slides, if you will. If you notice, nobody wants to sit down here near me. So anyhow, we'll go ahead and get started. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give a brief introduction on oyster aquaculture, and what this particular session is about is really the farming of the oysters. And we're going to take you from the, so to speak, cradle to the plate and try to show you how this is done. But at the same time, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how the industry has developed in other areas of the United States, and particularly in the Gulf of Mexico. And as Chris mentioned earlier, he gave you a pretty good thumbnail sketch of how their company started up in Massachusetts. And just to give you a little preface to things, for the Gulf of Mexico, the farming there has been going for only, what do you say, Bill and Beth, about 8 years or so, something in that neighborhood. Whereas in other areas of the United States, the East Coast and the West Coast, it's been pretty routine and pretty well accepted for decades upon decades. So oyster aquaculture is not a new technology, but it is new for Texas. And so we'll go ahead and move into this. Where are the controls for this?
I think it is your black box.
This? Yes. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Let me see if that reaches. No?
The big button.
Big button? Oh, I got it. There we go. So oyster aquaculture in Texas, I'll just leave. So I'm going to give an introduction here, but if any of y'all have ever been in the hospital, you've seen these little sort of symbols here in terms of the state of pain, so to speak. And it's been mentioned already that we have ups and downs in terms of oyster fishery for this particular state. One of the problems that we're facing, and certainly this will be pointed out in the session after lunch, is that the situation with the natural reefs for the state of Texas is not looking very good. But Texas can't be singled out as the only state in which there are problems with oyster reefs. So Texas, we've probably had somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 85% of oyster reefs over the years. And it's due to a lot of different factors, including issues such as freshwater inflow, what we call freshwater intrusions. In 2015, 2016, we had severe amount of water coming into Galveston Bay and pouring into particularly Matagorda Bay also, which basically eliminated a lot of the oysters in those bays. We also have commercial fishing issues, which Parks and Wildlife is addressing. So sometimes bays can be overfished and fished out, and reefs can be fished down to the ground in certain cases. And then we've had issues such as storms, such as Hurricane Harvey, taking out some of the infrastructure that's associated with fishing. So on the supply side and for the retail sector, this is very important to note that you do have ups and downs. One of the roles of oyster aquaculture is to try to supplement that and put everything sort of on a dependable basis for those particular industries that benefit from it. So supplies of Texas oysters are sort of on a general downward trend and sometimes not even available. There was a recent oil spill or not oil spill, but toxic spill in Galveston Bay that shut down all of Galveston Bay, and it was outside the public grounds fishing season. All of our our lease type fishing in Texas is done in Galveston Bay. So when you have Galveston Bay shut down, as well as the public fishing season over with, you don't have any oysters for the state of Texas, any Texas-sourced oysters out there. So that's an issue. On the good side of things, we have about 1.5 million acres of bay water in the state of Texas. That doesn't mean you get to use all of it as regulatory session as clearly pointed out to you. And there are issues in bays such as too much fluctuation in salinity. If you look at anywhere in the Laguna Madre, particularly, you have too high salinity in many cases. We have about 370 linear miles of coastline, but that equates to about 3,000 total acres of coastline if you take in all the twists and turns in it. So we certainly have enough coastline to support this particular industry. Warmer waters of Texas equate to faster growth of oysters, so our grow out period here in the state of Texas could be 1.5 times, possibly faster than that in other northern areas of the United States. So what is oyster aquaculture? If we look at the legislation, the definition of oyster aquaculture was the process of growing cultivated oysters from the time of spawning until harvest within or on a structure established or maintained for that particular purpose. Okay, so many of y'all sitting out there don't have any idea of what oyster aquaculture is. So in terms of the legislation, this is how it's defined. It's practiced in all coastal states, not in Texas. We just had this legislation passed, and I know that Georgia just had its legislation passed. So all the coastal states are at some point in time in the future going to be producing oysters. It's more than a $200 million industry in other areas of the U.S. About 30 million pounds of meat, oyster meat, are produced per year by oyster aquaculture. So it provides a lot to the plates and tables of restaurants. Employs approximately 8,000 people across the United States right now. That's just the aquaculture industry, and that also includes hatcheries. There's a ton of different strategies and methods by which you can produce oysters by oyster aquaculture. Our panel is going to get into that later. So Texas producers have to determine what works for the state of Texas, given that a lot of the bays, unlike the bays that you have up in the Northeast and other parts of the United States, are very shallow, wind-driven bays with variable substrates in them. So what I'm getting at here is that you're going to have to think about what type of cage you're going to put out there if you're going to engage in oyster aquaculture. And certainly, as Jenny pointed out and the regulatory session pointed out, site selection is going to be of paramount importance. Where you're going to be able to do this is going to be clearly very important for the development of the industry here. The additional benefits, which will largely be focused upon in the next session after lunch, are things like the ecosystem services that oysters provide. Oyster reefs provide a ton of ecosystem services, things such as nitrogen cycling, basically cleaning up the water, providing substrate and habitat for growth of many different types of organisms. A lot of the sport fishing industry is supported by reefs. But the question now is whether the oyster cages themselves can do this. And there's good evidence that they provided a lot of ecosystem services also, as I mentioned here. One of the most important things to note about oyster aquaculture, in the fact that it can support the supply of oysters for the state of Texas, is that you have oysters stocked in cages in oyster aquaculture about 10 times the density that you have on reefs. So every acre of oyster aquaculture is basically capable of sparing a very large amount of reef that's being used for fishing. So if you want to give the reefs a chance to return to some kind of status, oyster aquaculture is a very good way of causing that to happen. There are other aspects of oyster aquaculture that are very important too, such as coastal resilience or economic resilience for the state. What we're basically looking for in aquaculture is try to return the coast of Texas to some kind of working waterfront status that we had many, many years ago. People, realize here in the state of Texas that these small coastal communities that have been devastated by hurricanes such as Harvey, Ike, etc., those communities are very important economic drivers for the state. Those communities, everywhere from here in Corpus Christi north to Sabine Pass, those little communities were built a lot on oyster fishing and the supply of oysters to the middlemen and the retail sector. And the other thing to point out about what we have going on now in this in the oyster aquaculture industry is that we're doing a lot of research and we're trying to develop the coast for aquaculture. Here are some of the things that have happened in recent history and things that are planned for the future. Of course, we have the House and Senate bills that have passed, which are a major hurdle that we've overcome. The next is that we have received approval for a very large set of funding for Matagorda County for Palacios area, Restore Act funding in the neighborhood of $6.6 million to develop a hatchery there, a demonstration sort of facility for outreach and education, and to produce oyster products, say spat on shell or oyster larvae, for the restoration side of things. We will also be doing training there for oyster farming. We have a fisheries disaster relief set of funding that's coming in where we will be working with Texas Parks and Wildlife and NOAA to develop a farm in the Palacios area to evaluate cage aquaculture. And it won't be a small operation either. It'll be about 180 cages out there. So that will be getting going sometime in the near future. We have actually put cages out in Copano Bay where we did a project there to evaluate cage type and how those cages work in that particular bay. And it has been a very eye-opening experience. That was funded by the Rishal Foundation. And what we've determined is in a shallow wind-driven bay where you have 30, 35-mile-an-hour winds, you may not want to go with floating cages. About 2 months into that operation, we went out there and half of our cages were gone. And we found them about 4 miles away in Copano Bay. So we had to bring them back and get things going again. We also have a small research hatchery out here, which I mentioned earlier at the very beginning, where we are developing a research hatchery out at Flower Bluff. That's with Texas A&M AgriLife Research. And we have recently had our first spawning event take place out there. And I'd like Hugo Magana to stand up here. Hugo's entirely responsible for that. He went and trained at Horn Point Lab, came back and said, I want to spawn some oysters. And so we got some of the oysters out of our cages in Copano Bay, brought them over there. Hugo went to work, and we've got somewhere, about 120 million oyster larvae right now. So that's the first time in 27 years. What's on the horizons? Obviously, rules and regulations for the industry. We have hurdles to overcome, like have been mentioned before in terms of seed oyster production, site selection. Developing a workforce for this industry is going to be a very big requirement for us, and training for farms. People have not ever done this before, so we have to bring in the expertise to help us do it. What is needed for the state, in my opinion, and this will be pointed out, is seed production. We need seed oysters. Those are the small oysters that go in the cages for farming. That's a big bottleneck throughout the Gulf and up the East Coast. Everybody is in need of seed oysters. Workforce development, genetic breeding programs for advanced traits. Have to be carefully done, but development of maybe strains of oysters that are salinity tolerant, that allow us to develop oyster aquaculture in bays and estuaries where the salinity fluctuates quite a bit. Certification, what is going to be required of you in order to do this? Certification is a contentious issue. In other forms of aquaculture, in the state of Texas, you don't really have to have certification. You don't have to prove that you're able to do this. This is a question that's going to come up. And finally, marketing and branding. And that was brought out by Chris earlier, the need for branding. Finally, what does this state really need, and what it's going to need to develop is, if we follow the model of other states, we're going to need a state hatchery. Something is going to have to provide the seed oysters for development of the industry, because it's something that a typical smallholder with 2 to 3 acres will not be able to take on themselves. And so with that, what I want to do is move into our speakers for the session. And today we have John Scarpa, who's with Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. John and I did a lot of the legwork in getting this Restore Act funding starting 4 years ago, about 10,000 miles of roadway. We have Leslie Sterner at the University of Florida, who's very instrumental in developing not only the clam culture, but in development of the oyster aquaculture for the state of Florida. That's a very good model to follow. Then we have Bill Walton and Beth Walton from Alabama, and they have been instrumental in starting the oyster aquaculture industry for Alabama, Mississippi area. And Beth is the executive director of Oyster South, and she was mentioned earlier in one of the presentations here, and she has actually put together and organized a group of oyster farmers for the Gulf of Mexico. And it's a big growing thing here, and it's important that you have growers groups like that. So without any further ado, what I'll do is bring up John Scarpa, who's going to talk to us a little bit about the oysters from the egg to the plate, so to speak. So John, take it away.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody, for coming and sticking around. And as Joe said, I'm going to take you through a very simple production overview. We always talk about, and I am from New York, so you always talk about people in New York who don't know where your food comes from. And so this is kind of where it is. We're going to talk about that. And so first of all, as mentioned right, a hatchery. Hatcheries are controlled conditions. And if you want to think about something, you can think about like the chicken industry. Okay, where does your food come from? In that, you need a nursery. These are going to be our small animals. And in nurseries, they're usually land-based, a nice controlled area, so we know what's happening with them when we talk about disease, we talk about different areas, make those animals really healthy. And then there's a field-based nursery, because there comes a point that you can't feed your teenagers anymore. They just eat you out of house and home. And finally, grow out, natural conditions, so we have to deal with that. Every farmer, every agricultural farmer, aquaculture farmer deals with these areas. There it is. And as mentioned earlier, what do these animals eat? These animals eat microalgae or phytoplankton. We can grow that. And you see all these little carboids up there that you do for hatcheries and land-based nursery systems. You have to produce the food that they eat. So you're not just working on the oyster, you're also growing another crop for them. You don't find that in many industries. You don't find chicken farmers having to grow the corn to feed their chicken, right? You can find these feeds. Mother Nature supplies that once you get past that point where you can't supply it. And that's that whole idea of nurseries from land-based to field-based. So where do we start off this hatchery? We talk about genetic selection programs. You actually can mimic Mother Nature and its conditions to get those animals in the mood for love, right? Spring is that time. You keep hearing spring is the time that they naturally spawn. If we don't want to work around Mother Nature's schedule always, and we don't as farmers, we're going to want to plant at different times of the year, we have to be able to get these animals to spawn at different times. And it's fairly simple in a way. It's a temperature control, bringing it to those conditions that are spring-like, and feeding them lots of microalgae, warming up that water just enough so it mimics springtime to have them spawn. Now, in Mother Nature, that just happens. Male releases sperm out into the water, female releases eggs, and everything takes place from there. In the hatchery, and if we're doing genetics, we're going to separate that. So you see our male on the left with that little bit of milky water. The females, the eggs have already settled to the bottom. In Mother Nature, they'll stay up in the water column. We'll mix that sperm and egg, and to me, it's still amazing. I do that and watch it in less than 30 minutes. There's 2 cells, and then 4. And so I see life developing every time I do this. It's an incredible thing that Mother Nature has done this. Those eggs go into tanks, basic tanks. What size? How many eggs you have depends on how big it is. And now I have 100 million babies that I have to change diapers on every day. They produce little pellets. Okay. How do we do that? We change out the water. We actually sieve the babies off, we put them through a screen, hold the oysters there, and we let that water pass through. So it's fairly water intensive early on in the hatchery part. And we do this for a period. This is what those little babies look like at about 2 days old, little straight hinge. That brown dot in the middle is that microalgae we've been feeding them. Somewhere about 6 days old, they're starting to look a little bit more normal. This is a shell, it's transparent. And there's this animal here, and I'm going to point out a little part, that's the velum. Now, the earlier ones have this too. It's just that it took me a while to get a picture of that. That velum is what keeps them swimming, what they're able to bring in the food with. Okay, so it's their swimming apparatus and their food gatherer. And finally get to a point where they're getting large enough. That first picture is around 50 micrometers, about the thickness of your human hair. And that last part, they're going to be about 300 micrometers, about 6 times that. And it's at this point that Mother Nature says that the energy to spend swimming around isn't worth it. It's time to settle down. And there's actually a little eye. It may be hard to see here for you, but there's a little photoreceptor. It's a black dot there because oysters don't want to go to the light. They want to go down. They want to settle down on the surface. And so when we see this eye develop, we know it's time to put them into some system where they're now going to settle onto a substrate. Typically in Mother Nature, that substrate should be another oyster shell, although of late it might be a tire or a beer can. But it can be anything, seawalls, anything they can settle on. Well, we crush up oyster shell, and we'll put it into known as microculture. And we can separate those animals. Microculture is nothing but crushed oyster shell. If you're in the chicken industry, and this is the Delmarva part of me when I used to live in Delaware, Maryland, right? You get pullet. Pullet is oyster shell that's fed to chickens for their gizzard. We grind it up, and we place it into those tanks so those oyster larvae can settle upon it. And if you look up there on that little oyster, right, where normally it has an eye, there also is a foot develops. And that foot is tactile. It can tell if that surface is hard or soft. And it also is chemosensory. So it can tell if it's a sufficient area. There's certain chemical cues they're looking for. And this is when they literally will glue themselves to that particle. And that next shot there, you can see that that particle is only maybe, a couple of, is about a millimeter, right, 1,000 microns. Those animals each weigh 300. And so what you're going to see is now a single oyster develop. Right? In this industry that we're talking about for oyster mariculture, aquaculture, we're usually talking about singles, right, on the half shell. We're not talking about clusters that we typically all have. Now, eating a cluster of oysters is fun, but singles are much more better, right, for slurping down. And of course, from here now, we've been feeding them algae all this time. They're going to start growing, and then finally get up to a point that you say, okay, they're big enough that I can transfer them to another system. That system can look something like this, larval tanks. We can just give you an idea of hatchery sizes. They can come in any shape, form, size. People more or less do what they need to do. And this was a research hatchery in Florida that I was at where I used to work with Leslie on many things. As they get to a point that you want to start feeding them, you can actually get them, instead of having them sit on the bottom, you can actually suspend them in water somewhat. And this is a system, it's what's known as an upweller system. Water comes in from the bottom and actually will push those oysters and float them. And so instead of having a small layer of oysters on the bottom, you can actually have much more filling the whole water column. And they move. They're just sitting there tumbling very slowly. And while they're doing this, they're still feeding. You would think that being jostled they wouldn't, but they do. You'll hear sometimes these referred to as bottle upweller systems because you can take a 2-liter soda bottle and turn them upside down and do the same thing. So people know how to make things inexpensively. Land-based upweller systems, we start getting into size. They are benthic. You can't keep them floating anymore. And now you're at that point where you're using water from Mother Nature. You can't supply that algae that we're growing economically. Just earlier, as Supan said about using pressure washers is going to run out of business, eating you out of house and home. There comes a point you can't do it, so you use Mother Nature. And so we're looking to go from an animal that may be about 0.5 millimeter up to an animal that's somewhere about 2.5, about an inch inside your thumbnail as a seed oyster. And the seed oyster now is going to go out into some type of cage system. It's going to be protected. It's why we can get higher survival. This all work with, this is intertidal type of work where you can put it on bottom, but they're slightly off, being protected. We can go into systems that might be, instead of intertidal, subtidal. Yeah, Leslie's going reminiscing, right? She's
My dog on the
I
board.
know,
Sorry, Cook.
Hydro's up there. And Hydro shouldn't have been up there that day, believe me, but we won't. But those cages, if you're going to put out something like this, though, now you have to allow boats to be able to transfer over that water, right? So that, again, talking about user conflict, so it can't be something impeding traffic. The big change past decade or so has been the use of adjustable long line systems, as mentioned by John and others, this whole idea of fouling. These are rocks. Our animals are not high, impact animals like dolphins that people go, ooh, it's a rock, So things like to settle upon it, other, as mentioned, barnacles, seaweed. And keeping them clean is a big deal. Keeping the cage clean so water comes in and brings food is a big deal. And these type of systems allow those cages to come out of the water and dry. And as they go back in, that rocking helps keep their shape. And then, as mentioned, was floating cages, right, that can be used. And you could have all sorts of types here, but they're on surface. They're easy to tend to because of that. But as mentioned, weather can be an effort on this. Now, the top left one is a floating cage. The first one's the one up front is upside down. That would be for aerial drying. You'd have a cage in it. Typically, they are the other way where you see the floats. And so these are the three major methods you look at, but all of them are contained in some way. Now, during all this time, it's not as easy as, as people say, oh, I got once a week. You're going out. You still have to worry about what's going on. You have to see what's going on. And as these animals move through their system, they don't all grow at the same rate. They have to be changed in size, and they'll be run through tumblers or something to help size grade them as well as to help shape them, cut off those sharp edges and make them a deep cut. And what you hope for is finally an animal that we serve by your favorite three. I know they're looking at this going, when did you ever take this picture? Favorite three people up here. But you're looking for an animal. Now, this period of time can be as short as 7 to 8 months and can be as long as 16 to 18 months from the time the seed oyster goes out. Getting that seed oyster is anywhere from 3 to 6 months. So there's a time period here before it takes on, and it is Mother Nature. You still have to deal with what Mother Nature throws at you. Now, what was mentioned, big thing, courtesy of Leslie from a long time ago here, was you have to know where to put these animals, understand the biology. It's known out there. You can find it online. What are those physical characteristics, site characteristics that are needed by these animals? Finally, what's those regulatory permits areas that we need? And then typical operational things. How do I get my boat in the water? Where am I going to put my animals when I want to sell them? And it's all these factors and sub-factors finally choose the site, right? And along with this lease permitting, of course, for those health regulations, there's a lot that goes into choosing a site. And with that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. A quick round of what it does, the lifetime of an oyster, right, of what really happens. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And so what we'll do is we'll move on to our next speaker, who is Bill Walton. And he's going to talk to us about the development of the oyster aquaculture industry in the Gulf of Mexico, particularly Mississippi and Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for having me. I love oyster aquaculture and the opportunity that it has presented in coastal communities, and so I'm really excited about what it has done in the Gulf of Mexico, and very excited that Texas is coming on board with it. I'm going to mention Mississippi, Alabama. I'll mention Louisiana as well. Worked with my colleague John Supan on that. Is it the big button?
Yes, yeah. Big green one.
All right. So just to be clear about this, because I found sometimes there is confusion about this, traditional Gulf oyster production is this idea of going for putting shell on the bottom, whether that's a public reef or a private lease. And what we primarily do to improve that is we put shell on the bottom and we hope we catch a set. That has been, obviously, we are the breadbasket of oysters in the United States of America. We produce a lot of oysters, or at least we can, but we tend to be focused on a commodity product that is really for the shucked product. Of course, we do harvest for the half shell, but when we were talking earlier about those big oysters versus these petite farm-raised oysters, the Gulf is known for producing lots of big oysters that usually are at a lower price point. I don't want to make this, I don't want to give up on this. I think oyster aquaculture actually provides some techniques to improve on-bottom aquaculture. I don't think oyster dredging is that destructive to habitat. So I don't want to write this off, and I don't want to suggest that on-bottom aquaculture can ever replace this. So if you have, I think those interests can coexist in the Gulf, and I believe that they are actually, all we're doing with off-bottom oyster farming is adding an additional product to what we produce in the Gulf of Mexico. It is not meant to replace on-bottom culture, and frankly, I don't think it can. I don't think we can ever produce the quantity of oysters at the price that you need for shucking houses. You'd have to convince me otherwise. Oh, how do I go back?
Good question.
Can you go back a slide for me? So when I got here in 2009, we had to ask this question: why weren't we doing? Can I go back? Oh, sorry, this is good. So the prior work in Alabama and Florida, and Leslie was involved with this, did look at off-bottom culture. This has been looked at before in the Gulf, and essentially the industry members, Chris Nelson at Bon Secours Fisheries told me, Bill, it was a biological success but an economic failure. Like, we could grow oysters, but we couldn't make any money at it. And so the difference here is why? Because you have to rely on hatchery-reared seed. You're not relying on natural set. You have to use gear that's going to protect your oysters from the predators and getting buried, right? But nobody sells that gear for just a little bit of money. That gear costs money, and then it requires labor. There is no way around doing off-bottom culture that doesn't require labor. Like, everybody wants to automate it. I think that's great, but I think anybody that's in the business, you are putting your hands on that gear a lot. There is a lot of people power involved with it. The good news is you can establish this in areas where oysters don't survive on the bottom. So if you're looking at oyster aquaculture in Texas, and you're thinking of bays that don't necessarily have a lot of oysters on the bottom, that doesn't mean that off-bottom won't work there. There's a variety of reasons that they might not survive on the bottom, but they'll do perfectly fine up in the water. And we found that in Alabama and Mississippi. So we were really challenged with this question of, okay, so they do this on the West Coast, they do this on the East Coast, why aren't we doing it in the Gulf of Mexico? And these are some of the questions that we figured that we had to answer. First, why would you farm something that, like, why would you spend all the money and time to produce oysters in these baskets if next year we might have the biggest harvest out of Louisiana's on-bottom leases that we've ever had? You have to answer that question, because I hope that we do have fantastic harvests off of the bottom. So does this make sense to do if we have a productive wild fishery? We had to look at the problems of fouling and overset, because we have our oysters grow incredibly fast in the Gulf of Mexico. That is fantastic. Everything else in the Gulf of Mexico wants to grow on your baskets too. And if they cover up those baskets, your oysters are not going to grow. We had concerns about price and marketing. And of course, Chris Sherman mentioned ice. We don't have ice, but we get tropical cyclones. We do get hurricanes. And so if you're going to make this investment, you need to think about how you're going to protect yourself. And then wherever I've done oyster farming, everybody always tells me, well, that might work wherever else you talked about, but it won't work here because people will rob you blind out here. I don't know what we think about our neighbors, but everybody is sure that where we live, that people will rob you. So there is this question of theft and vandalism, and we have some experience now in the other Gulf states with whether this will be an issue, and I'll address that. So in Alabama, the first thing that I would say is that the reason you would farm oysters off-bottom, even if there's a good productive on-bottom fishery, is because you are trying to produce a consistent, high-quality product that is going to the half-shell market. That is what you are targeting. You are not targeting a shucked product. You are not targeting a giant oyster. You're not targeting low price. You are going with a branded product, all right? To control the overset and the fouling, you can use power washers, but that was Chris Nelson's lesson, was that if you're power washing everything all the time, then you're spending too much money on that oyster and nobody can afford it. So what we do is we essentially work with Mother Nature to impose a low tide. And so we do that with these different types of gear that expose the oysters and the gear. That's important. The oysters and the gear get exposed to the air, and as John Supan mentioned before, that kills off the barnacles and the seaweed in a cost-effective way. It's still a lot of work, but it is, at least you're not power washing every oyster. Our goal was to produce oysters that at most needed a rinse. And so in this slide, you can see in the bottom half, those sets of oysters were grown about 2 feet from each other. The ones on the right came out of the water every week and got a good low tide for a day. The ones on the left stayed underwater all the time. I know you don't eat the shell, but those are mud blisters that deteriorate the shell and they can make the meat muddy, and we just saw differences in the overall in the product. So with John Supan, so John and I were lucky enough back in, I guess, early on, we got some grant funding to establish oyster farming business parks, which Dr. Supan talked about in Louisiana. Those were pre-permitted plots that avoided the really high early costs for somebody to go get a farm by themselves. We expanded that to Mississippi in 2018 with some restore funding. And in addition to that, and I think John mentioned that the need, or I think John Scarpa mentioned that, the need for training that goes with that. So we offered a program where we tell individuals, here are some of the basics. There's no way in 8 minutes we could cover all those. And so, for example, we do a 15-hour course with lots of hands-on training. We're working on knots. We're working on how you make the bags and how much you stock into a bag. And all I will tell you is that at a university level, we try to give people enough knowledge that they will have a chance to succeed. We now have people who went through the training program showing us better ways to grow oysters, and we're incorporating that into the training. So I'd say that at Auburn, we just showed you enough to make it work, and then all the growers have shown us how to improve it. We've trained over 95 individuals. We've had some U.S. military veterans and some high school students go through that, and it really is this hands-on training. The keystone of that is that the farmers get 10,000 oyster seed, which is nothing in terms of having a commercial farm. But 10,000 oyster seed will teach you pretty quickly if you want to do this, because that is enough work that you are going to have to seriously consider whether you want to expand that by a factor of 10 or 20. So I'll just wrap up quickly. Again, we are focused on the half-shell market, so it's the high-end market. This means that you're going to restaurants that have chefs that have Instagram accounts and they want to put up pretty pictures of oysters. And look at that menu. That is a new restaurant in Atlanta. And so those are some of the Gulf oysters that are being farm raised. These are all off bottom, and that is a price per oyster. And you can see that they're being described as corn pudding and sandalwood, cream of mushroom. And you know, we can all laugh at that, and maybe I wouldn't pay $3 for an oyster, but there are people who will, and God bless them. All right? If people want to pay these prices or are willing to pay these prices, send these oysters to those cities. And that is places like Houston, Birmingham, Atlanta. I don't know where people get the money for this, but they keep buying these oysters. All right? Regionally, we have at least 6 farms in Louisiana. Mississippi, we have at least 4 commercial farms in the water. In Alabama, and I'll let Leslie talk about Florida. In Alabama, we've got 22 oyster farms now, but that is also now, I'm glad to say that Auburn started as a seed supplier, as a university. The industry has grown enough, we now have a private hatchery operating in the state, and Auburn has stepped out of the seed production and allowed the commercial sector to take that over. We have a handful of large farms and lots of smaller farms. So I mentioned the streamlining, the permitting, importance of quality and branding. Storms will happen, so you do need a plan for that. The gear that you adopt must be ready for a storm, or at least have a way that you can get it ready for a storm. Water quality and quantity are critical to your success. Just as a point of, I found that once we started putting oysters in the water, we got increased attention by regulators. Public health had regulated bays and classified bays, and then when somebody put an oyster farm in it, suddenly it got a lot more testing done. And I understand why a regulator does that. They're worried about health, but you need to think about that as you go forward. Seed supply can be complicated and problematic, and obviously with restrictions on seed flow, that's true. And then finally, lack of ready capital does tend to hinder industry growth, and so a low-interest loan program like they've adopted in Maryland is something that I would recommend for the state of Texas. If I could go back and do that, I think that would have helped Alabama and Mississippi a lot in the early stages.
Great. Thank you, Bill. And I'd like to bring up Leslie Sturmer now from Florida, who at one point in time actually lived here in Corpus Christi. So we'll let Leslie tell you about Florida.
No, I didn't live here. I worked here. Actually, this was my first aquaculture jobs in my career. I was here maybe over 30 plus years ago now. So thank you for bringing me back, and I'm here to tell you the Florida story. if I can project.
The green one.
I am.
Big button.
Oh.
It almost
this-
doesn't look like a button.
Oh,
It's
okay.
so big.
It doesn't look like. So actually, shellfish aquaculture began in Florida 25 years ago through federally funded job retraining programs for fishermen being increasingly put out of work through regulations. Over 400 folks were introduced to clam culture in 6 coastal counties, and these programs were very comprehensive in scope. They got seed, gear, hands-on training. They grew out crops, a classroom curriculum. Graduates were able to receive a 2-acre shellfish aquaculture lease and the know-how to put them into production. These federal funds were also used to identify, survey, permit, and mark over 1,000 acres of submerged lands for leases for placement of program graduates. It also provided the infrastructure to establish the process of obtaining leases through a myriad of federal and state agencies at that time. Might mention, and I think actually John did, that we also introduced on-bottom oyster aquaculture, and it just did not go over at that time. So today, the hard clam aquaculture industry is providing economic revitalization to fishery-dependent rural communities. We have over 300 growers supporting over 500 jobs. We have private sector seed producers, hatcheries, nurseries, certified shellfish wholesalers, equipment suppliers, boat builders. The last USDA aquaculture census reports about $20 million value of sales for Florida clams, but the economic impact is double that, estimated at $39 million. In part because of the success of these job retraining programs, we saw monumental legislation passed in the later part of the 1990s supporting a very favorable regulatory framework. The Florida Aquaculture Policy Act declared that aquaculture is agriculture and that shellfish aquaculture is in the public interest. A certificate of registration was established which identifies the farmer, the farms, and the farm product, thus exempting cultured species from resource management rules. Along with that, we have BMP's best management practices, which provide general instructions on how to construct, operate, and maintain your aquatic farms, thus exempting, or rather replacing duplicative permitting requirements. All aquaculture regulations were then moved into a newly created division of aquaculture in our state agricultural agency as well, and a proactive leasing program, over 2,500 acres of submerged lands now dedicated to leases. And I might mention that all of the regulatory framework for the leasing is handled through that division of aquaculture, including a programmatic general permit for the Army Corps as opposed to individual permits. So in 2012, oyster landings plummeted in Apalachicola Bay, where over 90% of the state's oyster fishery has historically been located. That was due in part to extreme drought and record low river flows. Recruitment failure was then followed by a declaration by U.S. Department of Commerce the following year as a fishery failure. And that bay has not come back yet 6 years later. So we had some clam growers up in that same county that decided to diversify and try on-bottom oyster culture. The clam leases are really on-bottom leases, as clams like to be in the bottom. And they were not successful at that. So they went up to Tallahassee, met with the Board of Trustees, that's the governor cabinet that oversees use of sovereign submerged lands, or all state lands rather, and they requested that they be able to use the full water column. And at that meeting, that request was approved, just like that. So since then, over really 70 clam leases, and not only in that county, but several other clam producing counties have been modified for full water column use. In addition, we had a community college in an adjacent county develop an oyster aquaculture certification program where participants receive some training, assistance in obtaining leases, and now there are new off-bottom oyster culture leases in that county. And this gives you an idea of how they lay out, because the state and neither the county governments or industry or other water users want to see scattered individual leases throughout the inshore coastal waters. They are grouped together where they meet the siting requirements. So you see 56 1.5 acre parcels there in McCullough County. They are grouped together. They are named after adjacent land or watermarks. So you have Oyster Bay and then Skipper Bay aquaculture use zones. They have 25-foot easements between the parcels and navigational corridors. So in addition to provide current information about culture methods, gear, marketing, both the University of Florida and Department of Agriculture hosted or held a series of workshops, bringing in experts like John Supan, Bill Walton, Bob Rowe, and all of these were recorded, and these DVDs have been very popular. We've handed out hundreds of these. We've also had national federal funding demonstration projects in the past couple of years. It allowed us to document growth, survival, and health of triploid and diploid oysters at commercial farms, as well as evaluate gear and management practices and replicated field trials. We're able to assess the environmental and market risk at some of these aquaculture use zones. All of that information then is posted, detailed information in a news blog, as you see there. And we created a calculator tool for individual farmers to plug in their business plans as well to look at the potential risk. So where are we today with oyster aquaculture in Florida? We have over 100 oyster growers now, primarily in the Panhandle and Big Bend area, and this is Florida, not Texas. We have close to 250 acres of new leases in that area. We do have 2 new private sector hatcheries, oyster hatcheries, being developed. Again, a variety of culture gear being used. We have some production data collected by, again, Department of Agriculture. And you see in 2018 a report of about 4 million oysters sold in that year. And that's in spite of the fact that Hurricane Michael slammed these counties in October and pretty much decimated a lot of the crops in the water at that point in time. I think that Bill did a wonderful job summarizing some of the challenges and lessons learned. I would be repeating some of those there, but I think most important, with all those new growers, we certainly are seeing limited seed availability. And so there's a need, and we won't see state hatcheries in Florida. So there is a need to encourage in-state hatchery expansion, probably primarily now through land-based nurseries. Prices, I'm sure Beth is going to go into that, and Bill addressed the problem with biofouling. Along with great growth, we get great biofouling and the need for control of that year-round. So the risks are not just hurricanes, disease, but summer mortalities, a phenomenon that is gone unexplained now, and in Florida we might rename it spring mortality. The economic feasibility of this new industry is still really being assessed by the industry. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. And our next speaker is going to be Beth Walton. She is the Executive Director of Oyster South, a growers group or a growers association that's been found for how many years now? 4 years? Coming up on 4 years.
I gotta move this microphone down. Thank you so much, Joe. And thank you everyone for having us here. It's really a tremendous honor and pleasure to talk to everyone. So, you know, Dr. Fox mentioned we're a growers association. We do have grower members, but we are actually a nonprofit, and I'll talk about that. And we encompass Texas, the entire Gulf Coast, but also from North Carolina, around Florida, and then throughout the Gulf of Mexico. So y'all are right, this is a big button. All right, here we go. So in the beginning, we did begin as an informal coalition of oyster farmers, marine extension agents, restaurant people, anybody who is a fan of oysters. Okay, let me get a show of hands. Oyster fans in here? Okay, good, everybody, awesome. So we realized we had an excellent bunch of enthusiastic people, but we really didn't have a framework to do fundraising and do some of the things that we wanted to accomplish. So in 2016, we formalized into a 501c3 nonprofit to help support, elevate, and sustain and cultivate the southern oyster farming community. So what do we do? You know, people are like, Beth, what do you do? Oh, stuff with oysters. I'm like, yes, I talk a lot, I eat oysters, and I love to talk about eating oysters. So as a group, we do a bunch of different things. I'm not going to read everything, but the primary things are fundraising, information exchange, and general promotion and storytelling. And we do that through some specific events that we cultivate and curate and basically sponsor, and then other people do have events that we support as well. So I'll talk a little bit about these. The first one is called Landlocks, and that happens every October in Decatur, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. And that is our big annual fundraiser. It's a party. And we are so lucky to have the support of growers from the Southeast and also from around the country. So we have East Coast, we have Island Creek oysters there, we have West Coast oysters, and then Southern varieties as well. We've done this for 2 years now, and each year we've raised over $20,000 with in excess of 300 people attending. It's amazing how many friends you suddenly get, right, when you're throwing a party. Like, hey, you got any more room? So again, this is a fundraiser, but we also educate people while we're doing this. So people who might not necessarily understand why farm-raised oysters or oysters in general are important, we have that opportunity to get that message across. And so for the growers, one of the values is to have that face-to-face interaction with folks and tell them about their story, about why their oyster is unique, what makes it taste different, and everybody will tell you their oyster is the best, right? And so it's really a great informal way to get the word out there. And as I said, one of the things that we do, the donations that we make are for the industry. And each year we've donated, well, the first year was the University of Georgia to help their shellfish hatchery and their program grow. And this past year, we developed a program called the Need for Seed, because y'all have heard that oyster seed are one of the limiting factors, and so we wanted to address that issue. So these Need for Seed grants, we awarded to 5 different growers, so that way they could help produce more seed necessary for the southern farm-raised oyster industry. As Leslie and John and others have mentioned, the hurricanes really did have a severely negative impact in the places that they made landfall in Florida and North Carolina and so forth. So we really wanted to provide a way, not only for these states, but for others to try to help provide more of an opportunity for everyone. And as Bill mentioned, because there's commercial hatcheries coming online now and not just universities, we thought this would be a great way to help the industry continue to grow. So information exchange, that's Dr. Mark Reese from University of Georgia. I mean, we routinely have people come and, do their setups, hand out information, and just really tell the story of how they work with the farmers and with the industry. So we were very fortunate to have such a great relationship with academia. We have in each of our states the Sea Grant programs. We also have the marine extension agents that are on our advisory board as well. So some of the other things that we do to facilitate information exchange include our quarterly newsletter for any of our members that comes out, quarterly. And we really encourage people to tell us their stories so we can help magnify that message as well. We also participate in other grant-funded projects. One of these things is called the peer-to-peer program that I will talk about in a couple seconds here. And we also had the opportunity this past year to work with the Turner Foundation to help address some of the hurdles to aquaculture, not only in Georgia specifically, because that's where they're based, but to use that as a model to try to help effort aquaculture forward throughout the South by identifying some of the hurdles in other states as well. So essentially lessons learned. So the other signature event that Oysters South is involved with is our annual symposium. And the first one was in Auburn, Alabama in 2017. And anytime you throw a party or you have an event like this, a symposium or so forth, you wonder, are people gonna show up? Is it gonna be 10, 12, 100? We had over 100 people, so we were like, oh, yes, all right, we have 100 people. Then the next year, we went to Charleston, and we had almost 200 people. Okay, and then this past year, so essentially we go from the Gulf Coast because we have member states, Gulf Coast, Atlantic Coast, we alternate. We're in Orange Beach, and we're up to 235, almost 250 people. So we're planning for Wilmington, North Carolina, next February, that maybe we'll have almost 300. So we're just happy to see it growing each year. And this is a great way for people to kind of connect with one another. There are formalized sessions like this. We have speakers get up and do PowerPoints. We also have 3-minute tech talks where people get up and talk about gear and innovative ways to help their oysters grow better and how they kind of tweak things. Oyster farmers are very scrappy and very savvy and very smart. So it's very helpful to have these, these kinds of things so people can see how it's done. And that just ties right into the peer-to-peer fellowship that I mentioned. With the National Sea Grant Program, we were able to facilitate over 17 awards to growers to go and visit other farms, not only in the United States, but around the world. So for instance, someone could apply and go visit Chris or somebody else up in the Northeast at Island Creek, or they could go over to the Pacific Northwest. They could go out of the country. But it's really a way for the industry, the farmers, the nuts and bolts to talk shop and really see how it's done and translate that back to their own business when they come back. So we're really happy about how well this has gone. So as I mentioned, we support other events. These are a few listed here around the Gulf and also in the South in various states. Every one of them has creative names, so I can't wait to hear what comes out of Texas. I know y'all have some really clever event names. Brand promotion, we talk a lot. We've heard from many people about why it's important to tell your story. I listed a few of the publications up here. That particular picture is of some of our farmers out of Georgia in Garden and Gun magazine. And I cannot tell you how many times I have people call and ask, hey, we would like to write a story about oysters. Can you tell us who to call? I mean, I routinely volunteer Bill for things. He'll tell you. But people are very interested in learning about not only the oysters, but the people behind the oysters. So that goes all the way from academia to the farmers, to the seed producers, the wholesalers, the whole chain. And that's really what Oyster South is about. We are supporting the entire community. So no matter all y'all oyster fans out there, no matter what you do, I mean, we just really try to help magnify that story. And the last bullet that I put up there, multiply the social media impact. How many people in here are on Instagram? Almost everybody. All right. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing. One of the things that we try to do is to help magnify any story y'all would like to tell. And I know not everybody is, but I'm guessing your kids or even your grandkids or nieces are on there too. So we really try to help facilitate that as well. And, last but not least, goodness, the power of connection, not only as people, we're designed for connection, but oyster farmers are a unique breed of people. Oyster people are a unique breed of people, and we try to connect those dots through these events and through these conversations that we're all having. We got 3 chefs up there at our last event. We're really proud of how they've embraced farm-raised oysters and southern farm-raised oysters. They've redone their menus, essentially curated specifically some places just to feature southern oysters on their menus. Wholesalers do play a very active role in this, in telling the story. John Supan mentioned how it really helps them help the chefs decide who to order from or what varieties they want to feature and how to translate that back to their servers and their shuckers and their wait staff. Have a one-pager, really. Like, what's your business name? Why is it different? What's the salinity? What's the backstory? What makes you different and what makes your product different? So just tell your own story. I can't emphasize that enough. We've been featured at high-end food festivals, our growers and our members, Atlanta, Charleston, and so forth, all over the place. There is actually in our Instagram profile, we have a link, and I put it up there, and I'm sorry if it's a little too small, but there's a webinar that we did a few years ago. It was myself, Bill, Rowan Jacobson, who is an author and oyster evangelist, and Brian Rackley, who owns and operates Kimball House and also Watchman Seafood up in Atlanta, and one of our founding members. And it was specifically called Branding Opportunities for Oyster Farmers. So if y'all are interested in that, go check that out. And we are just super, I'm a very excitable person. I'm like trying not to wave my hands too much up here. But we are just really happy to have Texas as part of the Oyster South family and really part of the entire southeastern and southern farm-raised oyster sustainable community. So we're just happy to be here and just welcome. So thank you all.
Anyhow, this session has about, I think, 10 more minutes associated with it, so I'll just open up the floor to questions. I've also asked John Supan to come up here again, who you've already met and has already been introduced. So if you have any questions about oyster aquaculture, anything, now's the time to ask. Yes, sir, right there.
My name's Leslie Casterline. Till about 5 years ago, my family was in the seafood business in Fulton since about 1938. And one of the things y'all have been talking about is branding. And I'd kind of like to find out from the people from the other states, but my recommendation is lose the Gulf of Mexico. There's no oyster commercially harvested in the state of Texas that comes out of the Gulf of Mexico. When you walk out, leave this building and go out, that's Corpus Christi Bay. It's not the Gulf of Mexico. Right. I live in Rockport. It's Aransas, Copano, Mesquite Bay, or what we get. If you're going to brand it, get more specific. Get down. You know, a few years ago, we had people come up and want us to label our oysters by the reef. And I said, well, you know, if I tell a guy that the oysters off the Long Reef are worth more because I'm advertising like that, where you think all the oysters I get are going to come from? Yeah. The guy on that boat's going to say, well, yeah, they came off the Long Reef. Sure they did. But I'd say, you know, and for years, you go in a restaurant, you look on the menu, it says Gulf oysters. Right. To me, there's no such thing. I don't know about Louisiana or Alabama. I bet in Alabama they come out of Mobile Bay, and one of the bays in the estuaries of Louisiana probably. You know, maybe they have some in the Gulf, but I kind of doubt it. The other question that I had is, in the situation of red tide or something else that affects wild oysters, since these cages are going to be where wild oysters already exist, what are you going to do with the cages if you get red tide or something? You know, are they just dead? You throw them away, you start over? You know, what happens if red tide or some other environmental problem comes in? It's going to affect them just like it does the wild oysters.
Well, so is this on? I think anyone here could answer a couple of those. To start with the red tide will make them unsafe to eat, but will not kill the oysters. And so, in fact, we've experienced that in Florida and Alabama, and it imposes a closure. And the cost to an oyster farmer is you can't be harvesting. Unfortunately, your oysters are still growing, and you still have to work your oysters. So that is one of the risks that we talk about with water quality, similar to a rainfall closure. That is a risk. And we had a very extended harmful red tide closure in Alabama that the guys couldn't harvest for almost 4 months, essentially. So that's a real risk, and it's something to consider in your site selection. To go to the branding, I agree. Nobody's selling a Gulf of Mexico oyster. I think that for a lot of reasons in the Gulf, we've called them Gulf oysters. And I think all the farmers have lost that in their branding. I think we have, you know, Pelican Reef and Isle Dauphines and Navy Coves and Murder Points and, you know, all, Grand Isles. Everybody's naming them by a location, and nobody's calling them Gulf. I would agree with that. You mentioned something, and I think you were joking about a little bit about, seafood fraud. And I think that is something that once you have invested the time in developing a brand, and I'm sure any of the farmers in the room that have done this, you protect that brand pretty aggressively. So Murder Points were in a lot of demand, and they were low in supply for a while, and there was a question of other oysters being labeled as Murder Points that weren't. And they pursued that, and I think they've developed a system that has limited that quite a bit.
I just want to speak real quick to the branding question that you had. And Bill's right. I mean, lots of oyster farmers now are naming them according to place. I mean, you don't have to stick to that. But one thing to keep in mind, for anybody in here, is the states also have their state marketing. It's not specific for oysters, but like the seafood, I know fresh from Florida, there's Mississippi seafood, Alabama seafood as well, Mississippi, and so Louisiana seafood. And, you know, y'all, I know, promote your seafood too, so that might be a creative way to think of how to now incorporate all these micro brands as well. So to promote it, you know, not necessarily as Gulf of Mexico, but the overall Texas brand and how this is something new and helps not only the new businesses coming in, but helps reinforce the Texas brand.
We have time for maybe one more comment from the panel, and then we're going to have to adjourn.
Another question from the audience?
One more quick question? No? We're going to have to go ahead and close it, but I would ask you, all of these individuals are going to be here throughout the whole rest of the day, and so we have lunch coming up. We have Speaker Bonham coming up, and I would just ask you to get with them and talk to them whenever you can. If you ever see them, just walk up to them and ask them if you have any questions about anything. So thank you very much, and we'll go ahead and adjourn this particular session.
I'm sorry to stop the questions. The reason is we're going to take a break. We're going to start the program at 12:15 with the Speaker of the House, Dennis Bonnen. We have a buffet line out here. There'll be 4 different lines. So please get up, get your food, and come on back, and we'll try to kick off right at 12:15. Thank you.
What do you mean?
Oh, tomorrow.
Tomorrow? No,
I
not
just realized
today.
Thursday. I just realized
Tomorrow.
Thursday.
No, I wanted to stay a little bit,
Yeah.
kind of maybe go to Flower Bluff or something and not have to go right back to the airport. I'm not going back out.
if I could, if we could all try to get our food and take our seats. Again, if we could, get everybody to their seats. Please, no music unless it's AC/DC. Before I start the next segment of our program, I do want to acknowledge a good friend to the Coastal Bend. The reason he's a good friend is not because of him. It's because his mother and sister vote in my district. But he's a very good friend. Thank goodness we have him, and thanks to Speaker Bonin, we have the chairman of the House Transportation Committee, Terry Canales, here. Good friend of the Coastal Bend. Of course, Hugo Berlanga brags that he taught him everything he didn't know, so we don't. And we also, Gene Seaman, is Gene here?
He was.
Gene is a former state representative, Gene Seaman, who was a classmate with Speaker Bonin. So glad to have you all here. And Terry and Jeannie, thanks for you all being right here today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's pleasure for me to introduce a coastal Speaker of the House. Let's hear it. I'm going to tell you a little bit about him from a different perspective. He and I met in 1997. And I had decided, and Mr. Speaker, you just met two of my three kids. I had decided to take a break and raise my kids. And so I took a break for 11 years. And I did some lobbying in the legislature, being a lawyer and a lobbyist. I've done everything wrong. I've been a lawyer, a lobbyist, anything starts with an L. And he came in his first term. But this is what makes him unique from all other speakers of the House that I know, is you have a speaker who actually grew up in the Texas House of Representatives. I mean, we talk about going into like oyster industry where you need to start from the bottom up. This gentleman did. He was a sergeant. We called him Pages. He worked his way all the way. So if there's anybody who has dedicated himself to serving the Texas House of Representatives, there is your example, because he started, and let's give him a round of applause. But I'm not introducing you yet. I want them to know. The second thing I want you to know is, as you know, there's 14 counties. on the coastline. This Speaker of the House represents one of those coastal counties. Now, I see some folks that are interested in seagrass. I see folks that are interested in seaweed. I see people that understand coastal erosion, marine science, oysters. It's good to have somebody who lives in those issues and understands that seaweed isn't an ingredient in soup. So I want you to know you have a Speaker of the House who is coastal, who's experienced. Now, let me give you a little bit about his background. He is a product of Texas Public Schools. He graduated from Angleton High School before he graduated from St. Edward's in Austin. In 2001, St. Edward's honored him with their Alumni Achievement Award, and he was inducted into the Angleton ISD Distinguished Alumni Hall of Fame in 2013. Speaker Bonin was born and raised on the Gulf Coast. He resides with his wife, Kim, and their 2 sons in Lake Jackson. But here's a third comment that I want you to know. Oysters. He's been very humble on this issue. He's hired 2 Coastal Bend folks, Gardner Pate, Jen Sines. But what I want you to know, he was the original author of the oyster bill. So not only do you have a Speaker of the House who supports the coast, he is the original author and asked me to take over the bill because of his other responsibilities. So ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce the Speaker of the Texas House of Representatives, my good friend from the coast, Dennis Bonin.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be in Corpus. I kind of have a rule that I won't go any further south than Palacios in my district. I enjoy having southern Brazoria County and the coastline of Brazoria County and every last bit of the great Matagorda County and its coast. And so I normally don't come this far because, no offense, I don't want to get in a fight. But, if you've got Surfside, and Matagorda, and Palacios, and Sargent, what else, why would you go any further? But anyway, I do see why you would go further. I asked Gene Seaman if I drove by his house driving the beautiful coastline over here to campus, and he said I absolutely did. He didn't tell me I should stop by, but he said I drove by. Gene and I did come in together, and was a good friend of mine, and I'm certain he can still destroy me in racquetball even today, as he could do back then, which was really frustrating because I was supposed to be the young guy, and Gene wasn't. And so it was frustrating to deal with that, but it's great to be here. I want to thank, Todd Hunter puts on a great event, doesn't he? Way to go. And I want to welcome you and tell you thank you for being here. It's great to see the energy and the excitement for the oyster industry in Texas, and it's really important. I'm also proud we're going to do some things later today, and then tomorrow, Representative Morrison, my dear friend Jeannie Morrison, we're going to go over and remind the world that Hurricane Harvey wasn't a hurricane in Houston, Texas. It was a hurricane in Rockport, Fulton, and we're going to go remind some folks of that tomorrow. And I have to be honest, if you know Jeannie, you'll understand, I didn't really choose to do that. Jeannie told me I would be doing that. And so, and I appreciate that, because that's what a good representative is supposed to do, is make sure that their district is recognized and acknowledged. And that's what Todd's done today. That's what Jeannie and I will be doing today and tomorrow. And then, of course, Representative Terry Canales, I don't know why Terry's here, other than he's just a great leader in general. I think since we made him chair of transportation, I think he just drives Texas roads to see if they're getting it right or not, and then calls over to TxDOT and tells them they're not. But anyway, But it is wonderful to be here. I appreciate what has happened. We've come a long way for the oyster industry in the last 2 legislative sessions. If you think back to where we were in a position where I had oyster men and women and those in and around the industry were coming to me before the 2017 session saying, I'm really worried. I'm really worried that we're not going to have oysters in the future. And that future is sooner than you realize. And so we had conversations. Legislators said, well, what can we do? What do we need to do? I want to thank Parks and Wildlife. Texas Parks and Wildlife has been a great leader and a resource to all of us in working through those issues. And so we began with legislation in 2017. We're working towards legislation that got passed in this last session that Representative Morrison, Representative Hunter did a phenomenal job doing. Another phenomenal partner in this process has been Coastal Conservation Association. They're important to me. I've been a life member for a long time. I do care greatly about the organization, but I like being life members of groups like that when I'm young because I think I get more value out of it. So I'm sorry for probably being the one guy who's taking advantage of your life membership. But they were a leader back in 2017 on the issue of oysters and helping bring folks together to address the challenges that we were facing on our Texas coast. And I don't have to explain it to anyone in this room, but really what drew me into saying we have got to take action was understanding that the basis of our ecosystem in Texas is our oyster reef. And so if the oyster reef is being destroyed, we're destroying our entire water ecosystem, and that's not acceptable. And it's not simply the issue of not having oysters, which is a pretty important issue, but it's also harming that entire system. And so we had to act, and we had to do a better job of being supportive. Texas A&M Corpus Christi, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I certainly hope all the resources and time and the effort of some of the folks that work for Texas A&M Corpus Christi, I hope that you were fine with them spending all their time on this issue, because they put a lot of energy into this issue. And they weren't teaching a class. I'm sure they were. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they were. But thank y'all for letting your experts be our experts and support Chairman Hunter and Chairman Morrison in getting those things done. Because one thing I like to explain to people, if you come to the legislature and you go to a member of the legislature, and I'll use myself because the others this wouldn't apply to as well as it does me, and you say, I have this problem, help me solve it, and you ask me to figure the solution out, you won't get as good a solution. People forget the beauty of Texas is we have a citizen legislature. And what that really means is that our job is to live and work under the laws and rules that we pass. And everyone understands that component. But the most significant component, and it fits these issues, is that a citizen legislature means the citizenry of Texas is to engage in our process. And we're to use the experts of our great state to inform us and tell us the solutions. And then it is our job to take that intelligence and that resource of knowledge and turn it into a positive outcome. And that's what we did with oysters and in many other issues, is that it is listening to all of you on what is the best solution to the issue you better understand than anybody else. I jokingly tell people, if you have a representative and they start telling you they know more about all these issues than you do, get someone else because they've been there too long and they now think they're too smart. It is about having the citizens engage in that process and those elected listening and empowering those citizens to be a part of it. So that is a good example of what's occurred on these issues. Other states, we too often see government going beyond its boundaries and passing laws and regulations that add burdensome restrictions to the businesses. Meanwhile, in Texas, we're down here starting a whole brand new industry, which is, I think, what has occurred with the legislation passed this session. We're going to talk quite a bit today about economic development and tourism, which I know on our Texas coast, we're all about it, and we have to be, and we better be, and we're good at it. So House Bill 1300 is unleashing a new era of growth for the state. As you know, while the House and the Senate have gotten these bills through into the governor's desk and signed into law, that success wasn't the state's doing. It was a lot of the people I just mentioned. It's because of the stakeholders in this room that came together and brought the issue and drove the issue through. I know Representative Hunter and Representative Morrison, when they were passing these bills through the body, both were concerned about how they were going to go that day they were on the floor. Well, the truth of it is, in Representative Hunter's case, it went flawlessly. And it went flawlessessly because of all of you. You advocated and explained the issue to the other members of the legislature. And Representative Morrison's went almost flawlessly. There was just a level of misunderstanding and ignorance that we had to overcome. And of course, she's really good at helping people overcome ignorance. And so she succeeded yet again on that day in helping people understand the issue better. But because of your education and advocacy on behalf of the oyster farmers, the business owners, and the restaurant workers, and the restaurant owners and consumers, and very important, our tourists and our estuaries throughout Texas, no longer is the coast without an oyster aquaculture program, which we didn't have, obviously, before now. Other states did. We're very proud that no longer we have the distinction of being the one who doesn't. We now are the one who does. Recent history shows that the supply and demand for oysters in the United States is steadily and rapidly increased. Yet even one of the largest coastlines and tourist sections of any state in the nation, here being Texas, up until this point, a supply in the continuous state of decline, which tells you got to do something different if you're declining and everyone else is increasing. Our commercial industry has historically relied on the harvesting of oysters from our state's natural reefs, but as the years have gone by, there's been a growing interest in cultivated oyster farming that would allow our oysters to be bred and harvested for their pearls, shells, and of course the meat. As you know, that's exactly what House Bill 1300 seeks to accomplish. Not only will House Bill 1300 bring enormous economic benefits, it could also reduce the pressures to harvest on our own state wild oyster reefs, which was one of the biggest challenges that we have been facing. This is an issue that I've been closely involved in, especially in recent years when I had the honor of serving on the House Cultural Rec and Tourism Committee, a great committee that I enjoyed. And in the 2017 session, I helped author House Bill 51 to bring the accountability and the penalties for those that intentionally depleted our natural oyster resources, whether by over-harvesting or harvesting undersized oysters, which, as we know, is a practice that our reefs would need generations to even come close to fully recovering. And that was a challenge that we had to address. At the time, leaders in Texas, conservationists, citizens, and recreational and commercial fishermen, and many that I see in this room today, quite frankly, expressed grave concern for the future of oysters in Texas and the negative impact on over-harvesting on our entire marine culture in the ecosystem. If left unchecked, these fishing pressures would have undoubtedly left the commercial oyster industry in shambles, destroying our bays and aquatic ecosystem in the process. The people in this room recognized that the oyster industry was in need of a lifeline back then, and you joined together in testifying and showing up and supporting House Bill 51. There were those who persisted in their opposition to us, and at times it got heated. But we know that it worked out in the end, and we've all come back together to do good work. By working together, which was one of the real themes we had this session, was let's work together. We may disagree, but let's figure out where we can agree and move things forward. And if we disagree, we're going to just disagree, but we're not going to claw each other's eyes out in the process of doing it. It's about having proper discussion, and I think people expect that from elected people. And by educating those of the importance of having a healthy oyster reef and to keep our bays healthy, reduce pollution, improve water quality, and protect coastal property from erosion, we got the bills over the finish line. I was proud to have advocated on behalf of the industry while sitting on the State Rec Committee, and even prouder to have been honored by the Coastal Conservation Hero Award, which was really very cool to me, having grown up on the Texas coast. And being a life member of Coastal Conservation, it was really an honor to have been recognized by them. Of course, that was simply a starting point for this issue, and we owe a great deal of gratitude for Representative Morrison and Representative Hunter for carrying the mantle on to improve the legislation and make it even better in moving forward. Under her leadership, Governor Abbott recently signed House Bill 2321 into law, which enhances the criminal penalties for harvesting undersized oysters or oysters from a closed area, and expands the scope of the laws to apply those penalties not just to commercial harvest, but to all violators. So Representative Hunter, Representative Morrison, you've made the winning plays to change the game, and we want to thank you for doing such a phenomenal job of protecting our Texas coast, because that's what these two representatives do. Frequent and often repeated harvesting violations are a direct result of increasingly competitive fishing pressures that have been a big part of Texas' experience, such as declining its wild oyster supply. But it currently wasn't the only reason. Environmental factors like freshwater inflows, droughts, and hurricanes also took their toll. We know the hurricane issue well. And the damage that Hurricane Harvey left is not lost on those of us who live and work on our great Gulf Coast, especially in the wild harvesting fishing industry. Texas oystermen bore the brunt of Harvey's damage on the fishing industry as rainwater and runoff drove down salinity to fatal levels. When they returned to their trowers and headed to the reefs in the weeks and months following Harvey, most of them returned home empty-handed. Thanks to Representative Morrison and, of course, Chairman Phelan, who's also a Gulf Coast member. He's barely in Texas. He's almost hanging into Louisiana, but we still claim him. And all the members of the Texas House who took significant strides in helping this session by passing a series of bills that ensure our state would be more resilient in the face of future natural disasters, and dedicated nearly $2 billion to helping victims of Hurricane Harvey fully recover, not partially, but fully recover. But our coastal counties were hard hit. And to be honest, the recovery process will remain ongoing into our near future. I see a lot of local chamber representatives in this room today, and I want to thank them for their efforts to ensure that we work hard to rebuild our Texas coast. They've been leaders on that issue. Harvey left coastal Texans wringing their hands over what might become of the tourist industry and local economies following Hurricane Harvey. It also led to questions about how coastal cities could inoculate themselves from the economic threats and future disasters by fortifying local industries and preserving our existing natural resources. Our local chambers of commerce saw a silver lining in the devastation and worked together with stakeholders to educate lawmakers and local officials about the urgency of establishing a new oyster aquaculture industry, one that doesn't compete with wild harvesting oyster fishing, for which there is an equally large market. In November of 2018, Representative Hunter got all those stakeholders into a room and formed the Coastal Bend Oyster Task Force, which I think is what we're doing here today. This working group would go on to identify ways to improve the long-term sustainability of our oyster supply, especially in the aftermath of Harvey, and take production to the next level in the 86th session, namely through this new industry. To do that, the task force worked alongside leaders in the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, looking to farming operations in other states such as Alabama and Florida, which it's unusual for us to have to look at others. Usually they look at us, but we're changing that. The plus side to being the last coastal state to join in these efforts was that we were able to learn from their mistakes and take notes on what they did and did not do right. That it is immediately evident that expanding mariculture production in Texas would create year-round jobs, create a delicious product to enjoy at our local Texas restaurants, and double our state's oyster supply in a fraction of the space, just as it did in other states. Now, 2 years after Hurricane Harvey, we're finally seeing signs of a full recovery, and a bill that we passed to permit cultivated harvesting makes the future look even brighter. The work of the task force is the reason why I'm even standing here today. And I applaud all of you in this room for staying the course and giving rise to a new industry in Texas. Being speaker also creates a unique opportunity in that I get to go around the state now. I used to not be allowed out of my district, but now I'm allowed to go around the state, and I've gotten to travel around and to a lot of members' districts and see the gamut of a lot of local industries. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to deliver a speech to the Texas Tourism and Travel Industry Association, and that one was simple. They held it in Austin during session. But as a lifelong resident of the Gulf Coast, I'm extremely proud of the tourism that we attract as a part of our great state. that probably doesn't even need to be said somewhere like Corpus Christi. You understand it well. But when I put together my speech notes in preparing, I thought about that dinner some months ago. And then again, when I was thinking about what I wanted to say today, I was once again reminded of just all that the Gulf Coast region has to offer when it comes to tourism and travel. Now, I mean no offense to those in Dallas-Fort Worth. In fact, you know, they're nice people. I think they'll be thanking us when they're up there pairing their oysters with fancy champagne someday. I hope they send you a note, Todd, and say you're welcome. But the Gulf Coast region comes in just ever so slightly behind the Metroplex area, is the second largest tourism region for the state of Texas. That's a big deal. And when you hear these numbers I'm about to share, I think you'll agree that this new oyster industry has the potential to put the Gulf Coast on the path to becoming #1 and maybe even getting there fast. In 2017, over $20 billion in direct travel spending was invested in the Gulf Coast region for tourism. We yield almost $3 billion in hotel room revenue by selling almost 30 million rooms. And that's one of the things on the Gulf Coast I think we're great about. We appreciate the tourism and we invite it in. A lot of communities look at it and say, man, when are these people going to get out of my way and go home? We're proud to have them, although I did have one good friend and constituent in Matagorda County tell me one day, he says, you know, the great thing about the tourism and the coast, he says, is they come for the weekend and they leave you alone during the week. Now in Corpus, they're here all week too, I know that. But I really did think that was smart. But anyhow, approximately 169,000 jobs were supported by tourism spending, and the industry being responsible for nearly 4% of employment in the region. Top tourism activities include, of course, beach, waterfront activities, and dining experiences. Here's where we outdid the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Over 81% of those who visited declared leisure to be the purpose of their stay on the Gulf Coast, which is not surprising. I mean, you're not going to declare leisure too often in the Metroplex. And finally, the Texas oyster industry has an estimated $50 million annual impact on our state's economy. And the value of the industry across the whole country is just north of $200 million. And it's a good thing that that's happening because we need to continue to drive economic production in Texas. People from across the world are visiting the coast and experience our beachfront, our food, and our culture, and our oyster resources play a huge role on that. Gulf Coast seafood is an enormous draw for visitors, and I've spoken to restaurant owners who estimate that half or more of their business is from out-of-town visitors, and when those visitors come to the coast to eat, what better than a locally sourced product that also gives back to the local economy. By unleashing a brand new industry in Texas and allowing farmers to raise Texas oysters for Texas restaurants, we will reach a new level of appreciation for our bays and put the Gulf Coast oysters back on the map. Cultivated oysters could realistically be the menu of the restaurants up and down the coast as early as 2021. The Gulf Coast oyster could easily become just as renowned as from Prince Edward Island, New England, and elsewhere. And I don't know about you, I love oysters, but I really only know the name of one or two of specific. I think we have the opportunity to have a Texas Gulf Coast oyster be a very specifically known oyster across the country. Restaurant patrons, foodies, of course, are important. Oyster connoisseurs will make their pilgrimage to Texas as the results of this bill, spawning new oyster bars, niche tasting cafes, and bring more economic investment into the process. And of course, don't forget, they're going to come stay in our hotels to do that. And I don't want to leave without thanking the Texas Restaurant Association, the Oyster Bar at Water Street Market. Yes. And everyone in this room who either advocated on behalf of the restaurant industry or supporting their local seafood restaurant has helped make the passage of this bill a reality. This bill will provide more stable year-round supply of high-quality Texas oysters, which will be huge for restaurant and tourism industry throughout the coast. I'd be remiss if I forgot to also about the investment made by our higher education community and state agencies on behalf of the effort. I kind of mentioned and alluded to Texas A&M Corpus Christi and the Hart Research Institute and others having spearheaded critical research and development projects that have made all of this possible. The creation of their Oyster Resource and Recovery Center will help restore our reefs, produce young oysters, and provide oyster aquaculture training for those participating in this new industry. Because think about it. It's a new industry. It's a new frontier. If I showed up and said, hey, I want to do this, which people are going to do, they need a resource to go to say, well, here's how you do it. Let me help you. Let me help ensure your success. They're serving our communities that have been hit hard, but hit the hardest, and have done the scientific heavy lifting that will lead to millions more of our state economy and year-round employment for fishermen up and down the coast. Most importantly, the coordination between these experts and the state agencies will protect public and private uses of our bays while also protecting Texans and their assets as they wade into this new business. The responsibilities of these departments will include Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, chiefly responsible to develop rules and conditions for establishing an oyster mariculture program, develop protocols for leasing identified tracts, as well as hosting public hearings to gather as much public input as possible. Texas, and real quick on Parks and Wildlife, I do want to mention this. Before I ever became speaker, I would visit with Parks and Wildlife, and I got involved on the oyster issue in 17. But for a couple years even before that, and Coastal Conservation Association deserves a lot of credit for this too, we discussed the fact that there wasn't somebody on Parks and Wildlife's board from the Texas coast. And there wasn't someone with a Texas coastal perspective. And so I hope you're aware, you've probably never heard of the business, but a friend of mine who lives around the corner from me, Beaver Appland, a little business called Buc-ee's, he is now on Parks and Wildlife, and he is an avid fisherman. He's spent an extraordinary amount of time in the Corpus Christi area, in the Rockport, Fulton area, as a fisherman, and he's now on Parks and Wildlife Commission. All the commissioners do a good job, but it's great to have an advocate who really knows and cares and is passionate about those issues. And people ask me if I know him, and I say yes. I turn right when I get to his house to go down the street to my smaller, lesser valued house. But he lives right there in Lake Jackson and is an avid fisherman and on the water frequently. So it's great to have him on that Parks and Wildlife board. The General Land Office has oversight for state submerged lands. Oyster mariculture operations will need to attract and anchor cages and other infrastructure to submerged bottom. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality has oversight for discharges into the public waters of the state. Shore-based hatcheries and nursery operations may require discharge permits. Department of Health, State Health Services classifies shellfish growing waters and oversees the sale of raw oysters into wholesale and retail markets. Texas Department of Agriculture permits land-based aquaculture facilities, which may require for oyster seeding producing facilities. And the U.S. Corps of Engineers, which a disclaimer I always give out, no offense to the Corps, we have no responsibility or authority or ability to tell the Corps what to or not to do as state legislators. The Corps will do as they choose. Is that right, Todd? Have you had any success telling the Corps what to do? No. I never have. But anyway, not that they're not bad people, call your congressman. Issues permits for shellfish aquatic operations under the Clean Water and Rivers and Harbors Act. But the future is very bright. The state of Texas has much to look forward to with the dawn of this great new industry. As I mentioned earlier, there is one standout benefit to the timing of all this, and that is we are perfectly situated to learn from the states that have already begun commercial oyster mariculture facilities. And we will take careful note on their failures and, of course, their successes. And we look at the experiences of these states. And we already know that site selection for commercial operations will be among our biggest challenges and will be the most key to the success. We will be critical to employ efficient spatial planning methods, taking into account all the different interests in our bays, as well as the potential conflicts and, of course, sensitive habitat areas. We will remain responsible stewards of the public resources that will be necessary to start this new industry. And we will start with a very deliberate and responsible approach. I know that Texas Parks and Wildlife Department agrees with me on this approach, and working together, we will make it happen. After all, we got here by working together, and the only way we will continue to succeed is by continuing for all of us to work together. Please continue to stay involved, encourage public input and participation, and help the state of Texas to support this new industry in the right direction. Thank you for having time to allow me the opportunity to visit today. I want to thank Representative Hunter, Representative Morrison, and Representative Canales for being with us also. I believe Representative Lozano was here earlier, participated earlier, but decided he wanted to go speak to someone at lunch instead of listen to me speak to him, which is actually a good thing to do. And I'm just curious how the rest of y'all couldn't find someone to talk to instead of having to hear me. But anyway, but thank y'all for your leadership in bringing these things across the finish line. The future of our state is very bright because of working together in partnerships. And I'm happy to have had the opportunity to visit with you today and appreciate your putting on not just this luncheon, but the entire day. Thank you for your leadership. And quite frankly, it's an exciting time because government usually gets in the way of business and growth. In this instance, government is opening up the market and is providing the opportunity. And that's what government should be doing, and it's really exciting what Representative Hunter and Representative Morrison have created in opening up these markets. So thank you for being a part of it, and we continue to look to work with you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we really do appreciate you coming. And again, the theme that I want everybody to understand, it is so good to have somebody in a leadership position who understands the coast. And he's being humble. A lot of the issues we deal with, we have to explain to other regions of the state a lot of the differences of the coastline and its impact. And it is good because...
Can I add to that?
You sure may.
No, you come right here. So probably the most exciting moment of session for me was when, and I won't name names, but a Panhandle representative who always wants to be a pain in the ass when it comes to TWIA, and old Todd Hunter goes up to the front mic, and I mean, literally, I've always said when we have good weather in March and April in Austin, we should have a retractable roof on the outfloor. Well, Todd Hunter went and blew the roof off the house floor for the Texas coast, and he got 11 votes?
You get 11 votes.
And so our friend from the Panhandle, after his shot at TWIA and Chairman Hunter's extraordinarily passionate and awesome speech, he didn't come back to the mic, and he finished at 11. So, thank you.
The speaker and I have worked for years, and the windstorm issue, you have an expert here. And he and I have had to work together, and he's been a huge, huge asset to the coastline. And I'm not just saying that, I mean it. And he and I have had different ways of having to work together to get some of this legislation passed, which, Jeannie, you know, but I'm going to tell you, Terry Canales, Mr. Speaker, is the best southern coaster we have, because when we needed the help, he was right there on the microphone with us, and we appreciate everything that you did. Dennis and I just wish we had your hair.
Yes.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And again, we're blessed to have him. I'm glad the session has ended, but I'm glad he came to our area. That means a lot because we don't get everybody down here, so thank you. And he has to leave his family, and I know that's tough because as you've seen, my sons, your sons are going to be that age too, and it's good to be with them. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thanks, Speaker. At this time, we're going to call Dr. Larry McKinney, my good friend. And Doctor, you come up and bring your panelists and introduce.
Well, thank you so much, Todd. I appreciate that. I'm very much aware of our precarious position here as being the panel right after lunch and right after a wonderful keynote address. I don't know how we can match that, but thanks from the speaker so much. And also, right before you get a chance to eat oysters, so we're going to take care of that as best we can. Todd, I really appreciate all your support and what you've done for us and moving this forward. And I was particularly struck as the speaker was making his presentation. In fact, my little introductory presentation will mostly be a summary of what he said. He's already ahead of us there. But I really appreciate his statements that, I think if I paraphrase it correctly, that he appreciated the university loaning our experts to be his experts. And that's really something we aspire to, is to be in a position here at the university to provide that kind of information in this situation. And I greatly appreciate our president, Kelly Quintanilla, for allowing us to do that. Makes her pretty nervous from time to time, I think, but she's done it anyway. So what I want to do is briefly, if I make this work, introduce our panel to you today. You've seen some of them, starting with Shane. You have their biographies in the bulletin, so I won't go over that, but just a couple of little short notes on that. One thing you might not be aware of with Shane is that he's one of the few people here from Texas. He's actually managed an oyster hatchery before in Virginia, so he knows from what he's talking about. So he has a lot of talents. That's just one of them, and so I appreciate him being on the panel. Dr. Pollock is one of the Gulf's leading experts in oyster reef ecology and restoration. She probably knows more about that. I've forgotten so much information about that thing. She knows more than I ever knew on it, so I appreciate her input too. And just to let you know that at Hart Research Institute, even our chief financial officer is into oysters. and she's been sinking shucks for years and actually did her master's work on oyster things. So we have a background there that's pretty extensive. So let me just give this a little bit of an overview, then we'll get the speakers up here that you really want to hear from. So one of the things that the department has done recently is put out a report card on the health of the Texas coast. And one of the issues that we looked at very closely is oysters. And of all the habitats we have in Texas, this is the one in the greatest trouble. And you heard that a number of times this morning about the situation. And so we need, and be in a situation, so our oyster reefs, they need relief, basically saying. Is we need to do something to try to take the pressures off of them. As the speaker said several times, that this oyster mariculture offers that opportunity perhaps to do something like that. So we're looking forward to that possibility. Oyster reefs, their structure are really important. We'll talk about that. I know that Dr. Pollock will too. But the structure of our oyster reefs, their vertical structure is really critical to their functioning for all the ecosystem services that they do provide. And when you have dredging, oyster dredging that destroys this structure, it is of great concern to us and into the future. And this is what I'm talking about. And this is one of the reasons we're very interested in supporting this mariculture industry. This is the type of thing that really should not be allowed to happen on our Texas coast, but it does. And so we need an alternative for developing, at least taking some of that pressure off in this type of thing. Because this, I know I was listening to the panel this morning from one of the fellows from our representative from Alabama, and I'm sure if it's done correctly, oyster dredging can be done so, but this is not the situation. And so we need to not have something like this occurring. And so an alternative is what we're looking at. So basically my point is that oyster reefs are too valuable to be mined for food. They have too many other services they provide us, or habitat for fishing, which is $1.7 billion a year annual economic impact of the state of Texas. Shoreline stabilization, protection, and water quality, all of these issues are things that we need from our oyster reefs, just as the speaker was talking about. And so our panel is going to be talking about some of the things that will benefit from a healthy mariculture industry here. Will take that pressure off those reefs and allow these services to be realized. So oyster mariculture, in my view, is a market-driven opportunity to shift that production focus from the furthest important fishery to something that's less destructive and more productive in that mode. As Joe Fox mentioned this morning, every acre of farmed oysters can mean 10 acres of living oyster reef that are not dredged, and that is important in those regards. So what we're looking at, and one of the reasons I think several people have asked why is university so much involved in this, and particularly the Hart Research Institute, and our vision for the Gulf of Mexico is one that is ecologically and economically sustainable. And this new industry for the Gulf of Mexico very much meets that vision. Here's a new industry that provides an opportunity to really advance conservation. So we want to be behind to make sure that we support that industry and it's done in a way that is supportive in that regard. And so what I want to do is let you hear from some of the experts that think about these types of things as well and how they move forward. And so I think our first speaker was Shane. I think will be up next. So I'm going to go to our next number 2 presentation.
We're gonna find out.
Let's find out
Should
who
be
it is.
I think it's me.
Oh, she, or you? I'm sorry. Did I have it wrong? Is that 2? Okay. Well, yeah.
Ah,
You were right.
should I give you yours? Give me mine?
Well, I'm good with audibles, and this is no problem. Jenny was going to talk about the biology, and I was going to follow up with work that CCA has been involved with, but I think we can both handle both of those things with no problem. I love oysters. I love spawning them. I love growing them. Have fond memories of being in Virginia and being involved in that industry and working in the hatchery and the nursery operations there. I love eating them, and I love now working for an organization that gets to advocate for them and does habitat projects to put them back into the water. And it was rewarding, I guess you could say, to work on House Bill 1300 and get there to advocate for the bill alongside other great individuals, Lee Knezik, Nasha Qureshi, who are here from Matagorda County, private citizens, commercial fishermen, aquaculturalists that want to see this thing develop. So it was rewarding and fun to work with individuals that you sometimes normally don't get to work with on things. And so this is a great opportunity. And we're all here to develop this industry, right? Something that's going to benefit the ecosystem, and it's going to allow for groups like us to have some neat opportunities to engage in some things that we haven't been able to do before with aquaculture and reef restoration. Maybe we can blend those two things together. So while we may be one of the last states to engage in oyster mariculture, our story is not that dissimilar from other states. We've basically come to the point where our natural public reefs can't sustain the demand that we have as consumers for oysters. And you can see in this picture, gentlemen, this picture was taken in the 1930s, and Shannon Tompkins sent this to me some time ago. This is a shucking house in Port O'Connor. Look at the size of those oysters. They're probably like a men's size 8 tennis shoe. So you'd be hard pressed to find those in our bay systems today. Our method of taking these oysters out of the water has improved. We've become more effective at it. Our vessels have changed. Our gear types have changed. Our strategies used by fishermen have certainly, we've seen a shift there. And it's been stated, and it can't be overstated, environmental disasters have had dramatic negative impacts on our public oyster reefs. So we find ourselves in this position where the fishery struggles, right? It struggles to meet the demands of the consumers. It struggles to meet expectations by the public and nonprofits and conservation groups like us. And it's kind of a difficult fishery at times for state agencies to manage, because the fishery moves around all across the states with the closures like we heard about earlier, of bay bay opens, the bay closes, things change. And so it's a difficult fishery to manage, and it's a difficult fishery for the fishermen, the guys whose livelihood depends upon the natural resource, these public reefs out there in our public waters. So we all care for that. We want to make it better, and that's what this bill is doing. Now, as a grassroots organization, CCAs, we're 100% behind getting more oysters into the water. We know the oyster's role as habitat, food, and refuge for fishes, and that can't be overstated. That's extremely important. They're tremendous value to their ecosystem services in the water, and they're tremendous value to recreational anglers that like to drift over these reefs and target sports fish. That's something that can't be overstated as well. But ultimately, CCA is involved in this conversation because we want to get more oysters in the water, and we value what they do when they're in the water, and we know that's better for the fish and better for the environment. So we, alongside many other great organizations, have been involved in oyster restoration and conservation of our public oyster reefs. To date, we've committed just over $1 million to restoration reefs across our great state. Our total habitat dollars are around $7.3 million, but directed towards the establishment or reestablishment of reefs is in the neighborhood of $1 million. And I won't read the list there, but I will go through some of those projects here in a minute. But before I do, I wanted to mention our partners. Not all of them are on this list, but many of them are here in this room. Hart Research Institute, Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries Program. None of this happens without Texas Parks and Wildlife, and many of their staff are here today. And we certainly appreciate all the work that the Parks and Wildlife staff does for oyster restoration. And then, of course, the National Habitat Program for CCAs, the Building Conservation Trust, and they're instrumental in all of these projects. And the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. And that certainly holds true for oyster restoration. We could not do any of these projects without the help of these other groups. When you look at how much these things cost, you look at the equipment, mobilization, you look at material costs that are associated with that, you look at design and engineering, all these things add up. And when you first get involved with these projects, it's kind of like this sticker shock experience. And you're like, holy moly, I did not realize oysters were that expensive to put into the water. But it's an expensive endeavor, and it takes partnerships to get these things done. So I wanted to give credit to those that are involved with this alongside us. Now I'm going to run through a few of those projects, starting with the Upper Coast, the East Galveston Bay Reef Restoration Project. That overall project site was, I think, 180 acres to the tune of $3.7 million. Those funds came from the Coastal Impact Assistance Program. CCA committed $500,000 to that project for the Middle Reef in East Bay, which is somewhat north of Peppers Grove and I think east of Hannah's. Rise is probably more familiar with that than I am. But if you're familiar with the East Bay, you know where that Middle Reef is, and that's where the monies from CCA went to the restoration of that reef site. And as you can see in the picture, they're blowing the river rock off of the barge onto that reef. Now sticking with the Upper Coast, but moving a little further north, we have the Sabine Reef Restoration Site. This project initially started in 2015, and we committed $15,000 at that time for the design and engineering component. And then here more recently, last year, we committed another $200,000 to that site. And Parks and Wildlife is in the process of receiving some oyster restoration funds from Hurricane Harvey relief monies from NOAA to the tune of, I think, $580,000 promised. So there's almost $800,000 going into this 27-acre site. And this site is most likely going to be using river rock, as you see in the picture. Carrie Gelby sent that to me some time ago. That's from the original deployment. And you can see that little oyster growing on that piece of river rock. And they're using a mounding technique on this project rather than the picture I showed before of them spraying the culture material off into the bay. This is actually deploying it in a mounding technique. And then the next slide, a little closer to home here, is the Aransas Bay Restoration and Research Project, and I think Jenny might be able to touch on this one a little bit during her presentation. This was a 6.5 acre site. CCA committed $75,000 to this project, and this one was also using that mounding technique, but using 4 different materials for this one. We had river rock, we had limestone, we had natural oyster shell, and I think porcelain.
Crushed concrete. Crushed concrete.
Crushed concrete, I'm sorry. Crushed concrete. So as we look forward to the implementation of this new industry, we're excited about the opportunities to blend oyster mariculture and restoration. And that can happen several different ways. They mentioned some of those things this morning. You look at remote setting with spat-on shell. You take the eyed larvae from the hatchery, put it in a tank with your culture material that you want to deploy for restoration, and you do that at a remote location. I like to call it an instant reef. You have oysters on a shell, and you put that into the water, and that is your restoration site. You can look at strategically placing these things next to farming operations so that you get, if the farms have diploids that are spawning in the water, you get a natural strike, a natural set on your restoration site that's adjacent to these oyster farms. And then hopefully our state will be at a point where we can expand our leasing opportunities for on-bottom oyster culture, and there could be a component within that framework to allow for conservation and research reefs. So we're looking forward to that. And we know that the development and implementation of this won't all be smooth sailing. I think we've kind of talked about some of the hurdles and obstacles we want to avoid. But as this industry evolves, I think we can work through those things. I think we can work through the concerns regarding siting, the concerns regarding user conflicts. Anglers are going to want to know, hey, can I fish around these farms? And I think our comment to them is say, that's probably going to be one of the best places you're going to want to be fishing. Because that's structure, that's habitat, those are oysters, that's stuff in the water that's going to attract fish. So this guy right here, at least, is going to be fishing there. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. We'll be available at the end for questions. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. McKinney.
This time about you. See if it comes up. I hope it does.
Okay, we're going to see if it's me next. Yes. All right. I'm going to just take a step back and talk a little bit in a little bit greater detail about the ecological and environmental benefits that oysters bring to Texas bays. So a lot of times when people talk about aquaculture and talking about finfish in particular, they get worried about adding additional animals that can bring additional waste into the bay systems. But oysters really are sort of the perfect thing for aquaculture because of these additional environmental benefits that they provide. So I'm going to talk about some of these benefits within natural reefs, but their direct translations to farmed oysters as well. Oysters are something that we like to call ecosystem engineers or ecosystem architects. So unlike if you're going to go fishing for redfish, no one blank. I'll keep talking.
There we go.
I'm inspired. I'm not going to talk for 45 minutes, but I'm inspired. So unlike if you're going to go fishing for redfish, for example, you're not going to take the habitat with the fish. You're not going to take the seagrass that you've been fishing over. For oysters, they really build their own habitat. The way that the reefs form is by the younger generations of oysters attaching to the shells of the older generations and building these incredibly complex three-dimensional reef structures that then have nooks and crannies that provide forage area, nursery area, and habitat for things like fish, shrimp, crabs that then provide a prey base for these sport fish and support recreational angling. So they create this incredibly unique habitat, and we know that the surface area of an oyster reef is estimated to be about 50 times greater than that of equivalent area of bay bottom. So when you build reef, you actually build really much more habitat than you had present beforehand. We also know that oysters are very efficient at filtering the water. So oysters are suspension feeders. As they are feeding, they pass the bay water across their gills. They remove their phytoplankton food, but they also remove things like sediments from the water column, bacteria, excess nutrients, and they really clean and clear the bay waters. And we know that one oyster one adult oyster can filter up to 50 gallons of water in a day. So you can imagine how these positive benefits of having oyster aquaculture will continue to, provide these cleaning and clearing benefits to our bay waters and provide more clean bay waters. Oysters, as I said, they form these complex reefs that can also aid in shoreline protection. So this picture here shows some oyster reef that's directly adjacent to some marsh grass. These oyster reefs really can help buffer wave energy. So if you have boats going by, if you have tides, if you have storms coming through, those oyster reefs really can act as a living natural breakwater to help buffer that wave energy and protect those shorelines from erosion. And then lastly, this is a new area of research that people have been looking into, is that oysters can actually sequester carbon. So we know that there have been increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere from burning of fossil fuels and industrialization. Well, oysters actually can take up that carbon dioxide and they incorporate it in their shell. Their shell is made out of calcium carbonate. And as they do this, they can have potential climate benefits as well. However, some of the work that we've been doing with habitat restoration, habitat conservation, and now aquaculture as well is really the impetus for this is that we know that oyster reefs are in trouble. So about 10 years ago, there started to be some global studies looking around the world, what is the state of different marine habitats and different marine organisms compared to pre-exploitation levels. And we were surprised to find that oyster reefs are really the most threatened marine ecosystem. 91% of native shellfish reefs have been lost around the world. The Gulf of Mexico is sitting around 50 to 85% loss. So we have a long way to go to get back to where we were. Just to give you an idea of where oyster reefs stand compared to some of these other habitats that we're familiar with in the Gulf of Mexico, you can see wetlands, seagrasses, submerged aquatic vegetation, mussels, mangroves, and coral reefs. And again, at the top of this, with the most loss has been oyster reef. So I am a biologist, and I have to slip one biology slide in there. So you have to let me do this, but it's important to understand why restoration and aquaculture and putting these oysters back in the water is really important. So you have male and female oysters over there in the corner. They release, these guys over here, sperm and eggs into the water column. They're fertilized, form a fertilized egg. And they go through several metamorphic stages over the next few weeks. And after those few weeks pass, the final stage needs to come out of the water column. Up to that point, they're just floating around like tiny plankton in the water column, and they need to find something to attach to. If they don't find something to attach to, they'll attach to a grain of sand or some mud, and they'll be sedimented over, and we will not get an oyster out of that oyster. So what we see is that they have the most reliable place to attach to something would be the natural oyster reefs that are present in our bays. So they attach to the older generations of oysters. Of course, if you're a fisherman, if you've spent any time in our bays, you know if you pull a rope out of the water, a piece of PVC or a dock, you'll also find oysters attached to it. But the most reliable place are these reefs. And we know in the Gulf of Mexico that our oyster reefs have been, constantly stressed by hurricanes and spills and droughts and disease. And as those natural oyster reefs are degraded, this life cycle is interrupted. So what my group has been doing over the past decade is going in and trying to perform oyster reef restoration projects that can help replace some of these lost ecosystem benefits, the benefits that we lose when the reefs are degraded. Because in the Gulf of Mexico we're in a better situation than in other places around the world, we have natural oyster populations that are spawning in the water column that have those tiny larvae that are looking for a place to attach. What we're missing in a lot of cases is those fundamental building blocks, those attachment points. So it's very simple. Our restoration projects, like Shane showed some pictures of, are taking the materials, the hard substrates, and putting them back in the bay in the right places at the right times to allow those larval oysters to attach, form their adult shell, form reefs, and provide all these benefits. This picture here is of an oyster reef restoration project that we completed in 2017 in St. Charles Bay. 2 weeks before Hurricane Harvey passed directly over the top of this reef. And we watched this from all of us from where we had evacuated during Hurricane Harvey. We were really scared that this reef was going to be lost. and we were able to get back out on the water about 3 weeks after the hurricane, we found that not only was the reef still there, but the hurricane may have actually induced the oysters to spawn, and we had a brand new set of baby oysters that had totally wrapped up the substrate on this reef and was really a success story. Okay, I stood up and talked about this earlier this morning. This is a really key component that I want to mention, is that we've spent a lot of time working with groups like CCA to develop a restoration suitability index, or what you can think about as a mapping tool, really simply a mapping tool to help improve the return on investment. If you have dollars that you want to put towards oyster reef restoration, we can work with you and identify the best locations and the best times to go about restoring oyster reefs. In order to create these maps, so a lot of you will recognize this area. This is Copano Bay, Aransas Bay, Mission Bay, a little bit of St. Charles Bay on there. We took 30 years of water quality and oyster data from Texas Parks and Wildlife, integrated that together, and we're able to create these maps for each bay system to identify the best places to restore oysters and also the best places for long-term oyster growth and sustainability. And this is really a place that we're really excited about moving out with Dr. Fox and his group to modify this baseline structure for aquaculture. So what we know about oyster reef restoration in the areas that are most suitable can also really lend itself to development of aquaculture. Just real briefly, I want to show some of our successes in reef restoration. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I can go back.
Yeah, you can, the black, red, but.
Oh, I can? Okay. So the darkest blues, the blues are better for long-term sustainability and growth of oysters. The reds are less good. And like I said, it requires some additional description, but so this would be in terms of average conditions as well as variability of those conditions. So you want to pick a place that has good conditions overall, but also doesn't have these big spikes, so droughts and floods that are going to affect those areas, for example. Okay, so just a few quick snapshots of some of the areas that we've restored. Shane showed a picture of part of this reef going out on a barge. This is an area that we've restored in Aransas Bay. If you're familiar with the area, that's Goose Island State Park right in front. Stinky Beach is that little bend in the curve there. We've now restored about 8 acres of oyster reef there in front of Goose Island State Park. If you can see those dark mounds, that's all restored oyster reef. So each of those mounds is about 30 yards by 20 yards by a foot off of the bottom, and different hard substrates were used and now are covered up with live oysters. So the live living oysters essentially form a veneer over that hard substrate that's provided. This is a shot underwater. For those of you who haven't had the joy of diving in Texas bays, that's all you need to know, and you don't have to go do it. So this is Copano Bay, where we restored about 6 acres of reef adjacent to an area called Lap Reef. What I really want to draw your attention to is this was 1 week after we restored this reef, and if you can see those vertical black and white stripes, some of you know right away what those are. Those are sheep's head that immediately had come into the reef and were utilizing the habitat benefits. So really quickly we were able to see that this was being used by the organisms in the bay. St. Charles Bay, I talked about this already, about 5 acres we finished restoring in 2017. Again, adjacent to Goose Island State Park, except this would be on the other side, close to the big tree unit. And the interest here, again, was in protecting a really active erosional area at the park and trying to provide both recreational benefits, habitat benefits, and some shoreline protection. And I'll just show this picture because I'm going to let Gail Sutton talk about this more in her part of this panel. But we also have restored a lot of reef, reaching out to the community and asking folks to come out and participate in community-based oyster reef restoration events. And I invite you all to look at our website, oysterrecycling.org. We do these in the springtime. We get great groups of folks out there, and I'm going to let Gail take it from there. So just my last slide, just in summary, I hope that I've been able to convince you that oysters are ecologically important. They provide lots of benefits that you're going to get, whether it's aquaculture, restoration, whether it's the natural reefs. They provide habitat, they filter the water, they can provide these shoreline protection benefits, reduce nutrients, even take up carbon from the atmosphere. We know that we need to be active participants in improving the state of the reefs in the Gulf of Mexico, because reef loss is severe. We know that strategies like conservation, restoration, and now aquaculture can help. Restoration, from our perspective, we've been able to show that it's been a successful strategy for replacing these lost ecological functions. And we also have learned quite a lot now that can be transferred to the development of aquaculture. And last, here at the university, at the Hart Research Institute, we're very interested in providing science-based solutions. We want to be able to help and be proactive. And some of the ways that we can help are in understanding where to be restoring oyster reefs or where to be placing aquaculture siting, when during the year you can be most successful, and how the different approaches that can be used. And that's it for me.
A little bit shorter. Well, thank you very much. I'm Gail Sutton. I'm the Assistant Director at Hart Research Institute, and I kind of bother everybody about everything and stick my nose into everything. So I, though, really like working with oysters. Nothing's better than researching something you can eat. So that makes it a lot of fun. But also, my thesis project was on how to recycle oyster shell and it be economically feasible and environmentally feasible, because as we all know, sometimes recycling is not cost effective and it's a great burden to people. So when I got on this project, Brad Lomax at Water Street Restaurants had been doing his own recycling project by himself with pickle buckets, but some good did come from it because it promoted his sons to go to college. They decided this was not a way to go through life schlepping around a bunch of shucked oyster shell. So this is our 10th year, by the way, for our recycling program. So I'm here to say it is economically feasible and definitely environmentally feasible, because all that oyster shell you saw on those barges, a lot of them came from Brad's great marketing schemes, because those are all the shells we've been picking up from him and then some other restaurants here. So let's see.
The green.
Big green button, all right. I brought pictures just in case. So with oyster shell recycling, I heard Joe say like cradle to plate, I believe, and things like that. I like to call it, you're closing the loop because you're going from, to me, the bay to the plate and then back to the bay. How many consumer products just end? They do go cradle to grave. So I think this is an important part about it, because we do take the animal and its habitat with it when we harvest, and that's not real common. So I think it's really important that we take that shell and get it back into the water, because the oysters do prefer their own surface to set on. So the three things I'll talk to you about is why bother recycling, how easy it is to recycle, and then the benefits of recycling. So it's really simple. So I have the easiest job at the Institute, because how hard is it to throw a shell back in the water? So it's pretty easy. But why put it in the dump if you can build a reef with it? Well, this was the problem with my research project. I found out it's not so bad putting the shell in the dump. And so I had to go down that rabbit hole. It turns out that to maintain a landfill, you do lime the landfill. So I had to go down that road of the science part of that. Also, oyster shells are great for composting. Why do you think so many gardeners use oyster shell in their gardens? They're a nice cupped little thing, and they're calcium carbonate, and they're great. They do a lot of good. However, it would take a lot of oyster shell to make a dent at the dump, because there's a lot of trash for it to help compost. So a very small amount of shell can do a lot of good out in the water. And the good news is, even if you put it in the wrong spot, it's really not bad. Now, how many things can you say that about? So, again, my job is very simple. You start with eating the oyster. That's really fun. And oysters are great for you. They're perfectly balanced food. They have vitamins in them, A, C, D, vitamin B12. So I promote everybody to eat them and eat them often. It's a good idea. After
you eat it, of course, then some poor guy has to collect it at the restaurant, which is probably one of the hardest parts about this, because the lowest paid person in the restaurant is responsible for getting the shell without the trash out to the collection bin. So our students pick up shell every day from our local restaurants, and you can see them there. Those are 2 of our students taking it to the, we have a repository at the Port of Corpus Christi, which thank you, because this is the biggest problem with recycling oyster shells. Where do you keep it? It does not smell well. It's good that my presentation came after lunch, but we have to hold it for 6 months in quarantine before we can use it. So the one on the left is the shell just being collected. The one on the right, it's been sitting there baking in the South Texas sun, and believe me, nothing will be left on it, so that part's great. So we quarantine it until we use it. Then we build the reef. So you can see the picture on the left is a big barge taking it out. And then the one on the left is where we manually build these reefs. We bag about 40,000 pounds of shell each year in 2 different bagging events. And we get everybody out there from folks that are vacationing down here to Girl Scout troops. Many of the school districts come, our students. We have a lot of people come out and help us build the reefs manually. And the bigger reefs are engineered, and Jenny and I spend a lot of time, though, thinking about where to put these reefs. She's done a lot of work on the baseline, because sometimes reefs aren't there for a reason. They're no longer sustainable in the area, so we don't just put them down in any place. Our reefs, I like to fondly call them our boutique reefs, because they're in very special places that are going to do really well. So the picture on the left is Goose Island State Park, where they've had a lot of erosion, up to a meter loss of land a year at the Big Tree Unit. And these are 1,000-year-old oak trees that we definitely want to help maintain and help. And this is a great natural product. So we put 1 million pounds of shell offshore. We're putting some in the more shallow reef area. And then there's some that are going up on the shoreline. So they've got multiple uses going on. And I think Shane brought this up too, and Jenny, it really does take not a village, but the whole state to build a reef, because you know of all the permitting process, we do all that. We use the Corps of Engineers, General Land Office, Parks and Wildlife, and then the community comes out and helps, and then, you know, everybody loves the warm and fuzzy part of getting the community out there, but what people don't like to pay for is building a reef. So CCA has been a great a sponsor of ours, as has the General Land Office. Others helping us build these reefs. So we have about 20 acres that we've built in local waters thus far. And the first reef we built was right after my master's degree. And one of the suppositions I made was that the biota around the reef would go up 10 times, and it did immediately. I mean, everything's growing and everything's happening around the reef. It's the happening place. So the benefits of recycling, a bunch of people have already mentioned that you can build new reefs, you're restoring reefs, you've got coastal resiliency going on, there are water treatment plants down there, they're cleaning the water up, you've got erosion control. But some of the stuff that people don't bring up is when you have cleaner water, your value of your home goes up. When you have cleaner water, the value of your boat is there. There's more tourism, there's more fishing. So a lot of my paper focused on that side too, is just as a community, just recycling oyster shell can make all these things happen, because you've built a reef out of it. And yes, it could go to the dump, isn't going to hurt anything, but look at the synergy that happens when you use it for recycling. Not to mention, Brad doesn't have to pay to haul it away, which is always good. Now, there is a conflict for use, though, of oyster shell, because many of you have fond memories of your parents having, and maybe still do, roofs made out of oyster shell. At one point, there was a road all the way from Brownsville to Dallas that was 100% oyster shell. And chicken grit, most chicken grit comes from oyster shell. And people use it to make shellcrete, a gardening, And of course, the number one use is going to the dump. So those are things we need to look at. So for the future of recycling oyster shell, we need to think about, it's nice for restaurants to be green and the consumer to be green, but we need to really think about the major producers of shell, which are wholesalers. Our shell collection was enormous when Groomer Seafood was shucking here, but they're not anymore. I just spoke to the city of San Antonio yesterday. They're trying to think of ways to get the shell here. The problem is oyster shell is very heavy, and you can't afford to schlep it from here to there to there. So we have to think of innovative ways, and one of them that I've been thinking about is backhauling. When people take delivery of oysters, why can't the spent shell come back on the same truck? It's coming back anyway. So we have to start thinking as a nation, how can we move things from inland back down to the coast? Because let me tell you, the chicken farms, I don't know if you've seen it, but they have huge trainloads of shell going into these chicken farms. And they use thousands and thousands of pounds of shell, and they have no problem moving it around, so I don't know how we're going to do this. Another thing is not sending the shell to landfills. Many states have laws now that shell is not allowed to go to the dump. It's considered a natural resource, and it needs to stay, one, in the state it was produced in, and two, have a bag fee or something, somehow like with bottles, like Oregon, if you try to put this in the dump, you're going to pay a fee. We just have to think about that because it's such an important resource that we need to keep our hands on it. If we're going to mariculture and aquaculture things, we're going to be producing shell that did not come from the wild caught. This is an opportunity. I like to call it bonus shell. It didn't harm the wild at all, so we need to grab that. It's a bonus. Why not grab it and figure out how we can bring it back and put it back in the waters to supplement the wild reefs? So we just have to get our thinking caps on. Also, the recycling of shell can be used in facilities for spat-on shell, things like that, so we have to think about it. It is too valuable a commodity to end up in the dump, and we can really utilize it. So that's my simple project. Thank you.
So we took a little side trip from the hardcore discussion about mariculture and development that to talk about some of the sidebar issues that were related to all this. So for our institute, it is all related. But we have Dr. Fox, who's obviously working to develop that side of it. We also have other scientists like Dr. Pollock and Gail and partners like Shane that are looking at how we can make use of oysters and make better use of it. Because right now, as Jennifer talked about, Dr. Pollock talked about, the oyster reef is probably our most imperiled habitat. Much of the environmental issues that we've been dealing with, hurricanes and floods, have really damaged and have lost a lot of those reefs. It's concentrated our oyster fishery on the few remaining reefs, and that's not good for the industry or for other uses for those oyster reefs. So mariculture offers an opportunity, we think, to help perhaps take some of that pressure off and hopefully take a look forward to a more sustainable system. So that's kind of where we're aiming with all this. We took a little side issue here to kind of trip here to give you an idea of what we're doing in other areas dealing with oysters. So I think we have a few minutes to take, if there's any questions or comments, we're glad to take those. Yes, sir. I think you're going to have to get that microphone so they can hear you.
I don't know if it'd be Jenny or who. Can you elaborate the difference between using the various types of rock that they use to rebuild reefs to the shell? Because I know, like if I would ship a truckload of oysters to Apalachicola, Florida, it costs $2,500. That truck's not going to bring them back. He's going to pick up some other kind of load. So, I think people that actually build reefs for commercial use, they normally use other things because of the cost of rebuilding the reef.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, shell is limited in quantity, like Gail talked about. a lot of it goes out of state, a lot of it goes to other uses. You know, Parks and Wildlife now has instituted a system to put mulch back into the bay, so some of this problem is going to be solved. But what we did in that project is we were trying to figure exactly this question out, which is, if there's limited shell, how do other substrates perform if we use those instead of shell to build reef? And so we had used those materials because those were some of the most readily available, the limestone, crushed concrete that came from the washout of concrete trucks, so it was clean, you know, didn't have any petroleum or rebar in it, and river rock as well as oyster shell. And what we wanted to do was see, do oysters settle and grow the same way on those different materials? Does it provide the same habitat benefits? Do we see the same organisms living in the reef? And then we actually calculated a cost-benefit analysis to say, if you want to build reef using these different materials, do you get the same benefits? And what we found is really all of those materials allow oysters to recruit and grow on them. There was a slight edging out depending on what your goals were. So if I think back to that study, if you wanted to grow oysters, you actually got slightly more oysters if you used oyster shell than if you used any of the other materials. But if you were interested in biodiversity and different organisms that were on the reef that may then facilitate recreational angling, I think river rock was the next one that did a nice job at that. And so some of it has to do with the cost, you know, what's most readily available to you, and then some of it has to do with what your end goals are. Is it only growing oysters, or is it biodiversity, or, you know, shoreline protection? So it's a little bit context specific, but from the base level, all those things recruited oysters, and oysters grew fine on them.
Just repeat the question.
Yeah, so the question was, what were our monitoring metrics? So we monitored everything for about 1.5 years on those reefs. So we did things like oyster density, oyster size, spat density, so the larval oysters that attached to the material. We had sampling trays, so essentially we embedded the reef building material into trays and then embedded those trays in the reef so that we could go pull those quarterly. We did quarterly monitoring so that we could get a snapshot of how the reef was developing, so we were able to look at the organisms that were inhabiting the reef as well, so the fish, shrimp, crabs, etc. We looked at, so we had the elevation beforehand. Yeah, oh, sorry, so elevation, she said. So we did look at aerial extent to see what the size was, and then we kind of did rough measurements of elevation over time. We really didn't see much settling in that area. We did not look at things like, so there's some other more specific things like roughness of the reef, and we didn't look at that, but in terms of elevation, yeah.
There you are, so they can hear you. There you go.
I'm a commissioner, navigation commissioner in Rockport. And we put a reef there, right in front of the H-E-B store, where Little Bay is, so the people can,
And over there.
you know where it's at. And it cost around $1 million. So that shows you how much money it costs to do something like that instead of throwing the shell away. It cost us, we had to pay for it. The navigation did. And it's worth it because it's been about 5 years and it's growing. There's more fish, there's more of everything. Birds and crabs and everything. So besides the oysters, but I don't think we can eat the oysters, but what we're trying to do is keep the water clean because it cleans 50 gallons, one oyster cleans 50 gallons of water a day. So maybe we can go back and play more at the beach.
Beat that. I think there's a question right back there, I see.
I wanted to ask you, what is it that you have to quarantine? You said you had to leave the oyster shells at the port for 6 months. What are you quarantining them against, or what are you doing?
The shells actually still had tissue on them, so it would be a health hazard. And so after baking in the South Texas sun in particular for 6 months, there isn't anything left on them, but it's required by Texas Parks and Wildlife Under the Ocean Dumping Act, it is not required. However, it's probably a very good idea to do it. Yeah.
Right.
You mentioned, you showed a video of some boats harvesting, and you mentioned that they were harvesting in a destructive manner by the dredging. Can you explain by that video, what was particularly wrong with the dredging? What was wrong with the method?
Which was the oyster boats dredging?
The oyster boats dredging. You said that was
130 boats dredging up oysters.
Yeah. What was wrong? What was wrong with the dredging?
Leveling down the reef at that point. That much concentration in one place. That many boats in one place at one time.
Okay. Because dredging is with all this talk about reef restoration and whatnot, coming from a company that's set out over 400 million pounds of culture material in the Gulf of Mexico, dredging is quite essential. It's similar when you're farming in aquaculture, turning over the baskets to relieve the plankton, and the algae growth and the barnacles. The oysters on the bottom starve, and they get overtaken by other creatures. So dredging is quite essential. So I definitely think it's a tool that we should not always criticize, but look to in our future oyster ecosystem.
Well, I'll respectfully disagree with you on doing that to oyster reefs, but that's, I appreciate your opinion, but.
I'll respectfully refer to the Texas Department of Wildlife and Fisheries.
Okay. Good.
Well, Larry, you might also mention, though, in that particular reef, it cost about $1 million to restore it, but the amount of meat value that came off that reef was only about $300,000. So the economics are not there. You cannot afford to restore a reef at that dollar amount and then pull, so you're dredging to turn something over is very different than dredging it for a harvest. So that one was harvested, and the total meat value off that reef was maybe $300,000.
Yes.
Good presentation. My compliments. Shane, you mentioned about remote setting and spat-on, and all of you mentioned about spat-on shell. If you look at the history of oyster hatcheries in this country, the largest hatcheries really developed in the Pacific Northwest. High-volume larval production facilities where they're producing 8, 10, 12 billion oyster larvae a year. Nearly all that went to spat-on shell in the Pacific Northwest, where the larvae were shipped to individual growers who had large tanks. They put their washed oyster shells into their tanks, poured larvae into them, spatted them, and planted them out on their leases. So an oyster larvae doesn't care whether it's on whole shell or grit. And so as you develop your mariculture planning here, you're already realizing that you have a dual need for that larvae. You can make spat-on shell for reef restoration, and really it just comes down to materials handling. You know, every time I see a picture of an oyster shell bag, I call it the answer to teenage crime in America, because it is extremely onerous work. And you get a kid in trouble with the law, you have them make shell bags for one day, it'll straighten them right up. But so as you develop your hatchery planning, you keep that in mind, that you're going to have a demand for eyed larvae, not just for single shell culture in cages, but also for spat-on shell for reef restoration. And what common sense will come to you is how you design your hatcheries to meet those dual roles. And what the best way to do is take a look at how they did it in the Pacific Northwest, high volume larval production, where some of these hatcheries, they don't set larvae at all. They just ship eyed larvae out the door. That's their business. And the only way that can be economically feasible is by high volume production, because you might be buying them for $300 a million larvae, and the only way that company can make money doing that is by high volume. So as you develop your hatchery plans, I think you're going to logically come to the point that some of your first hatcheries here in Texas are going to play a dual role there. So.
Thank you, John. Appreciate those comments. I have one follow-up question for Gail, actually. I know we have some restaurateurs in the audience, and you know, Brad's here, and he was instrumental in Sink Your Shucks, and the Galveston Bay Foundation was instrumental in their shell recycling program. So Gail, do you have any advice for any others that might want to get in this shell recycling process? Like, give them some tips or things to avoid?
Well, as I was saying, part of the problem is your lowest paid person is responsible for separating out the shell, and that's sometimes a problem. Plus, their goal is to keep moving. It isn't to recycle oyster shell. But Brad made it a learning moment, and we go down there periodically to talk to the staff so they understand why they're doing it. I think that's important. But I think as we come along, if we really want to have good half-shell items, we're going to have to incorporate somehow recycling shell because of the value of it. And as you see these hatcheries coming online and things, and the aquaculturing, the shell is going to become a really important piece. So I think if the restaurants, we're working right now with Scuttlebutts and Virginia's, and it's hard. You know, I watch the guys recycle in downtown New Orleans, but they're doing it, but it's hard. You can imagine there isn't much room down there. And as we all know, these things don't smell very good. So you got to get them moving, and people have to be committed to it, the restaurant and us, to get the shell out of there because it can't sit around for health reasons. But I'm really thinking that it has to be institutionalized within the cities. Honestly, I'm seeing this in the Carolinas where it is institutionalized because they have the equipment and the space to put this. I mean, I'm doing this with students and bins, and you know, we're doing it, but I've been out there at Christmas hauling this stuff around when the kids don't show up, and it's not pretty, I gotta tell you. So I think if we can get cities on board, because worst case, let's say you never put another shell in the water. Who cares? It goes out to the dump, sits in a heap, and it can't hurt anything. What other product do you know that that's true of? It's simple. You don't have to alter the shell to recycle it. You do nothing. I've seen people turn these things into blue jeans. I don't know how they do it. I'm still trying to figure it out. How does a celebrity tell me they're wearing blue jeans made out of a plastic bottle? I don't know. But with my shells, it's super easy. You know, you throw it back in the water. So if the city takes on this task and Gail never comes through again with another dime to recycle, what does it hurt? They just push the shell into the dump and it starts liming or composting. So I think we really, we did a monumental thing getting this legislation passed, but wouldn't it be great now to go to other things like institutionalizing recycling of the shell somehow? But that's, to me, the best way. But until then, we worked with Galveston Bay to get them on board, and it's hard for the restaurants, so it's a hard job to recycle. It's a real commitment and time-consuming. So we're happy to work with them and find what works for them, you know. But anyway, I don't know if that answered your question, but thanks for asking.
Any others? Well, there's, Todd makes his way back up. Okay, now we'll let you do that.
Couple of things. Todd, come on up. I'm just going to jump in here before you do. We're getting ready to go on break, and I'm not doing this for any other reason. I don't even know if any of the catering people are here, but the catering people today, I thought, did a really good job, and it's one of those unsung jobs. Lunch was great, and Dr. Quintanilla, I mean, you did really good, and I can't believe you did it all without my help, too, me telling you what to do.
We had your blessing.
Oh, I have it.
Made all the
Well,
difference.
I thought they did a great job. I want y'all to go and please enjoy the oysters, but come back for the last session of the day because it's going to be fun. We're not going to talk about any science or any rules. We're going to talk about how we can sell this stuff and make piles of money overnight. It's easy. It won't be anything to it. See you in 15 minutes.
Well, everybody, let me explain. They're going to bring the oysters to your table. So relax for 15 minutes, but they're going to bring the oysters inside so you can try hear the tasting in the room.
The second one, the Palmer one is the one that has. So these are both
Right. Okay, if we could get everybody moving back to their seats, please, I would appreciate it. Andrew, let's get up here. My panel members, Dr. Rivera, Dr. Palma. Sit closer. You guys are going to be close to me. This is the good one.
All right.
Those are the good ones. Do you all know how to work with this thing?
So bring those forward. We'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Okay, do I have Beth? Are you gonna come up here? Beth, you're my security blanket. I need you up here. I need you and Chris up here in case somebody asks a hard question. Okay, so let me get my stuff out. The title of this panel, I do call it the fun panel because we get to talk about things like branding and selling our oysters and differentiation. So this is oyster marketing and the impact of aquaculture. And I think one of the things that really attracted me to this business and to the whole oyster aquaculture scene was the opportunities that existed for branding and description. And looking at people's at restaurants whose oyster lists, oyster offerings rivaled their wine lists in terms of goofy descriptions and complexity and number of items on there. So I really do, I think it's the exciting thing, whether you're gonna call them Copano cuties or Back Bay fertility drugs, whatever's gonna work for your operation. I think this really gets into the creative and the fun part. My panelists, I have two repeat offenders, and then we have Beth Walton and Chris Sherman. Beth from Oyster South and Chris from Island Creek Oyster Company, both very experienced in branding. But I would like to introduce to you three new members, and I am in this case gonna read there's so many letters after their names with PhDs and politicians. I'm gonna read this, but Dr. Marco Palma is a professor in the Department of Agriculture Economics at Texas A&M University, College Station. Areas of interest are consumer economics, food choices, experimental and behavioral economics, and neuroeconomics. I was blessed to sit in on a meeting sometime last year where Dr. Palma and Dr. Rivera spoke, and they talked about the things they're doing at Texas A&M University with determining consumer preferences. And besides, so Dr. Palma, Dr. Luis Rivera, professor and extension economist in the Department of Agricultural Economics at Texas A&M. He's the director of the Center for North American Studies and also serves as the program director for international projects with the Agricultural and Food Policy Center. So Dr. Rivera and Dr. Palma, where's Dr. Landivar? Dr. Landivar was there, brought these folks in and talked about a whole different way of looking at branding and how you determine consumer behavior. In the middle is Andrew Pickney, and Andrew, I'm gonna go back to this because I'm terrible. Assistant professor in the Department of Agricultural Economics at Texas A&M University here and with the Texas Sea Grant Marine Economics Extension specialist with responsibilities that include statewide leadership and coordination of extension activities and applied research related to marine resource. What that's telling me is that Andrew can do a pro forma on an oyster farm. Andrew can he's an economics guy, and we talk about what it takes in terms expenses over a period of time, and what, if any, return on investment that you're going to receive. So with that, I'm going to let Dr. Palmer, you coming up first? I hope this works. The other thing I want to say is, Dr. Quintanilla, I am the one fully responsible for Chris not having the slides at this morning's presentation. It's actually not all my fault. It's partly my wife Liz's fault because she left me on the computer unsupervised and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I didn't get it done. Dr. Palmer?
Not true, I'm guilty also.
Well, thank you for that very nice introduction, and thank you for the panelists for sharing an interesting experience here. Joe Fox, Gail, Dr. Landiver, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. I think it is very exciting for us to learn about this initiative related to oysters in the state of Texas. In my work, I combine experiments to understand human behavior, and then we look at the neurophysiological responses. Sometimes we as human beings make very odd decisions. And so a lot of that might be related to what we see in the product features, but a lot of that is also something that goes along the context that happens in the decision. So let me give you an example, because I'm an experimental economist. I see the world through economic experiments. And so McDonald's, a couple of years ago, decided to ban trans fats from their French fries because of all this healthy movement, and people were really worried about their health. Now, McDonald's has been around for a long time, and so they know better than changing everything at the same time. So what did they do? They started changing and banning these trans fats in different geographical locations at different times. You know what was the consumer reaction to that? Everybody started complaining that the French fries did not taste any good anymore. Interestingly enough, people complained even in the restaurants that had not made the switch. So this is how important human behavior is to the success of any business enterprise. And obviously, oysters are not the exception. So just to give you a little bit of a glimpse of what we do in the Human Behavior Lab, I'm going to show you a little video that just shows in a very short amount of time some of the combination of different measures that we do to understand human behavior. So the point of what we're trying to do in our facility is to try to understand, if we were to ask Texas consumers, do you care about Texas oysters? Are you willing to pay more for these Texas oysters? Maybe the response will be overwhelmingly yes. Of course I do. But when it comes to making actual decisions with the money, it might be a different situation. And so we're trying to understand, number one, how real incentives matter, and how things that people react physiologically that may not be able to fake. They might tell me, yes, I prefer this oyster, not this other one, but they cannot really adjust the size of the pupil. They cannot adjust their brain activation while they're tasting an oyster to see how they react to that. So that's what we're trying to do in matching this. What is the importance of branding? Well, let me give you an example of an experiment where these guys took these two branded shirts that you see here. The one on the left is an unbranded polo shirt, and the one on your right has a branded distinctive, which is Lacoste.
And they gave this to a salesperson in a retail setting. And this person interacted with the customers all around, and then the customers were asked to evaluate, number one, how friendly the person was, how knowledgeable the person was about the products and services that the person was selling, and to assign a wage rate, how much this person should be paid per hour. Now, it was the exact same person, so that they wanted to minimize the fact that you might like a person and dislike another one. But when the person was wearing this branded shirt, the person all of a sudden became more friendly. The person knew more about the products, to the point there was a statistically significant difference in a much higher wage when the person was wearing this branded shirt. Now, I don't know about you, but nothing really changed in this context. But we know of industries that use this information to sell their products and to actually portray an image. If not, you can see real estate agents, financial planners that dress impeccable to show that if you're going to be handling the wealth that you accumulate to your 30 years of working, then they want to portray that they are successful in increasing your wealth. Now, why does these programs work? It works because as human beings, since we're little kids, we're used to correlate quality with price. And what I mean by that is that everything else being equal, something that is more expensive, it's also of higher quality. And today we might talk about quality, and some of my colleagues will talk about quality here in terms of the physical attributes, but there is also an important component, which is the nutritional and health dimension of the product, something that will enhance the health of the consumer. Now, when we have this differentiation factor, it's difficult to separate the quality from the price, because everything else being equal, a Rolex is more expensive, but it's also higher quality. So Brad was talking about this similitude between wine and oysters. And I just want to bring this message back home by this study, which is a beautiful study conducted by Plasman. And what they did is they brought a group of very well-known people who were connoisseurs of wine. So these were people that were wine drinkers, and that they actually were very, kind of a little bit snobby about knowing about wine. These are professors in an Ivy League school in the Northeast, which I'm not going to name, but you can look at the paper or Google it if you want to. And then they were asked to do the following. You're going to be tasting 2 different bottles of wine. Now, one of the bottles of wine was priced at $90, and the other bottle of wine was priced at $10. And they were supposed to taste it. Now, there were no differences between the 2 bottles of wine. They were the exact same bottle of wine. The labels were identical. The only difference was the price. Now, you will see here that I have 2 lines with 2 different colors, and the only reason I have that here is so that you can see what happened. But in reality, the 2 bottles were identical. So they asked them to taste the bottles of wine. What do you think happened? Which of the 2 bottles of wine do you think that people like most? Who says the bottle of $10? Who would like more the $10 bottle of wine? How many of you think it was the $90 bottle of wine? Yes, and you will be right. Now, up to that point, it's an interesting paper, but nothing that would really appearing in the proceedings of National Academies of Sciences. What they did next is they actually scanned the brain of these individuals while they were drinking the wine. Remember, it's the exact same bottle of wine from the same harvest year, from the same winery. And you know what happened? The medial orbitofrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain that is right behind our eyes, in the middle of the brain, and that's the important area for this context, because it's the area that processes the pleasantness of smells and taste. It activated a lot more with the $90 bottle of wine compared to the $10 bottle of wine. Wow. What does that tell us for branding and marketing? It tells us that when the person is convinced that this product is different, that the person, our brains actually give us more pleasure by consuming something that we believe is prestigious. Why is this important? Because in a world where perhaps there is a very low market share in terms of the number of people that actually eat oysters, the taste of a very good Texan oysters will be very relevant for people to anchor what is supposed to be the $90 bottle of wine.
And so we have a great opportunity here to set up what is going to become the standard. And this is something that has been done in many contexts, even in food context, where people associate different food products with prestige. And if you can Google, for example, applied economics fashionable food, we have found that a segment of consumers in the US is willing to pay more for these products because they perceive that food and fashionable food in general is something to be portrayed. And this works because of social validation. In this very classic experiment conducted in the 50s by a famous psychologist called Ash, he asked people the following question. You guys see the 3 lines over there in the screen, right? Even though they're kind of small, he tasked participants with the following question. Which of the 3 lines, A, B, or C, is closer in length to the first line, labeled 1? Again, which of the 3 lines, A, B, or C, is closer in length to line 1? How many of you think it's line A? How many of you think it's line B? And how many of you think it's line C? So you guys would be absolutely correct. The overwhelming majority of people would pick line B. When he conducted an experiment like that, there was less than 1% errors. Now, the next time he brought these Confederates, here I'm picturing them as stooges, and these stooges would be in front of the actual participants. And there would be 4 or 5 Confederates and then the actual participant. So the first person will come in line and say, oh, it's line A. And then the second person will come and say, it's obviously A. And then the third person will do the same. And in that case, more than 37% of people were actually given the wrong answer, which means that as human beings, we are more than willing and happy to incur in a cost of knowing that we're wrong to be socially adaptable. Now, we have a video here I want to show you to see how this happens in the real world. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to play, but our technical person is going to help us here with the AV and see if it plays. But in this video, what you will see is the effect of how the context might change the perception of quality, and hopefully this will bring the message home to all of us here. Maybe we can give a little bit more volume.
They didn't know they were our shoes. So we rebranded for a weekend.
This is Payless Shoes rebranding to Palazzi, high-end shoe store.
Full team of sales associates. Then we filled all the shelves with Payless shoes and jacked up our prices as much as 1,800%. And finally, we gave it what you might call a fancier name. Welcome to Palazzi. Palazzi is just such high quality.
These are fashionistas.
Taking your shoe game like up to the next level. The guests at the Palazzi grand opening party had no idea any of these shoes were from Payless.
It looks really well made. I love a heel that's kind of chunky because it means you can like jump up and down, do some backflips maybe. It's a stunner. It's one of those shoes that you're just going to get compliments on over and over again.
Elegant, sophisticated, and versatile.
For me to experience this as an Italian designer is amazing.
You can definitely wear this to like a Met Gala dinner. Just make it so unique. Definitely spend $295 on a pump like this. I would pay like $300-$400 for these shoes for sure.
Would they pay for real? Let's see.
Compliments are great and all, but with these fashionista influencer types open up their wallets for our shoes, we watched from a room backstage as our first customer approached the register. We all celebrated the first sale, but then we witnessed more and more shoes selling. Shoes sold for $250, $400, and even $600. But before any of them left, we let them know the shoes were actually from Payless.
You've got to be kidding me. Shut up. Are you serious? No. Did I just pay too much? I love Christian Siriano. Oh, I would support this.
Anyone who bought the shoes got them from us as a free gift, but we proved that they could sell for over 10 times the normal Payless price. Now anyone can come into Payless and get these same exact shoes for as low as $19.99.
I am very, very happy with this purchase, and I will be going to Payless for a lot more shoes.
And so Whatever our medial orbitofrontal cortex perceives is how we actually make things real. And so if in our brains we're convinced that those are high quality branded shoes, we are convinced that that's actually the reality. Does that happen in food? Well, in a very similar context, Pizza Hut did a very similar context in which they brought these individuals into a very fancy restaurant, and they had pasta. It was like a top of the line restaurant, very, very fancy plates. Everything was like upscale. And then everybody was asked, what do you think about the food? And they were just saying, this is the best pasta of my life. You know, I want to compliment the chef. Is there any way he can come out? And they were surprised to see there was the Pizza Hut cook who came out and said, yeah, I cooked today, and we were delivered by Pizza Hut. And people would not believe that. So this is the importance of branding and prestige. Now remember, Thomas Edison said, I never want to build something that nobody wants to buy. So key question here is anything we have to do, we have to make money on it, but it has to be something that the customer is willing and happy to purchase. Thank you.
You're up, Doug.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Boy, that's a really tough act to follow, huh? We always say that economists are not very fun to listen to. Well, that was really fun. Anyways, this is my good friend and colleague, Marco. We travel a lot of different places together. It never gets old. I'll always like to hear him talk. My talk is a little bit more of, would it work? You know, can we produce something at a good price and can we make money off of it? And are people, do people have enough money to buy the stuff that we're producing? Okay? So just going on, you've probably seen this picture here of world population. We're supposed to hit over 10 billion people over the next 30 to 40 years. One thing that is very important and answer the question is, do people have money to buy, let's say in this case, oysters? Because it has changed. You know, oyster used to be a luxury. Now it's just going out on a Wednesday evening with friends and have some oysters. And the reason for that is that, look at this is a world GDP projections to 2050. You see, it just keeps growing almost exponentially. So why do we talk about China so much? It's not like they've been starting to having, you know, a lot more kids. You know, they had the one kid law, I guess, you know, for years and years and years. But we talk about China because it's not only that they have a lot of people, but now they have money to purchase things. That is a big difference. It's not the amount of people that you have, it's the money that they have to afford to buy things. And when they already purchase enough of their grains, they want more wheat-based products or protein products. So China is a huge, huge market because, again, now they have the people and they have the money. That is very, very important. And if you see there, the countries that are growing really fast, instead of money, is developing economies. So again, you know, this is key to whatever we're producing, because we, of course, we produce it to sell it. And we want to sell it at a good price, and not for good price, so we can make money, right? So this is, again, key to all the talk. The other things that I also mentioned is that, do we have more agricultural land? Actually, no. We have less and less agricultural land. And you can see here in Corpus and other areas, what it used to be a cropland now is a house or a community or a neighborhood, right? So we have less and less. So we have to be more and more productive with less input, as well as less availability of land, or in this case for oysters will be production at the seashore. Here's another thing that is very important. Yeah, we can talk about branding. Yes, we can put, you know, a high price on our products, but will people be able to buy it? This table is really, really important. I usually use it in all my talk because it tells a lot. There's different angles that you can talk about this table. This is how much consumers spend on food on their disposable income. Which one is the cheapest food in the world? Which country has the cheapest food in the world? It's the US. On average, we spend 6.3% of our disposable income on food. Now again, food is not a luxury, we need to eat, right? What we eat is a different question, but we have to eat. There's no question about it. Once we have that covered, then we have, what is it, 96.7% of our income to buy stuff. iPhone 10s, more cars, going on vacation, having a summer house somewhere, etc., etc. So because of our necessities are covered with only 6.3% of our income, we have money to pay the stuff, which also means that we can spend more money on food if we desire to. Now, how are we going to make people spend more money on food? That doesn't make any sense. Well, there are people that like organic, for example. There are people that like it only produced in the US. They don't like imported foods, you know, or they have different production practices that they like. So that's what we're trying to do. There is money, as we saw, you know, the world have a lot more money, more than any other time in history, yeah, including here in the US, and we spend little on food. Those are very, very important points whenever we're producing something. Now we have to make them consume that, right? But again, you know, it's very, very important. Another thing that is very important is in this country, we have about 1/4 of the world's money. 24.32% of the world's money is in this country. We have 330 million people with money that spend less than 6.3% of their income on food. Huge, huge opportunity. Okay? Huge opportunity. How can we get them to buy our product? That's what we go with my colleague here, Marco, and with other economists looking at the sustainability of the system. That's what the title of my presentation is, Sustainability of Production System. Whatever you want to buy or whatever you want to produce, this is the place to sell it. Okay? And when you produce more, you saturate your domestic market, you can export. That's what I do. I do international trade. About 35% of farm income, US farm income, comes from our overseas market. More than 1/3 is from our overseas market. And they're getting more and more money. Okay? So that's, no, again, it's very important. Now what we need to do is to say, how much does it take? Do we have the natural resources to produce it? When we're looking, hey, you know, we can produce blueberries, you know, because the prices are really good, can we produce it? Do we have the land? Do we have the water, for example? Here's an example of how much it takes to produce each of those products. We need to be aware of that. For oyster, for example, we have a lot of coastline, right? That's huge. And we live in a country that has 1/4 of the world's money that spend little on food. This is great. So far, this is really, really good, right? But we have to look also at the seasonality. We have to look at where are the competition, where is the competition coming from? You know, are we going to hit a niche market? Are we going to try to produce something that is competing in cost? Or is it going to be something like a niche market that is going to have a price premium? All those things, the way to answer that is with cost of production. Now, most people, they don't like numbers. We economists, we love them. All right? We're happy when Excel spreadsheets pops out. You know, we smile. It's just, you know, like a canvas, you know, for Picasso. That's an Excel spreadsheet for us economists. We love it. You know, which is good because we put those things into numbers. Then we have to look at cost of production. Tedious for us is fun. Okay? So that's why you need us. All right? So we put together the cost of production, and then we look at how we compete with other countries. In this case, we were doing tomatoes, for example. Can we produce tomatoes and compete in California, Florida, Georgia, Mexico? But it could be anything else. It would be oysters. Same thing. We need to have the cost of production. And then we look at the risk components of it. That's what I have. The stop line just shows the risk. It's not about a specific number. It's what's the probability of this venture to make money. But on the demand side, it looks really, really good. Can we figure out the production side, and can we figure out the right marketing tool so we can sell our product to, again, a country that has 1/4 of the world's money that spend little on food? That's all I got. Thank you.
kidding. We do like our Excel spreadsheets, and you're going to see a few from me. So as you can see, my title is A Rough Outline of the Economics of Oyster Aquaculture in Texas. And it is a rough outline because we're talking about an industry where we're probably 2 years away from putting anything in the water. So we can look to what other states have done. And even that, you know, the folks that have been doing it for a while in the Gulf, you're talking less than a decade. So we don't have a lot of data to go on. So when I met with Brad last week and asked him what he wanted me to present on, these were the 3 questions he wanted me to try and answer. And then he told me I had 8 minutes. And I said, I'll see what I can do. But yeah, we're going to kind of go into these. So what we've been doing, trying to answer these, is I've been working with Joe Fox and John Scarpa here at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, taking their knowledge of the oyster industry and oyster aquaculture and basically, you know, trying to figure out what we think it would cost. And then on top of that, we've been piggybacking off of what we can find based on what they're doing in Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. Shouldn't say that. We used a lot of Bill Walton's numbers from Alabama, and we've, you know, anywhere where we could find data where people are already doing this, Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences had some stuff out there, we used some of that. We tried to, you know, incorporate that into this analysis. Now, one thing I will say is, as we go through it, you know, once again, it's rough. John Supan mentioned, you know, the labor associated with his 2-acre facility. I have a lot more labor cost than what he mentioned in here. So, you know, take what you're going to see with a grain of salt. So, because I don't have a ton of time, we cut back. We've looked at 3 of the different types of ways you can grow it. We looked at the Australian longline, the floating cages, and the off bottom. But today we're just going to focus on the adjustable longline, or the Australian longline. And we're looking at 3 hypothetical sizes, small farms, 1, 2, or 3 acres. And we're assuming 8 runs per acre and 222 baskets per run. This might be on the low side. Bill, they're doing that quad now, right? Okay. So this is rough still. But what we're looking at is the idea that you would finance this operation, and you do it with loans with an 8% interest rate, and the idea that you need an operating loan to cover your first year of operating expenses, because from when you actually start and have your facility and you build it out, it's going to take about a year before you start having product that you can sell. So here's my big warning again. Numbers are coming, and once again, like I said, take them with a grain of salt. So what will it cost? I'm sorry if that's a little small. We're going to ignore all the stuff at the top, all the details. Just focus down at the bottom. So what we did, like we said, we looked at a 1, 2, and 3 acre facility, and we've highlighted the 2 and 3 acre facilities because when we ran the numbers on profitability, 1 acre probably doesn't look like it would be feasible given our analysis. You're just not going to produce enough to hit the economies of scale you need, economies of scope. But what you're looking at with the 2 and 3 acre facility, we're thinking, you know, about $160,000 in capital costs to build out your farm for a 2 acre, about $210,000 for a 3 acre, and then you can see the operating loan value, what you would need to cover that first year's operating costs. And so basically, all said, based on what we have, we're thinking to start a 2 acre farm, you probably need $230,000 roughly. And to start a 3 acre farm, it's probably closer to $300,000. Now, once again, I'll say these are rough. There are certain things you might have. If you have a truck and a boat already, hey, that knocks $40,000 off right off the bat. So, I mean, these are estimates, but that's what we're thinking right now. So for the profitability analysis, what we think you might be able to make, we had to make some assumptions. Our first one was what you're going to get for your oysters. And and we did 50 cents an oyster. So this is a quality product. You're not selling into, you're selling a half-shell product here, and it's got to be a high-quality product. You can see our stocking per acre and our survival rate, seed costs. A lot of this is stuff from a really neat tool that Bill Walton and the folks at the Auburn Oyster Lab put out. And then you've got supervisory labor costs and general labor costs. And the way we're thinking about this, if you're a potential grower, a potential farmer, that supervisory labor cost is kind of what you're going to pay yourself in salary. So when you see the profitability numbers, think about the idea that those are net of you paying yourself about $31,000 a year. So here's what you see when we run the numbers, and you can kind of see the reason we're not highlighting the 1 acre facility, because it's a money loser. Based on what we put into this analysis, you're going to lose money. Now, the 2 acre and 3 acre facilities, you see, you start to turn a profit. It's not a big profit at 2 acres in this analysis, but there is a little bit of one. And at 3 acres, you're doing pretty well. That seems to be where you're kind of maybe hitting a sweet spot where this can be profitable. I do need to go back and mention these numbers. This is kind of what you're expecting in a good year. I mean, we're talking 90% survival. So parasites, red tide, a hurricane, anything like that, you're going to be in trouble. And one thing I will point out, you see the net cash flow there. Some people see that and think, great, that's really good money. Well, we have you taking out a loan to finance this, which you're going to have to pay back in 7 years, so you better put some of that money aside for repaying the principal. And then just kind of the last thing, wrapping up, Brad wanted me to talk about the risk, and there are a number of them. One is demand risk. I mean, we've talked a lot today about how oysters are a high-value product, and they do well, and they are. But demand is driven by perception. So, if there's another big oil spill in the Gulf, you could have your farm hundreds of miles away from that spill, but if public perception is that, oh, your oysters come from the Gulf is covered with oil, prices are going to go down. I mean, that's just a risk that's there. Then you've got a list of the environmental risks that come along with this. Too much or too little fresh water, harmful algal blooms, hurricanes, chemical spills. This has all kind of already been covered. Production risk, lack of spat. You can't make big oysters without baby oysters, and that's kind of been an issue around the Gulf. And then, labor, equipment, fuel, all of your inputs. So there's a lot of things that can, cause your prices, cause your costs to go up. And I feel bad. That's it. I got to rain on the parade at the very end of the day. But as I said, it's a very rough number. We're still working on it. In Alabama, they've done some great work. In 2016, they did a survey of their growers and got some data out there. And that's something going forward we really need to do in the Gulf more of. It could be a Gulf-wide thing, but we need to send out surveys every year to our growers to improve the economic analysis. We need to know, how old are your bags? How old are your baskets? How long is your equipment lasting? Things like that will really help. So that's it. Thank you.
So, I'm not going to say you rained on our parade, but did you see the room empty out? Did you see all the air there? I think also the.
I didn't sign up to go last.
I know Andrew's leaving us to go and move to Florida. So what does he care about Texas? We're telling the truth, and I think what you're getting here is a realistic, maybe conservative estimate, and it goes back to what several people have said. That it can't be. I mean, if you're looking at this to get rich before Christmas, you probably better go back to the Stripe store and buy your lottery ticket, because it's not that kind of a business. Chris, would you come up here and just talk for a second, just your thoughts on what you heard really from all three of these guys? I mean, it's amazing to me, and I've said this to Dr. Quintanilla. You don't have to come up here. You can use that one. Sorry. What we have available to us on this campus to the business community, I think is an underused, underutilized product. And it's, you know, you can come out here and you can get access to all sorts of information that will help you as a businessman. Chris, what do you think?
Sure. You turned it off. Can you hear me now? There we go. Yeah, I thought all of that was really interesting. One of the components of there was definitely a slide in my presentation that talked about.
It was a good one.
Sorry, it had to come up.
It's a really good one.
That talks about how much value branding the product has added. And you know, I had the pleasure of attending a agribusiness seminar at a prominent East Coast Ivy League business school this last January with a bunch of executives from large agribusiness companies all over the world. And the clamor in the room was really about how to differentiate and brand their product. So if they grew kiwis in New Zealand, how do they compete with the kiwis grown in Brazil? Or if they grew raspberries or what have you. And the beauty of oysters as an agricultural commodity is that they're kind of pre-differentiated just because of the nature of the product, the nature of the way it's grown, and the impact that the geography has on it, and the kind of cultural connection point within the people's approach to them, you know, in the dining markets, looking for that, yeah, you know, approaching it as they approach wine or something. So, so that is no doubt a major value add that I don't think can be ignored. And I do remember when I came off from working on the farm and I kind of moved into the office, which we call transitioning from the world of the boots into the world of the suits. A lot of the growers were like, what are you doing? You're on Facebook. You know, why do you have a Facebook page? And you know, that's dumb. You should be growing more oysters. And now, you know, after the success that we and a bunch of other firms have had in kind of creating that brand, you know, you see a lot of new growers getting into the business that are making a logo and merchandise and having a social media page before they even have any oysters in the water. So the paradigm has definitely shifted. So I'm kind of in full agreement and endorsement of that. As far as the profitability goes, it's farming. It's a tough business. There's no doubt. I mentioned earlier, you know, from an investment standpoint, whether you're looking at it as an investor or if you're just looking at your own, you know, rate of return on your own investment, you know, it has to be tolerant of volatile returns in the short term, and you have to be in it for the long haul. To Brad's point, it's the worst get-rich-quick scheme ever. It's you know, we like to say that the great way to make a small fortune in aquaculture is to start with a large one. But that being said, you know, it's a major success story when we go to talk to policy people, when we go to talk to our representatives. I'm often kind of shoulder to shoulder with people in the fisheries or people in other agricultural commodities. And mostly they're asking for tax credits and relief from, you know, production costs that are higher than the market value of their product or declining, you know, stocks and things like that. So in the world of food production, it is a major success story. And the numbers that were up there, I think, are certainly within an order of magnitude of what could be anticipated in a good year. I think the biggest variable in the mix, other than the variables that kind of belong with any business, is that yield number. That even in, you know, like I said, we've been farming for 25 years, we still have huge fluctuations in that yield every year. And it takes major capital inputs to try to flatten that yield curve out. So that, in my view, is the kind of, from a production standpoint, the biggest risk in the business model.
We've got 15 minutes, and I want to make sure that if there's any questions regarding this, regarding the economics of an oyster farm or the marketing or the differentiation, that you have a chance to ask them. Are there any questions? Bill, you want to, whatever suits you. Bill Walton with Auburn University.
So
I thought those were great talks, and it is important to be realistic about the economics, and I think that 90% is something that you would want to play within the model. 90% was something that we got early on. We've had farmers since tell us that they're around 50%, I think, Leslie, in some cases, and so you would need to really look at those models closely before you decided this is something you wanted to do. And, I would argue it is hard work. Like, you have to be one of the people willing to do hard work. Dr. Palma, I thought, yours was a fascinating talk. The risk, I think, for new growers, though, is I think somebody might take away from this that branding is all smoke and mirrors, that it's just convincing people that there's something different. And what I would argue for anybody in Texas that is thinking about growing oysters is that your brand really has to mean something. There has to be meat on that bone. It cannot just be smoke and mirrors, because when the consumer sees through that, they will abandon you very quickly. I've been in Canada where they take oysters and they just put them in different boxes and put different names on them. The oysters are the exact same oysters, and then just selling them with sexy names. If you go that route, I think you're very vulnerable to being exposed, and I think the consumer will abandon you. John, you take pride in the oysters that you grow at Navy Cove Oysters, and it's pride in the quality and the consistency and the flavor, and I think you want to have a story that has genuine, like, there is something to it. Now, all credit to the social media and telling that story, but I would just be cautious about that. It is very tempting to cut corners early on, and I think the product has to have something genuinely different and not be wine in a different bottle, or the same bottle, I should say.
Yeah, Dan?
Yeah, I think my voice is loud enough. I was raised, Baptist, went to lots of evangelists. With all the risks, such as hurricanes, theft, algae bloom, etc., is there crop insurance available now with the people that have the oyster farms?
Well,
Yes.
Go ahead. Andrew.
You said yes, and that's what I found in my research, but I see people in the front row shaking their head who know.
I guess it depends is probably a better answer.
There's forms of crop insurance, liability insurance. The biggest insurance that I have not found off the shelf is something to protect my investment in my gear. I don't know if you guys have something for that, but do you have something that protects your gear investment?
We do. It's not cheap, but so gear liability. A lot of people try to sell you a liability policy, and if you read in the fine print, it'll have a like bacterial or viral exclusion. So if you get somebody sick with your oyster, you can still be sued. So I know of like 2 underwriters out there that actually have a policy that will cover your liability. As far as crop insurance go, we fall under. There's actually something that with our industry group, East Coast Shellfish Growers, we've been working on pretty extensively in Washington in collaboration with Pacific Coast Shellfish Growers and the Gulf Industry Council. And really right now there's 2 products. There's the NAP insurance. There's a $100,000 cap on it. So if you're a larger farm, it's hard to have it really pay the bills in a tough year. And then the newest and most promising product is the whole farm revenue product. And both of those are out of our USDA crop insurance program, specialty crop program, just like you're growing pistachios or something like that. So,
John?
Dr. Palma, I'd like to start out by thanking you. Thanking you for explaining to me why my 35-year-old son tries to live a lifestyle he can't afford. Branding. Navy Cove Oyster Company has another brand. We're called Mobile Bay Oysters. And Kirk, what happens when you have a red tide closure for 4 months and an oyster reaches market size in 6 months is you end up with some really large oysters that do not match your brand. And so what we chose to do as a company is we created another brand to adapt to our growing conditions. So if we are forced on a red tide closure and our oysters get exceedingly big because we can't move them off the farm, we brand them as a Mobile Bay oyster and we sell them for less. And it hurts us economically. That's the kind of prices a red tide closure can enact on a farm. Because an oyster that's 5 inches long is hard to explain to our customers through Chris Nelson and Bon Secours Fisheries. These aren't Navy Cove oysters. They don't look like Navy Cove oysters, and we're literally forced to call them something else. Came right off the same farm, but it is not the size of oyster that suits our brand. So that's just one example how you adapt all kind of things that's affecting your farm and your production that you have no control over whatsoever. And by the way, Andrew.
Yeah.
We're seeing an oyster grow cage. We're getting 8 years out of them.
Okay.
Before we have to replace them. All right, thank you.
Questions on marketing and the impact of aquaculture, economics? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm a business management major here at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, and I want to know, what is your advice to current business students and soon to graduate business students when it comes to branding your oysters? Thank you.
Who wants to take that? Dr. Palmer?
I can take a stab at it, sure, or a shuck, I guess. You know, it really speaks to, Bill brought this up, and I think authenticity and just owning your own story. I mean, I spoke to that point a little bit earlier today, and actually all of our speakers have here, I mean, you just want to be who you are. And I think, for business students who are, starting out and maybe looking to help new oyster farmers, the biggest thing is to utilize the tools that you have in front of you. And Chris spoke about, social media. We've talked about that a little bit. That's a great way to start telling your story from the beginning. What your process is, like what your gear is, what your site looks like. I mean, even before anything hits the market, I mean, I'm sure, Dr. Palma, there's like a fancy term, like tell them what they're going to taste or tell them what they're going to see. Get people ready for what your product's going to be. Like, tell them how great it's going to be or what it's going to taste like and what makes it different and unique. But just own your own story. I know everybody comes from different backgrounds as to why they might want to be a farmer. They might be, people have business backgrounds or science backgrounds or lawyers or what have you. Just own that. I would say authenticity is probably my biggest answer. So I hope that answered that. Thank you.
I would just like to add a little bit to that. I think that's a wonderful point. You have to have your own story about what makes you different. And when we're talking about the quality here, the two wines actually were the same quality. So we're starting by the point that, yes, you might get away once with having a product of low quality and fooling somebody. But the point is that to be able to remain in the business, you have to target two types of consumer. You have to target the market penetration, the persons who are non-oyster consumers into trying the product. And then once they try the product, you want to try to target those who already purchased the product once and ate it once to come back and repeat buying the same product over and over. And so my suggestion would be, what can you make a story around to make the connection so that oysters are not just simply food, but that they mean something a little bit more, that they bring a connection with something within the boundaries of the state of Texas, something between the land and the sea, something with family. I mean, the success of the wine industry in France stems around, they don't even have wine restrictions because they know so much about the wine because they always associate something with it. So when there's sulfites and there's a very particular taste of the wine, you think about it and they say, oh, this reminds me of grandma, because that's the place where they actually first tasted that wine. So how can create that terroir type of situation in which people can taste our oysters here in Texas and associate it with something that brings families together in an environment to enjoy food and to enjoy families, and something that goes beyond just the taste of the product itself, but the actual experience. So if you can successfully create your brand about that and make it not just about the product itself, but about everything that goes around, I think that you probably have a better chance of connecting with your consumers.
Let me talk about another aspect that hasn't been discussed, and the reason we don't discuss it is because when we give this presentation, we usually have another colleague that he's a food scientist, And he talks about the nutritional component of food as well as the functionality of foods. And what he does basically is look at the what other things that the food has besides nutrition that can be used, science-based information that can be used in marketing. Kind of like talking about the antioxidants on blueberries, for example. They become very, very popular because they have a high antioxidant component, compared to other things. But there are other things like, for example, stone fruit, like plums and peaches. They help to fight breast cancer, for example. It has been proven in a laboratory at Texas A&M that does that. And there are other components. Some has anti-inflammatory properties, some anti-cancerogenic properties, antioxidant properties. Just looking at that, using science to help you differentiate your product. And if he was here, he'll give you, he'll give you the whole information that he has and how he makes that happen. So that is something that can be done to differentiate your product and get to reach to your customers.
Okay, Todd, are we at the point where we need to wrap it up? Okay, Leslie Sturmer, are you coming to ask me a question?
Not you.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want you to put my slides up either. This is for the economist there from Texas A&M. I think in your department you had a colleague that developed Scimitar, which is an Excel add-on to look at risk assessments in crops. We sent a graduate student from UF to learn that and then apply it on a preliminary basis to our oyster aquaculture industry in Florida. So what we're able to do is look at some environmental and market risks, low salinity, high salinity, the threat of storms or hurricanes, and you can get historical data for your different lease areas as to what the probability is of having less than 10 parts per thousand on an annual basis or greater than 35 parts per thousand. There's the National Hurricane Database that you can get, and the impacts and so forth. Then the next thing to do is to try and find out what are the impacts on the farms. That's where we don't have enough data, but we are gathering data. We have Hurricane Michael, and we know the impacts on crop mortalities from that. As well as we had a low salinity event in one of our systems, we know the impacts on mortalities there. So then you apply that to Scimitar and do some Monte Carlo sampling, you develop probabilities, and then you can get a spread of the risk on that and how that affects your bottom line from a hypothetical farm. So that might be something you want to look in as well.
That professor was my major professor, James
Yep.
Richardson.
Yeah.
You saw the stoplight, that's
The stoplight graphs, we developed stoplight graphs too, I
Yes,
saw
ma'am.
that,
So
yeah.
we're very aware of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sadly, he's retired.
Yeah, that's right.
So don't be discouraged. Just be realistic and all this. Come on up, Todd. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme, but there are people who have great companies. Jim Gosson coming out of Bay Oysters and Chris Sherman. So it's going to take work, and it's going to take creativity, and it's going to take the market. So don't be discouraged. Just be real. Todd, thank you very much. My panel, thank y'all very much. You were my safety. Beth, thank you. And Chris, a real pleasure having you here in Corpus Christi. And so
Thanks for having me. It's been really exciting.
we want you to come back.
Thank you, Brad. Again, let's give thanks to this panel right here. Thank you. We're about to close, and so kind of let me give you an outlook on what the plan is. First, I want to thank Speaker of the House, Dennis Bonnen, who was graciously involved in this program and came here today, so let's give him another round of applause. My colleague, Chairman Morrison, Jeannie Morrison, thank you for staying the entire time. I appreciate that. And as the Speaker of the House said, she had authored some other oyster legislation that will help the state of Texas. And I want to thank my other colleagues that were here, Representatives Lozano and Canales, and of course, Senator Hinojosa and Representative Herrero. So I want to make sure the legislators know that we appreciate all of it. And then I want to say thank you, Kelly, not for the AC/DC intro song of Back in Black, but to Texas A&M Corpus Christi. We appreciate it. Thank you for hosting this and being really a great, great partner, even though John C. LaRue gets all the blame. We appreciate it. But thank you again to Texas A&M Corpus Christi. I want to thank our sponsors, which we have on the charts all throughout here. I appreciate everybody. And I want to thank all the speakers and the attendees. This is pretty good. We've had over 500 people attend the conference today. And you know, here it is in the mid-afternoon, and we still have a good crowd here. So I want to tell you all, thank you very much. I want to give a special thank you to Angie Flores. Stand up, Angie. There she is, the queen of the oysters. And then I want to thank also the other staff that I ever see, Gay, Charlotte, and I know Barbie has been here. And so any questions that you have, you get a hold of them. Now, where do we go from here? Of course, Texas Parks and Wildlife, beginning September 1st, will do what we call the groundwork, rules, and resolutions beginning. And so I've had a lot of questions today. Well, what do we want to do? What do we have questions? One, you may come to my office and ask any questions, and we can direct you, or have a contact with Texas Parks and Wildlife for the initial contact. I want to make sure that you kind of know how we're going to do this procedurally. Next, we have this Texas Oyster Mariculture Task Force. And Angie, raise your hand again, is our coordinator. Dr. Fox and Brad Lomax are our two co-chairs. And so if you're interested in getting involved, I'm going to ask you to please coordinate with Brad, Joe, but you better get Angie because they'll forget. But if you do have involvement or you do want to get involved, please coordinate with Angie, who's the liaison on this particular program. Finally, I want you to social media this. I want you to spread the word, because Texas is coming in to an industry, a science, an education, a conservation, a project, which we need. And the great thing about South Texas and Coast Texas is, you know, working together, we get things done. Trabajando juntos hacemos las cosas, as we say. But the bottom line is, this has been a good conference, not because of what we did to put it on, it's because you're here. I mean, Wayne, thank you. I mean, we have our vice chair of the port. He stayed here the whole time and didn't fall asleep. He generally does during my speeches, but you're here, and I appreciate that. You know, and Mark, thank you, and all the Conservation Association folks. You stayed, you were here. Parks and Wildlife, thank you for taking the time to come here. Faculty, education, community folks, thank you for being here. There's nothing more positive than an issue like this, because all the groups I mentioned work together. And the great thing about today is we're going to develop this industry. We're going to do it the right way. We're going to, you know, it says grow Texas oysters. We should call them Tex oysters. They're bigger and better. Where else would you get them? But it's been a good function, good event. I want to thank everybody. And again, if you're interested, the work to get the law in effect now begins after this conference. And then the procedural side is September 1st. So everybody, thank you very much. We appreciate y'all and have a great rest of the week. Thank you.